Welcome back, guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Met the Girl Who Fought in the Shadows. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Noa Tsukikage was a loner. She preferred to call herself reclusive. To her, the difference between the two words barely mattered. She liked her space, time alone with her thoughts, and the brief comfort of a cigarette between her fingers. Despite attending the country's hero school, Noa showed little interest in heroism as spectacle or the fame that accompanied it. To her, the real heroes worked in the shadows, doing the necessary work without praise. Those were the kind of heroes she aspired to be, people who helped because they wanted to, not for the cameras. She brought the cigarette to her lips, tasting the familiar bitterness before taking a deep drag. Smoke filled her lungs and a small, steady relief slipped over her. She sometimes believed smoking was the only escape she had, a brief respite from the weight of reality. She exhaled and watched the gray cloud dissipate into the sky. A gruff voice interrupted her thoughts, startling her so that she almost dropped the cigarette onto the cement. Shouta Aizawa, wrapped in bandages and known as Eraserhead, noted that smoking on school grounds was not the brightest idea. Noa flinched and turned away, annoyed. Noa responded that he always crept up on people like that. Aizawa observed that she might be a little young to smoke and suggested she put it out. Noa shrugged and said she was old enough. Aizawa confirmed her name and class, asking if she was Tsukikage of present mix 3B. He then asked if she planned to tell Mike about the smoking. Aizawa admitted he had mixed feelings about informing Mike, knowing his loud friend would likely call him a hypocrite. Noa lied smoothly that she would not smoke on school grounds again. Aizawa sighed and instructed her to at least make sure the first years did not see her, then turned away, leaving Noa surprised. Unbeknownst to Noa, the encounter with Aizawa was only the beginning of their story. Shouta Aizawa was tired as he always was. He had been looking forward to the first-year internships, hoping to catch up on some sleep, but those plans evaporated when Present Mike received a call about a family emergency and asked Aizawa to substitute for him. The 2 weeks of free time Aizawa had expected disappeared almost instantly. At first Aizawa assumed taking over for Mike would be simple. Third years, he thought, would not need much instruction. But after a brief review of Mike's notes, he realized Mike had not exactly been following the curriculum. The list Mike left him contained unreadable scribbles about each student's quirks and behavior. Near the bottom, Aizawa's eyes lingered on a familiar name, Noa Tsukikage. Mike's notes emphasized behavioral issues more than technical details: blunt, reclusive, stubborn, and mentioned that she was the best fighter and quirk user in the class. Aizawa sighed deeply and opened the door to the unfamiliar classroom. He had expected noise and chaos, but 3B sat unusually quiet, watching him with curious eyes as he made his way to the front desk. He thought about why he preferred to avoid the spotlight and reminded himself to get through the day so he could finally sleep. He silently cursed Mick's disorderliness while arranging the scattered items on the front desk and then faced the class. Most of the students were already looking at him, their eyes eager and curious. He recognized some of them from passing in the halls or seeing them in the cafeteria. A few faces stuck with him from the sports festival. And of course Mirio Togata stood out, a member of the famous Big Three whose cheerful spirit was hard to forget. Shouta Aizawa searched for someone else. There she was, in the far back of the classroom, absent-mindedly staring out of the window. He could not tell if she had noticed him. She seemed lost in her thoughts. She looked different from the last time he had seen her in that secluded corner of the school. Her posture was off, shoulders slumped, head propped on one hand, and the shadows under her eyes matched his own. It was hardly a look someone her age should have. She appeared troubled, burdened by a heavy weight. Shouta would not pry. It was not his business. After all, he was merely a substitute for the next few weeks. After that, it would be Mick's responsibility. Shouta introduced himself as Shouta Aizawa and said he would be their teacher for the next few weeks. He added that he was not there to entertain or to inspire, they were old enough to do that themselves. Murmurs spread through the class about the reputation he had built at UA, whispers of how strict and stern he was and how he would expel those he did not deem worthy. Most of them did not know the full truth behind his actions. From the corner of his eye, Shouta saw Noa yawn at the back of the class. Her gaze shifted from the window toward him, and a lazy smile appeared on her lips. Shouta blurted that he wondered if he was boring her. Noa smiled wider, a mischievous expression on her face, and said she was only slightly bored. Shouta raised a single brow and allowed a small smile. He did not expel at the slightest defiance. He had his reasons, and a little defiance was not one of them. If it were, half of Class 1A would no longer be in the hero course. He smirked and told them to change into their sports uniforms for quirk demonstrations. He waved toward the door to send the students out and moved toward his familiar yellow sleeping bag, hoping to catch a few minutes of shut-eye. Training fights were not something Noa enjoyed. They often ended in an instant. With her quirk, opponents had to be completely aware of their surroundings. One mistake could lose them the fight. One wrong step and someone could be swallowed by the shadows. Facing inexperienced classmates rarely excited her. Shouta announced that Tsukikage and Kisaragi were up first. Noa glared inwardly at Aizawa for pairing her with someone whose quirk could be troublesome. She cursed Mike silently and followed Yuna Kisaragi to the training ground. Yuna's quirk, Light Frame, created bright constructs, which posed a challenge. The light could erase or neutralize shadows, and Yuna's upbeat personality would make it hard for Noa to unsettle her enough to create an opening. It felt too early for a match like this. Aizawa instructed them to get into position. Noa scanned the training ground and noted obstacles and large metal pipes that cast complex shadows. That terrain gave her a slight advantage if she used it wisely. Noa told herself to think. She waited for Aizawa's signal to start. When he said they could begin, she dashed toward the area. Covered in pipes, traveling from shadow to shadow while scouting for the best fields of darkness. If she wanted to win, she needed shadows that would survive Yuna's light. Yuna closed in, her hands glowing as she formed two golden constructs. The light narrowed Noa's options for travel. She had to move deeper into the darkness, both to expand her escape routes and to wear Yuna down. Noa guessed that Yuna's quirk relied on light and might weaken without it. Zipping through the shadows, Noa lured the light deeper into the training ground. Yuna called for her to stop running. Noa grinned inwardly. She had been right about Yuna's need for light to recharge. Popping out of a shadow, Noa took a fighting stance. She planned to wear Yuna down. Without steady light, Yuna would be at a disadvantage. Yuna closed the gap, blades of light forming at her hands. Noa charged with precision. A solid hit landed and momentarily staggered Yuna, giving Noa time to reposition. Yuna recovered quickly and launched herself at Noa with a yell. Noa narrowly dodged the light blades, popping in and out of shadows as she felt them flicker under Yuna's brightness. She had to be quicker and smarter with each movement. Noa forced Yuna to run out of light. Noa ducked under another attack, caught the arm that had been swinging at her, and threw the girl over her shoulder. Noa panted that Yuna had to be quicker, a teasing smirk on her face. Yuna groaned as she rose from the concrete floor and returned to her fighting stance. Noa saw the light flickering at her classmates' hands again, watched as Yuna formed a larger sword, though the glow seemed dimmer than before. Noa knew Yuna was nearly there, not much longer and Yuna's light would fade. The two girls stared at each other in silence, waiting for the other to move. Yuna was the first to break the stillness, running at Noa in a zigzag, trying to force a close-range fight. Noa stayed rooted, tracking the movement carefully. There was no need to move yet. The shadows cast by the pipes on the ground were still deep enough for her to teleport away if things got too close. When Yuna turned sharply on her fourth step and raised her sword, Noa vanished and the blade struck concrete with a loud clank. Yuna exclaimed that she could not understand how Noa was still able to teleport away, referring to the way the surrounding shadows had lightened. Noa did not reply. She reappeared from another shadow atop the pipes a few feet above Yuna. Her body was tense with adrenaline, masking how much the overuse of Shadow Step would punish her later. Her fingertips tingled as she prepared for her next move. The technique was not fully mastered, and with Yuna's light it was risky, but she had to try. Noa prepared Shadow Echo, a quirk trick that left an afterimage in the last shadow she teleported from if that shadow remained strong enough, perfect for misdirection. She had rarely gotten to use it since last fall. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and focused on projecting a shadowy image in the place she had been before, slipping into the dark and reappearing behind Yuna. Yuna had barely enough time to react before Noa's foot struck her knees. Yuna formed a golden barrier that pushed Noa back, and Noa noted that the excess light could be annoying. Yuna charged again, her light flaring and momentarily blinding Noa, and landed a solid strike that left Noa's vision briefly clouded. Noa staggered, blinking through the pain as she composed herself. Her head throbbed and she felt her hands begin to flicker, starting to fade like translucent images. Noa reminded herself to think. She had to break Yuna's shield. Outmoving her opponent had become difficult. Noa's shadow step anchors were thin and distorted from the light, making teleportation too risky. No choice remained but to attack head-on. Yuna teased that Noa was running out of ideas, using her hero named 𝐥𝐸𝐽. Noa smirked and assured Yuna that she would not run out of ideas. She charged one last time and kicked at the shield until it wavered and gave, creating an opening. In an instant the light dimmed, leaving a field of dark shadows waiting to be shaped. Noa panted that Yuna's light had limits as a ripple of black surged outward, a bloom of darkness enveloping her classmate and leaving her defenseless. Yuna sighed in defeat and admitted that Noa had been right, conceding that Noa was impressive and calling her 𝐥𝐸𝐽. An air horn signaled the end of the exercise. Noa released her shadows and freed Yuna, who returned a grateful smile. The fight had drained Noa more than she liked to admit. Her vision swam, her head throbbed, and each step felt unsteady. As the two girls stumbled out of Ground Gamma, their classmates cheered, excited by the result. The noise only worsened Noa's pounding head, and she longed to teleport away from the commotion. Noa thought she needed a cigarette. The gruff voice of teacher Shouta Aizawa cut through the students' chatter. Aizawa complimented them on a solid fight. He told Kisaragi that she had put up a good fight but had let herself be tricked, and instructed her to be more mindful of her surroundings. He turned to Noa and praised her quick thinking while advising her to be more mindful of her limitations next time. Noa nodded, barely absorbing the words. She slid down one of Ground Gamma's walls, rested the back of her head against cool cement, and let out a relieved breath. She still wanted that cigarette. When Noa left the UA campus, she felt as if a dump truck had hit her. Despite her classmates' requests, she had not visited Recovery Girl to get checked, nor had she managed to step outside for a smoke to calm herself. She was grateful she did not live far from campus. Having to ride the crowded public transport in her condition would have been a disaster. Noa thought she might explode, certain she would end up yelling and lashing out at some unlucky person. The thought felt like an exaggeration, but it calmed nothing inside her. It was already dim as Noa turned the corner toward the apartment complex she lived in. Long shadows stretched across the dirty pavement while the sun sank toward the horizon. Her quirk was strongest at this hour, dark shadows, no bright lights. This was when she worked best. She had abandoned the blazer that came with her uniform, letting it hang from the school bag slung over her shoulder. Mid-spring heat had been unbearable all day, so she had chosen to wear only the blouse underneath. Noa ignored the stares from men lingering outside a bar 2 streets away and made out the lifeless concrete wedge that was home. The building had seen better days. Chipped paint, a crooked number plate marked 24A, and a lower floor window still cracked from a break-in years ago. Neighbors had not bothered to fix it. It was hard to believe such a slump could sit so close to the prestigious hero school. She slipped the key into the lock and felt the creak of a door not oiled in years. The familiar smell hit her, smoke and cheap wine, threaded with lavender from her mother's futile attempts at looking put together. Noa found it absurd that a diffuser could hide what was falling apart in the household. Noa heard faint noises from the next room as she pulled off her shoes. The TV was on low, casting a ghostly blue light down the dim hallway. A daytime talk show rerun filled the silence nobody wanted. From outside the living room came the sharp sting of alcohol on the air. Her mother lay sprawled on the couch with a half-empty wine bottle in her hand, staring at the ceiling. She had not bothered to change out of the clothes of the day. This had become a regular occurrence, Noa Tsukikage coming home bitter and sinking into the couch. Noa had thought about slipping past her and going straight to her room, but Megumi had already noticed her arrival. Megumi slurred that she recognized who had returned, her voice carrying the same unforgiving edge that made Noa's skin prickle. Noa asked for no confrontation right then, lingering in the doorway, unwilling to step further into the room. Megumi retorted that Noa could not even say hello to her own mother and jabbed at Noa's accomplishments, reminding her of medals and glowing reports while accusing her of avoiding eye contact. Her laugh was bitter and humorless. Noa replied that she had been busy, but kept her distance, keys digging into her palm as she clenched them. Megumi let out a dry laugh and mocked the idea that Noa's busyness would change anything, her stained hand trembling as wine dripped onto her blouse. Megumi rarely raised her voice. She preferred to keep her anger wrapped in soft edges and tight composure. Sometimes Noa thought that was worse, because the rage hid in careful movements and a too tight set to her hair. Megumi accused Noa's hero work of being useless against what had been lost, and said plainly that it would not bring him back. Noa held her silence, not wanting to spark more hours of this, but she met her mother's gaze. In it she saw that familiar broken expression, grief with a hard edge, and understood why the tension always returned. Megumi muttered that Noa looked exactly like him, eyes glossy not only from alcohol but hinting at something deeper, grief and perhaps old resentment. Noa flinched, though she had always been aware of the way her mother looked at her. Hearing it spoken made it sharper. Megumi pressed a palm to her forehead and muttered about the eyes again, and the wine in her other hand sloshed onto the couch. Noa watched the droplets stain the carpet. Megumi demanded that Noa say something. She wanted a reaction. Noa, wanting only to retreat to her room, offered quietly that she could leave. Those words brought a sudden change. Megumi's head snapped toward Noa, fury igniting in her gaze. She accused Noa of wanting to vanish as she always did. Megumi rose unsteadily from the couch and closed the distance between them. Her voice dropped to a low, charged level as she said that every time she looked at Noa she was reminded of her loss. The accusation landed like a physical blow. Noa clenched her fists, feeling the weight of the accusation. When Megumi said bluntly that it had been Noa's fault that she had killed him, Noa's instinct was to defend herself. Noa protested that she had been 5 and had not asked for a quirk she did not understand. She reminded her mother that she had been a child. Megumi laughed dryly and told Noa that she seemed to be understanding her power reasonably well now. Noa began to respond, but then Megumi's hand came up in a sudden, shaking motion that struck Noa's cheek. The sound cut through the small room. Noa touched her face in stunned disbelief. Megumi's drinking and bitterness had blurred boundaries, but physical force had not been part of their history until now. Noa scarcely recognized the woman before her. The defenses she had built began to crack, and with them the long-closed dam of things they had never properly said. A fragile silence followed, heavy with words that had finally been spoken and the cost they demanded. Tears fell freely from Noa's eyes, running down her cheeks and leaving behind angry streaks of black. Noa sobbed and called for her mother, hoping it had been a particularly bad dream and that her mother would cradle her and say everything would be all right. Megumi's eyes remained hard as she looked down at the crying girl with cold displeasure. Megumi hissed that Noa should get up and stop making a fool of herself, insisting that becoming a hero meant taking responsibility for her actions. Over time, Noa had started to believe her mother's words that it was her fault their father had died. The news had called it a tragic, quirk-related accident, something beyond her control, but Noa felt the blame deep in her chest. She apologized in a small voice. Noa did not sleep that night. Every time she closed her eyes she saw her mother's hard face and heard their argument replay in her head like a stuck record. The next morning she looked like a ghost in the mirror. The sting on her cheek had become a bruise, a mottled mix of purple and yellow across her right cheek. Hiding it with concealer felt worse than the pain itself, as if the mark were mocking her. When Noa arrived at school, most students were already in their classrooms and the halls were unusually empty. Inside her classroom, Noa ignored the stares of her classmates and slouched into her usual seat at the far back. She could feel their attention on her: curiosity, compassion, pity, and she hated how they looked at her. Noa sneered at her classmates and demanded to know what they were looking at, which drove most to avert their eyes. During the first half of classes, she kept her gaze fixed out the window. At break, she could not stand being inside any longer. She needed space. She retreated to the service stairwell behind the gym, a place off-limits in theory but rarely patrolled. She had found it in her first year and had come here whenever she needed distance. A cigarette burned low between her fingers as she settled on the stairs, the smoke helping her relax. She inhaled and let a sigh escape. A voice behind her told her she had been told to stop smoking on school grounds. Noa flinched and turned to face Aizawa, then muttered that he was unnaturally good at sneaking up on people. Aizawa remarked that sneaking up on people was part of his job and repeated that she needed to stop smoking on school grounds. Noa ignored him and took another drag, unconcerned about detention. If anything, she welcomed it so she would not have to go home. Aizawa's irritation grew, and he called her by name, Tsukikage, trying to get her attention. Noa acknowledged him but said she did not care. Aizawa stood at a loss, tired and baffled by her attitude. He reminded her that she was talented, that he had read her files and watched her fight during the sports festival, and urged her not to waste her potential on something foolish. Noa let out a humorless, dry laugh and muttered that those things did not mean anything to her, though she did not meet his eyes. Aizawa watched her carefully. He saw that this Noa was not the same as the one he had met weeks earlier or the one he had watched during the fight. Her playful banter was gone. Her voice sounded dull and heavy as if something profound pressed down on her. She looked paler, with deeper under-eye shadows, and he had noticed how her classmates stared. He realized she was not doing well. Aizawa asked if he should put her in detention. He almost let her off with a reprimand but then saw the pleading look in her eyes and nodded to himself. He told her to meet him in his classroom after classes ended. Noa nodded and watched Aizawa return inside. She lingered on the stairwell for a few more moments, letting the soft wind ripple through her clothes. The late morning sun tempted her to stay forever. The sound of a familiar voice noted that she seemed comfortable. Noa pried her eyes open and saw Yuna standing above her with a bright smile and blonde hair that caught the sunlight. Yuna sat down beside her on the stairs, knees touching, and told Noa that she needed a friend. Noa mumbled that Yuna should bother Mirio instead, but Yuna said Mirio was busy with other friends and that Noa had her undivided attention. Yuna asked if Noa had eaten yet. Noa's response was left in the silence as they sat together on the stairs. Yuna remarked that she had not seen Noa in the cafeteria, and the low rumble of Noa's stomach answered for her. Noa realized she had not eaten since yesterday's lunch, and the hunger was catching up to her. Yuna laughed and searched her bag, cheering softly when she found something. She produced a slightly crumpled protein bar and offered it to Noa. Surprised, Noa took the chocolate bar, carefully unwrapped it, stashed the paper in her bag, and took a small bite. It was an ordinary protein bar, probably leftovers from Yuna's tray at lunch, but Noa savored every bite. Noa muttered her thanks and met Yuna's warm gaze. Yuna replied that that was what friends were for. Yuna told Noa that she knew Noa did not exactly open up to people, but that their class, 3B, and she were there for her, even if Noa did not want them to be. Yuna squeezed Noa's shoulder and urged her to hurry because classes were about to start again. In that moment, Noa had somehow gained an unexpected ally. UA was unusually quiet by the time Noa reached classroom 1. Classes were almost over and most students had already left, except for a few support course students still tinkering on projects. Noa knocked firmly on the classroom door, the sound echoing through the empty corridors. A tired hum from inside signaled permission to enter. Noa slid the door open and stepped into the unfamiliar room. It did not look too different from her own classroom, 3B, though there were nuances that set the two rooms apart. 3B's classroom was much more cluttered, likely due to Mick's questionable interior design choices. Aizawa's classroom was more sparsely decorated but hardly empty. Noa appreciated the little scribbles on the back blackboard that clearly were not his, the large windows that let gentle light flood the room, and the multitude of papers scattered on Aizawa's desk. It all suited him. Aizawa asked whether she was coming in or just going to continue staring. He was lounging in his chair at the front desk, grading a pile of papers. Noa scratched the back of her head and slumped into the seat closest to the teacher's desk, asking what he wanted her to do. Aizawa told her to just sit and be quiet without looking up from the essay he was marking. Noa pouted and complained that it was boring, asking if he could give her something to do. Aizawa sighed in exasperation and pinched the bridge of his nose. Noa challenged him to try, and Aizawa suggested she might have homework to do instead. Noa grinned and replied that she had already finished it in class. Aizawa began to protest but stopped and, after a moment, pushed half the stack of papers toward her along with another red marker, instructing her to mark what was wrong since it was multiple choice. As Noa graded, she realized 1A students varied widely in ability. Momo Yaoyorozu missed only one question, while Mina Ishido had nearly the entire sheet wrong, as if she had used random guessing. Noa blurted that Aizawa's students could be infuriating, citing a painfully wrong answer about a hero's legal responsibility during a rescue mission. Aizawa noted that he had expected her to stop rambling. Noa said she would if the students were less exasperating. Aizawa raised an eyebrow and suggested that if grading bothered her so much, she could return to doing nothing. Noa grumbled but returned to working in silence. By the time detention ended, the UA campus was bathed in mist and the evening sun barely lit the dark streets outside. Aizawa sat hunched in his chair, red pen in hand, marking the last paper in his stack. Katsuki Baku. The blonde's temper was a problem, but he was otherwise clever and a good hero in training. The explosive boy reminded Aizawa of another student who had become unusually quiet over the last 30 minutes. Engrossed in his work, Aizawa had not noticed that the girl in front of him had curled into her chair, arms spread over the desk with her head resting gently on them. The red marker he had given her was still in her hand, its cap open, and a half-graded essay lay beneath her cheek like a pillow. Aizawa leaned back, blinking slowly. He knew he should wake her. This was detention, after all, but he could not bring himself to do it. She looked peaceful, less troubled than before. The guarded posture she normally wore had softened into one of unexpected relaxation. The tension in her shoulders had eased. Her breathing was slow and steady. Her face was angled slightly toward him, hair falling messily and her overgrown bangs brushing the edges of her cheekbones. Aizawa's eyes lingered on a small red mark on her cheek. He wondered where it had come from. The fight yesterday did not immediately explain it. It looked fresh. Shouta Aizawa was not one for loud displays, unlike the reporters who fed off tragedies and annoyed him, but he found himself quietly watching the sleeping student for a while longer. He couldn't help but worry about the dark-haired girl sleeping so peacefully in front of him. He had to keep a closer eye on her for now. Aizawa sighed, got up from his seat, and grabbed a soft throw blanket he sometimes kept in his classroom for long patrols. He hesitated for a breath before gently draping it over her shoulders, careful not to make any noise and accidentally wake her. She needed that sleep. Noa stirred once, barely. Her fingers flexed open and then stilled, the red marker slipping from her palm. Aizawa quietly took the marker and the remaining unmarked tests scattered beside her, returned to his seat without comment, and resumed grading. Noa did not wake until nearly 40 minutes later. Rain had begun, little drops ticking against the glass like an old clock. She stirred lightly, her eyes opening halfway, still fogged with sleep. Groggy and confused, she blinked a couple of times before noticing the sheet of paper she had been lying on. It was stained with a bit of drool and she mentally apologized to whoever Hantasiro was for turning his test into a biohazard. Aizawa asked if she was finally awake. Noa sat up slowly and rubbed her temple, apologizing to her teacher for drifting off. Aizawa took a moment to look at her, noting how exhausted she still seemed despite the nap. He told her she had needed the rest and began packing up his pencils. Noa did not answer, unsure how to explain the reasons for her sleepless nights, so she hummed quietly. Aizawa sighed, rose from his seat, and signaled for her to do the same. He announced that detention was over and urged her to try to get some sleep tonight before leaving the classroom and fading into the empty hallway. Noa stared at the door, perplexed. She had expected him to yell, give her more detention, or even expel her. She wondered why he had been so kind. Was it pity? She told herself she would think about it later and hurried to get home before her mother noticed she was late, if her mother was even sober enough to notice. Noa arrived on campus the next day in a foul mood. She had gotten into another argument with her mother, had barely slept, and had run out of cigarettes. The morning went from bad to worse when ectoplasm, her math teacher, gave an unannounced test during the very first lesson to gauge where the students stood. Noa could barely keep her eyes open as she worked through the questions and had little hope of passing. Things deteriorated further in second PRD when a classmate accidentally spilled juice on her, leaving a large red spot on her blouse. She was relieved when lunch finally arrived. She found a quiet corner in the usually overcrowded cafeteria and set a tray of food in front of her. With many of the first years away on internships, the crowd was bearable. Yuna sat down across from her and began happily eating noodles from her tray. Yuna mentioned that she had heard work studies were starting up again. Noa only hummed in response. Yuna brought up that Noa had done her work study with 𝐥𝐸 the previous year, the ninja hero, and asked if Noa planned to return to him. Noa nodded and kept her eyes on the untouched food. Yuna expressed excitement that 𝐥𝐸 had climbed into the top 10 on the billboard. Noa mumbled that she had heard the same. Yuna, still enthusiastic, said she had done hers with Mrs. Joke last year and was thinking of asking Crust this time to help with her solar shield. She asked whether Noa intended to go back with 𝐥𝐸. Noa confessed that she had not given the work studies much thought. Working with 𝐥𝐸 had been valuable and she had learned a lot, but now that he was among the top 10 heroes, she was unsure about returning. She preferred staying out of the spotlight and working quietly, away from press attention. She told Yuna she did not like being in the public eye and suspected he would be too busy. Yuna considered this and then suggested that Noa ask Mr. Aizawa if she could do her work study under him. Noa raised her eyebrows at the idea. It was a good suggestion. Aizawa fit the kind of hero she wanted to become: stealthy, quiet, and mostly out of the public eye. The thought that he might be able to teach her something about her quirk made him an appealing choice. Yuna pointed out that Aizawa was stealthy, worked mostly in the shadows, and stayed out of public view, reinforcing why he would be a perfect fit for the kind of work Noa wanted to do. Yuna observed that he actually did not seem to mind Noa's attitude. Noa raised her eyebrows and asked what attitude Yuna meant. Yuna grinned and said that earlier that day Noa had looked at poor Minami as if she wanted to push him off the building. Noa defended herself, pointing to the red spill in the middle of her blouse and saying that he had spilled his juice on her. Yuna laughed and agreed between giggles. The work-study program dominated conversation after homeroom, where Aizawa had reminded them to pick an agency by the end of next week before he crawled back into his yellow sleeping bag for a nap. By the end of the day, it was all the third years were talking about. It would be their last chance to get connections before they were on their own. Walking home, Noa considered Yuna's suggestion. The more she thought about it, the more she liked the idea. There was only one big problem. As far as she knew, Aizawa had never taken on a work-study student before and had not worked with sidekicks to her knowledge. He was a loner through and through. Between his hours and his role as a teacher, she understood why he would be unlikely to make an exception for her. Unlocking the door to her apartment, Noa scanned the space for her mother and found that her mother was not home. Noa assumed the woman was probably at a local bar drinking away her problems and did not mind this if it meant a quiet evening for once. The apartment felt oddly silent without the constant chatter from the TV, or the slurred mumbling that usually came from her mother. Noa kicked off her boots toward the doormat without bothering to put them away neatly. The place was a mess either way. She closed the door behind her and headed for her room. She had always liked her room. It was not the largest or most creatively decorated, but it felt like hers. The dark gray paint on the walls had started to chip over time. The linoleum floor creaked with each step and was mostly covered by a large thrifted carpet that softened the sound. Holes in the walls were hidden by various posters. The single window was shaded by thin olive curtains, leaving the room dim. The bookshelf on one wall was her most prized possession. It was filled with books, some assigned at UA, others taken from donation bins or bought secondhand. Most of the spines were cracked and the pages soft and worn. Some were annotated, their margins covered in her messy handwriting, showing how much she adored them. Noa had always loved reading. The ability to escape her reality for a little while and dive into another world had always brought her peace of mind, though lately she had not been able to read much. She was about to collapse onto the unmade bed, maybe pick up a book, when her eyes landed on an empty cigarette box on her nightstand. She had almost forgotten about it. Her phone showed 9:30 p.m., and she still had time to go to a nearby convenience store before it closed. Sighing, Noa grabbed a black zip-up hoodie scattered among her things and headed back out. The sun had long been resting when Noa left the apartment complex. Dark shadows stretched across the concrete as the dim streetlights cast an eerie glow on the empty roads ahead of her. The air outside was cold and Noa tucked her hands deeper into the pockets of the black zip-up hoodie she wore. It had belonged to her father, one of the few things she still had from him. It still looked a little oversized, but she had grown into it since he had passed it on. Noa trudged down the quiet residential lanes. The city was mostly silent, the only noise coming from dogs barking somewhere in the distance. From afar she could already see the bright neon lights of the convenience store she had become a regular at. The sliding glass door chimed as Noa stepped inside. She had come often enough to have memorized the layout. Navigating through aisles stocked with bentos, onigiri and other snacks, Noa headed straight toward the tobacco section and scanned the nondescript packs. She was about to reach for her usual brand when the bright fluorescent lights began to flicker and then went out completely, followed by a loud crash. Alarm bells went off in Noa's head. So much for a quiet evening. 3 cloaked figures entered through a hole in the wall, clearly intent on trouble. Noa crouched behind an aisle. She had been trained for this, but her body still trembled. Pushing the panic down, Noa ran through the procedure in her head. First, take in the surroundings. Were there people who needed help? She peeked around the shelves. Fortunately, there weren't many customers inside the store, only the cashier and herself. That made things easier. Her eyes fell on the 3 intruders approaching the cashier, their laughter echoing off the walls. The woman shook with anxiety as the men closed in. Noa wanted to move immediately, but she held back until she had a better sense of their quirks. If she jumped in blindly, it could make things worse. One of the attackers had apparently used a power to blow a hole through the wall. The others soon revealed more. A man ignited purple flames to intimidate the cashier, the fire casting deep shadows across the store. Noa saw her opening. She could no longer wait. Adrenaline surged as she stepped into the shadows and then slipped out behind the farthest assailant. If she was right, he was the strength-based one. Noa pressed her palm flat against the long shadow cast by his legs, feeling her quirk flow through her. The intruder went rigid, and with a quick strike to his temple, he crumpled to the floor unconscious. 1 down. 2 to go. The remaining 2 let go of the cashier and turned toward Noa. The leader told his accomplice he would handle the girl and instructed him to grab the money. The flame-wielding man goaded Noa to show what she had, mocking her with a warning that she would regret getting burned. Noa kept her composure and readied herself. The flaming assailant charged, and she dropped low to evade him. A leg engulfed in purple flames crashed where she had been standing. He was a capable fighter. She rolled and came up to strike his shin, the impact accompanied by a string of curses from him. Noa smirked and taunted that she wasn't the one crying now. The man cursed at her and launched another wave of purple fire. Noa nimbly avoided it, watching the shelf behind her smolder. She could see the other intruder finishing with the money. She had to act quickly. Her lungs burned from smoke and heat, but she pushed forward. She spotted a large patch of shadow behind the flaming man and dove into it, reappearing right behind him. The assailant reacted, landing a hard blow that struck Noa in the face. She stumbled, tears stinging her eyes and a sharp metallic taste in her mouth from the sudden injury. Using his momentum, the villain tackled Noa to the floor, pinning her and attempting to hold her down. He taunted her triumphantly as he tried to press his advantage. Noa reacted immediately. She brought her knee up into a vulnerable spot on his body, and the man leapt off her in a howl of pain. He bent over, clutching himself, and Noa seized the opportunity to deliver a swift strike that left him unconscious on the tile. 1 more to go. Noa picked herself up from the floor, rubbing her nose and wincing from the sting. She moved to secure the remaining intruder and the stolen money so the cashier could be safe and the situation could be resolved. Noa thought her nose was probably broken. Her eyes fell on the last villain, whose gaze flicked between Noa and his boss lying motionless on the floor. The villain rasped a question asking about his boss, but there was no answer. His eyes widened in realization and hardened with anger. He activated his quirk and blades extended from his arms, one along his forearm, another from his shoulder, and a third from his shin, catching the flickering emergency lights. He lunged at her with remarkable speed, the forearm blade arcing toward her midsection. Noa teleported sideways into the shadow of a nearby shelving unit, landing with a jarring impact that made her nose throb and her vision flash white. She swallowed a groan and tried to steady herself as her vision blurred. The blade-wielding villain anticipated her move. One of his leg blades lashed upward and struck the shelf edge, sending splinters and snack packets scattering across the aisle. Noa slipped into the shadow under a fallen rack and reappeared at his side, reaching for his ankle to immobilize him, but he pivoted and his elbow caught her squarely in the nose. She screamed in pain and realized her nose was indeed broken. She stumbled backward, blood flowing from her nose, and her back struck something solid as she became cornered near the candy aisle. The villain stalked toward her collapsed form as the blades protruding from his body extended further. He taunted her, telling her she was finished. Noa could not speak and closed her eyes, a weary smile forming as she surrendered to the darkness, thinking she would see her father soon. The darkness never came. Moments later she heard a brief scuffle and then silence. Carefully, Noa pried her eyes open. The blade-wielding villain lay unconscious and tightly bound. Her gaze moved upward to a tall man dressed in black approaching her. At first Noa thought he might be another attacker, her vision still too cloudy to be sure, but as he drew closer she recognized him instantly as Mr. Aizawa. She croaked her recognition and allowed herself to relax against the candy aisle. Her words were slurred as adrenaline wore off. Aizawa's gaze swept from the scarf-bound villain to the other two unconscious assailants, to the damaged shelves, and finally to Noa's bloodied face. He remarked that, of course, she would be here. Noa, still dazed, asked what he meant by that. Aizawa warned her to be careful so she would not fall and steadied her calmly. Noa giggled weakly and told him he sounded concerned. Aizawa sighed that she sounded like she had a concussion. Noa said she thought her nose was broken too. He had to admit she looked rough. Her nose was crooked, bruises were forming, dried blood marked the area above her lips, and her eyes were heavy with exhaustion. She confessed she was tired and allowed herself to settle down nearby, letting the tension ease from her shoulders. As the adrenaline faded, fatigue washed over her and she drifted toward sleep. Before the first siren reached the block, Noa's breaths evened out and she fell asleep. Noa hated hospitals. They were too bright, too clean, and the biting smell of antiseptic always made her nose crinkle. As a child she had visited them often, especially after the incident. Back then she had shrugged off the endless tests ordered by the Hero Commission, content with the gummy bears she received afterward, but now she knew better. When the beeping of a heart monitor greeted her, Noa opened her eyes to find herself in a hospital room in a foul mood. Her nose throbbed beneath a snug bandage, her hands tingled faintly from overusing her quirk, and the fluorescent lights above did nothing to ease the pounding in her head. She felt awful and knew she looked it too. At least the hospital had given her a private room. The space was surprisingly pleasant, large, with late morning sun filtering through half-open blinds and casting a warm glow across the room. Noa pushed herself upright, the light blanket sliding aside to reveal the blue hospital gown the nurses had put on her while she was unconscious. Her clothes, including her hoodie, were neatly folded on the bedside table along with her phone and wallet. She picked up her phone and scrolled through missed messages. There were not many. Only one text came from Yuna. The blonde had sneakily put her number into Noa's phone the last time they had lunch together, and she was worried Noa had not come to school. Noa ignored the message, her gaze lingering on her mother's contact. She probably had not even realized she had not come home yesterday. Noa rolled her eyes, set the phone back down on the nightstand, and stared at the white ceiling. She had not been here long and was already bored, and on top of that she was starting to feel a little hungry. She slipped her legs over the side of the bed, unhooked the heart monitor, and left the room without changing out of her blue dress. It was not like anyone would care. The hospital halls were quieter than she had expected. Only the occasional murmur of a nurse at a station or the squeak of a rolling cart broke the stillness. Noa did not mind the quiet. The sooner she reached the cafeteria without complications, the better. Rushing down the empty corridor, Noa almost missed the green-haired boy rounding the corner. It was too late for either of them to react, and they bumped into each other. Noa stumbled back slightly, her nose throbbing as her body shook from the impact. The boy immediately apologized that he should have been watching where he was going. Noa watched him stop his rambling and look at her with wide eyes, as if he recognized her from somewhere. She raised an eyebrow and asked whether she knew him. The boy stuttered, first starting to say yes and then correcting himself to no, which only made Noa more confused. He then identified her as Noa Tsukikage, and she nodded, intrigued. He explained that he had watched her at the sports festival and that she had been amazing. He asked many questions about her quirk, wondering aloud whether she had a teleportation limit or could go anywhere. Noa cut him off, saying that he should slow down because she had a killer headache, and asked for his name. He flushed and nervously scratched the back of his head before saying that his name was Izuka Midoriya and that he was in Class 1A of UA's hero course, with a bit of pride in his tone. The mention of Class 1A rang a bell for Noa. She recognized it as Mr. Aizawa's class and pointed that out. Midoriya's eyes widened and he nodded profusely. He then asked if Aizawa was Noa's teacher too, and Noa explained that Aizawa was covering for the time being because their usual teacher was present Mike. Midoriya dug a small green notebook from somewhere and began furiously scribbling. Noa glanced down at his bandaged arms with curiosity and asked what he was doing at the hospital, noting that the students were supposed to be on internships. Midoriya laughed nervously and said he did not think he was allowed to say. Noa's stomach growled, reminding her why she had left her room, and she told him she was heading to the cafeteria before walking away and saying she would see him. After eating, Noa returned to her room to find Yuna already waiting on one of the visitor chairs with her phone in hand. Yuna pointed out that she had texted earlier, and Noa walked past her to plop down on the bed, saying she had not noticed. Noa mentioned that there was another UA student in the hospital. Yuna said she had heard some of the first years had a run-in with the famous hero killer, which explained why Midoriya had been tight-lipped. Noa asked whether Yuna thought she was involved in that incident, and Yuna pinched the bridge of her nose and said she was not going to bother arguing. Noa downplayed her injuries, saying it was only a broken nose and a concussion, nothing Recovery Girl could not have fixed within minutes, conveniently omitting the part where things had been much worse. Yuna sighed dramatically and called Noa impossible. Noa responded that she would not be the first person to say that. The only sound for a moment was the rhythmic beep of the monitor beside Noa's bed. Yuna glanced at the bandages across Noa's nose and hands and asked whether it hurt. Noa admitted the nose hurt, joking that it felt like All Might had thrown a brick into her face at full power, but that she would live. She also noted that her hands still tingled faintly from overusing her quirk. Yuna's expression grew unusually serious as she asked what would happen if one day Noa did not make it. The question hung in the air. Yuna clarified that she was not telling Noa not to fight. Both of them knew Noa was a fighter, but she urged Noa to be careful because there were people who actually cared about her, even if Noa tried not to let them. Noa blinked at the unfamiliar edge in Yuna's voice and felt a warmth spread through her. A small, nearly imperceptible smile crept onto her face. Noa asked whether Yuna was really going to keep nagging her, and Yuna said she would, because Noa was her friend whether she wanted to be or not. Noa looked down at the thin white blanket over her lap and quietly thanked Yuna without meeting her eyes. It had been a while since anyone had called her a friend, and the word felt nice. They sat in a comfortable silence for a while, content with each other's presence as machines hummed and nurses chatted faintly in the halls. Yuna broke the quiet by teasing that Noa looked ridiculous with the bandages wrapped around her nose. Noa tilted her head and smirked. Yuna taunted that at least she did not look like a wannabe princess. Noa gasped in mock offense and tossed a pillow at Yuna. Yuna caught it with ease, wincing slightly at the quick movement, but her smirk never faded. Noa barely had time to herself after Yuna left when a knock on the door interrupted the quiet. She called for the visitor, expecting a nurse, and was surprised when Shouta Aizawa entered the room in full hero attire. Noa stilled and sat up straighter in bed, asking what she owed the pleasure of his visit. Aizawa moved to the chair beside her bed and let out a deep sigh. He muttered that Mike had been right and that Noa really was a troublemaker, more to himself than to her. Noa replied with a teasing grin that she was flattered, but Aizawa ignored the remark and rubbed his temple in irritation. Aizawa informed her that he had spoken with the police about the incident and that the 3 villains were in custody. He explained that interrogations had already begun and that their leader appeared to be a repeat offender while the other 2 were likely small-time criminals who had gotten ambitious. He added that the one Noa had fought most recently, the man with the blades, had tested positive for a quirk-enhancing drag that was spreading through the underground. Noa admitted she had suspected as much, thinking about his speed, his strength, and the way the blades had been difficult to control. Aizawa answered that he had already taken care of the statement and that Noa's only job was to rest, since she had already done more than she was supposed to. Noa asked if that was his way of saying good job, and Aizawa replied that it was his way of telling her not to risk dying over something as simple as a robbery. Noa teased that he cared about her, and Aizawa said he cared about the well-being of all his students. Noa dismissed the protest and called him Teach. Aizawa rolled his eyes, finding her troublesome but oddly familiar. She reminded him of Oboro, a thought he pushed away with a sigh. Aizawa warned her not to push it, addressing her as Tsukikage. Noa started to protest, but then leaned back into her pillow and announced that she wanted to be involved in the drag case. Aizawa's response was flat and final. No. He explained that it was too dangerous, that even professionals were being caught off guard by these drags, and that she was still a student. Noa argued that she had held her own against the criminals. Aizawa countered that she had broken her nose and nearly lost her life. Noa replied that she had not, but Aizawa sighed, knowing she would not back down easily. She insisted that she was 19, had her license, and knew what she was doing. Aizawa again refused. Then Noa proposed becoming his work-study student, offering to help with paperwork and serve as a teacher's assistant so she could learn the type of hero work she aspired to do under his guidance. Aizawa blinked, caught off guard. He did not usually take on work-study students. He reminded her that he was a teacher, and Noa pointed out practical ways she could help, adding a light-hearted memory about detention and a classmate named Denki Kaminari who had not been the sharpest. Noa asked him to think about it. Aizawa rubbed his temples and admitted he would consider it, earning a genuine smile from Noa. She thanked him. A day later, Noa was released from Tokyo General Hospital after what had felt like an excruciatingly dull 48 hours. Her bruises had faded to a faint greenish yellow, her nose had been set and secured with gauze and tape, and the pain in her head had reduced to a dull throb. She stood outside the hospital in her father's hoodie with a bag slung over her shoulder, waiting for a cab. Noa had not expected her mother to come and was not surprised when she did not appear, but it still hurt. After a near-death experience, she had hoped for at least that small comfort. The cab ride home was quiet, the only sounds coming from the tires on cracked asphalt and the engine's steady hum. Noa leaned tiredly against the window as streetlights blurred into the dark blue, thinking about sleep and how she could not wait to fall into her own bed. Not some stiff hospital mattress. When the cab stopped in front of the familiar apartment complex with the screech of its tires, Noa saw her mother's window lit. Climbing the small flight of stairs 2 at a time, she tightened her grip on the strap of her bag and carefully unlocked the heavy front door. Nothing had changed much inside the apartment she called home. It still smelled of cheap wine and cigarettes, the paint on the walls still had cracks, and the low hum of the TV still sounded through the rooms. It wasn't as if her mother had miraculously gotten sober in 2 days, but a girl could dream. Megumi sat at the kitchen table with her robe half-tied and a cigarette balanced between her fingers. Megumi asked how school had been. Noa suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. She had been gone for the past 2 days and her mother had barely noticed. Forcing a smile, Noa told her mother that school was good. Megumi hummed in response and mentioned that there were leftovers in the fridge octopus dumplings, Noa's supposed favorite. Noa knew those hadn't been her favorite since primary school, but she didn't argue. She nodded and, telling her mother she was going to head to bed for the night, Noa slipped away. Megumi shrugged that it was fine. Noa turned away and disappeared into the comfort of her room. Once the door shut, Noa threw herself onto her bed, ignoring the mess she had left before going to the convenience store. She sighed at the relief of a soft mattress and the familiarity of the chipped paint on her walls. Exhaustion overtook her in an instant. The last 2 days had drained her physically and mentally. Her fingers found the pocket of her father's hoodie, where an untouched packet of cigarettes had sat since the incident at the convenience store. She tore away the thin plastic, tapped one out, and lit it with the lighter on her nightstand. Noa drew a deep drag and allowed herself a moment of calm. Noa felt peace at last. As much as she disliked attention, she somehow always ended up at the center of it. Word traveled fast at UA, and while the first year's run-in with the hero killer stain was the #1 topic among the students, Noa's own incident at the convenience store had become a close second. She moved through the crowded hallways like a circus animal, aware of the lingering eyes on the back of her head. At least most of them weren't as pushy as the business course students who had swarmed her earlier, asking for an all-inclusive interview. Ignoring the hushed whispers, Noa headed straight for her classroom and felt relief when the door fell shut behind her. Yuna greeted Noa with a teasing remark that Noa was their local celebrity. Noa rolled her eyes at the blonde and made her way to her seat, giving Yuna a rude hand gesture as she passed. Yuna pouted playfully and told Noa there was no need to be so hateful this early. Noa muttered that she would be hateful whenever she wanted and sat down. Yuna turned around and said she was glad Noa was doing better. Noa only hummed in response and stared out the window, watching the clouds drift by. She could feel Yuna's concerned stare until another bright, cheerful presence burst into the classroom. Mirio Togata leaned against Yuna's desk with a wide smile and called out that he was glad to see Noa doing better. Noa noted that Mirio was a nice, determined hero, one of the so-called Big Three, and she appreciated that he was not someone she minded being around. She muttered under her breath at another person fussing over her, which made Mirio chuckle. Mirio mentioned that he had heard about her run-in with villains, but he explained that he hadn't learned about it through gossip. It was Yuna who had been quite worried and had shared the news. Yuna smiled sheepishly and admitted she had to tell someone. At that moment, Aizawa shuffled into the classroom, his disheveled hair and weary posture giving him a perpetually tired look, but his presence immediately quieted the students. He went through the usual announcements about training schedules, upcoming evaluations, and warnings about unsanctioned heroics outside of class. When he reached that last part, his attention flicked to Noa and his gaze met hers. When lunchtime arrived, Noa avoided the cafeteria. She preferred to skip the noise and the probing questions from classmates, so she retreated to her usual spot, the stairwell. Noa lay on the stairs, soaking in the quiet with a cigarette smoldering between her fingers. As much as she wanted to deny it, last night still gnawed at her. Her mother had never been a model of care, but failing to notice Noa had been gone for 2 days was a new low even for her. Yuna sat down beside Noa and set her bag down, acknowledging that she had expected to find her there. Yuna asked if Noa was angry, referring to the fact that Yuna had told Mirio, and explained that she had only meant to vent when he happened to be nearby. Noa chuckled dryly, extinguished her cigarette on the concrete, and said it was fine, reassuring the blonde and noting that Togata was not all that bad. Noa pulled her knees to her chest and sighed. She had not intended to make Yuna worry, she had only needed time alone. She doubted Yuna would really understand what she was going through. Yuna pressed for an explanation when Noa gave short answers. Noa replied that nothing was wrong, and then, when Yuna called her out, she snapped that she was fine, the shadows around her flickering in response. Yuna flinched and moved a few feet away, hands raised. Alarmed by the reaction, Noa sat up and stared at her hands, bewildered that her quirk had reacted like that. She stammered an apology and said she had to go. Yuna reached out and took Noa's wrist firmly, insisting that Noa stay. Noa hesitated, warning that she might be dangerous. Yuna refused to be deterred, insisting that Noa was her friend and she wanted to know what was happening. Noa tried to step back and deny anything was wrong. Yuna rolled her eyes, guided Noa back down onto the stairs with a firm, commanding look, and told her to talk. After a long silence, Noa admitted that things at home had been difficult. She looked down at the cracked concrete and avoided meeting Yuna's eyes. Noa explained that her father had died when she was younger and that she had lost control of her quirk back then, causing an accident. Her voice cracked as she recalled that her mother had not seen it as an accident. Yuna responded with sympathy and wrapped an arm around Noa's shoulders to comfort her, but immediately let go when Noa flinched at the contact. Concerned, Yuna asked directly whether Noa's mother hurt her. Noa did not answer at once, then admitted quietly that sometimes her mother did hurt her, biting her lip to hold back stronger emotions. That admission felt like the relief of letting a heavy weight lift from her chest. Yuna's voice broke as she pulled Noa into a careful, supportive hug. Noa, not a fan of physical contact and not prone to hugs, nonetheless let herself relax in Yuna's arms and sink into the comfort for a moment. She murmured a thanks into Yuna's shoulder before gently stepping back. Yuna offered practical support, telling Noa that she could call anytime if she needed someone to talk to. Noa nodded, eyes glistening. To change the mood, Yuna then produced a wrapped sandwich from her bag and said she had brought something from the cafeteria for Noa. Noa accepted it with a small smile. Conversation turned to internships. Noa said she had spoken with Mr. Aizawa about hers. He had told her he would think about it. Yuna took that as encouraging news and asked about her own situation with Crust. Yuna beamed and announced that she would be Crust's newest work-study student. The two settled into a comfortable silence, enjoying each other's company and the calm. Later, the focus shifted away from the stairs. Aizawa Shouta did not do work studies. He never had and never planned to start. Work studies belonged to heroes with large agencies, and he did not run any such agency. Between juggling teaching and his hero duties, he already had enough on his plate. Adding a student would only be bothersome. Still, Noa's request lingered in his mind. He found himself distracted by thoughts of her and wished someone else were there to pull him out of them. Something about Noa intrigued him, though he would not admit it. He did not expect her to be of much help with his class. He thought she was reckless, blunt, and lacked a sense of authority, but he also remembered that he had not considered himself a teacher when he first started at the school. Midnight strolled into the staff room and noticed Shouta slouched in his sleeping bag. She observed that he was deep in thought and teased that it might be about a girl. Shouta sighed and realized he regretted wishing for a distraction. He would much rather keep thinking about a certain raven-haired girl than have this conversation with Nemuri. Aizawa refused monotonously, rubbing his temple. It was true, technically, but not in the way Nemuri was implying. Nemuri teased that she would have to coax it out of him. She had known the sleepy man long enough to sense something was off. Aizawa rolled his eyes at her teasing tone and sat up, still half buried in his sleeping bag. He sighed and asked if Nemuri knew Noa Tsukikage. Nemuri nodded, puzzled, and said she believed she knew the third year and asked what about her. Aizawa explained that Noa wanted to do her work study with him. Nemuri laughed in disbelief at first, then turned to Aizawa, noticing his unchanged, annoyed expression and realizing he was serious. Aizawa confirmed that he was. He pinched the skin between his forehead. He was exhausted and in desperate need of sleep, but his racing mind would not let him rest. Nemuri paused, her tone softening as she observed that Noa reminded her of Aizawa when he was younger, with a hint of Oboro. She suggested that the two of them working together could be mutually beneficial. She gently squeezed his arm and encouraged him to give Noa a chance, saying the girl might surprise him. Aizawa glanced at her, conflict flickering in his eyes. He sat up straighter and looked past her at the door, where All Might had just entered. He complained that Nemuri was as bad an influence as Hizashi. Nemuri grinned and promised he would thank her later, then left the room, offering a final wink before she exited. Aizawa rolled his eyes. She was infuriating. The teacher's lounge was dim by the time Aizawa finished his work. The sky outside was already black and most people had gone home, leaving only a few stray support corps students wandering the halls. Overhead lights buzzed softly as Aizawa walked with a stack of freshly graded papers, his scarf slung loosely around his shoulders. He had no desire to wrap it tighter. It was not that cold. As he headed for the exit, he noticed Noa Tsukikage leaning against the wall halfway down the hall, idly flicking a lighter and watching the small flame and the shadows it cast. For a moment she did not notice him and he considered passing by, but she looked up and their eyes met. Noa called to him. She still bore faint bruises from a recent scuffle, visible under her eyes, and a small bandage had replaced the cast over her nose. The injuries were healing, but she remained pale. Those small details caught him more than he expected. After more than 15 years as a hero, he should be used to seeing injuries, but something about her bothered him nonetheless. Aizawa acknowledged her with a small nod and stopped a few meters away. Noa shifted slightly under his gaze, adjusting the straps of her bag. He asked why she was still there. Noa said she was just hanging around for a bit and asked if that was a crime. Aizawa watched the flame as it warmed her face each time she pressed the lighter. He told her he had thought about her request and, after rubbing the back of his neck, confirmed that he was considering taking her on for work-study. He warned that his hours were far from humane. Noa immediately agreed to the arrangement, not minding the long hours. She had not been sleeping much anyway. Aizawa sighed, having expected that response, and told her they would talk about the details another time. He insisted she should go home because it was late. A small, genuine smile softened Noa's face as she thanked him. She paused at the front door, turned to offer a final smile, and then left. The corners of Aizawa's mouth twitched in response as he watched her go and reminded her once more to go home. Weeks passed quickly, and before Noa knew it, Present Mike had returned to teaching class 3B. The class threw a small welcome-back party. The part-time DJ greeted them with many enthusiastic hugs and a cheer that left half the students momentarily deaf, which prompted Recovery Girl to have a talk with him during break. Most students were glad to have him back. He was far more easygoing than Aizawa, but Noa still preferred the eraser hero over the loud blonde. It was not that she disliked Present Mike. Despite his loud and outgoing personality, Aizawa had gradually become someone Noa respected. He had taught her most of what she knew about being a hero, and his quiet, practical approach felt closer to her own style. She told herself to focus on becoming a hero and not get distracted. Still, she kept replaying the calm way he had said her name after their chat in the hallway. The memory lingered in her mind. She was so caught up that she did not notice the bell signaling the end of class, nor did she notice Yuna waving a hand in front of her face. Yuna pointed out that class had ended and asked if Noa had been staring out the window because of some commotion. Noa said she had simply been distracted, pushing herself off the desk with Yuna following behind. Yuna asked if Noa was nervous about the exams. Noa thought about how she had nearly forgotten them before the work studies and told Yuna the exams would be the same as always, something she could handle. Yuna made a teasing remark about Endeavor being the new number one, and Noa rolled her eyes. Aizawa walked through the hallway a few feet away, tired as always while silently patrolling in case students caused trouble. Noa froze as he passed by. Aizawa told her to go home, and the gentle way he said her name stayed with her long after he had moved on. She found herself noticing the familiar slouch of his posture and the shadow of his hair, surprised by her own reaction. Yuna followed Noa's gaze and grinned, teasing that Noa seemed affected by Aizawa. Noa snapped back with a denial and suggested Yuna check her own eyes. Yuna laughed and suggested Noa might need a checkup of a different sort. Noa pushed her hands into her blazer pockets and tried to look composed. Aizawa gave the two girls a brief nod and addressed them by their surnames. Yuna responded smoothly while nudging Noa, who managed an awkward nod. When he passed, Noa exhaled sharply and Yuna bumped her shoulder, still amused. Yuna teased that Noa was clearly flustered and wrapped an arm around her shoulder as they watched Aizawa disappear into a classroom. Noa insisted she did not do romantic attachments, explaining that she thought feelings could lead to hurt. Yuna dismissed the remark and continued to tease about unlikely futures in a light-hearted way, and Noa shot her a sharp look. They sat down on the cold concrete steps by the staircase. Despite late spring, the temperature had not risen much and the campus trees had only just begun to bud. Noa closed her eyes and leaned against the metal railing to soak in the weak sun while Yuna sat cross-legged playing with her skirt. Yuna said that having feelings was not necessarily a bad thing and confessed that she had once had a crush on Noa back in their second year, but that she had eventually moved on. Noa listened, not offering a comeback, and a faint smile touched her lips. Summer arrived and the internships for third-year UA students approached. Before Noa knew it, she found herself standing in front of the blue door of the teacher's lounge, waiting for Aizawa during what was supposed to be her summer break. It was already dark, the full moon hung high and cast a pale light over the quiet campus, creating long shadows that pooled in alleys and corners. The door opened with a soft creak to reveal Aizawa in his usual hero attire. Noa noted the familiar look and the steady presence he carried. Aizawa remarked that Noa was late, and she explained why she had come. His scarf trailed loosely around his shoulders, hair falling in messy waves into his face just like always. Noa shrugged and said she was only a few minutes late, her tone lazy despite the strange flutter in her stomach upon seeing him. Aizawa raised his eyebrows and looked at her with slight annoyance but did not comment further. Aizawa hummed and asked if that was her costume, his gaze flicking over her for a short moment as he scanned her from head to toe. Noa looked down at herself, suddenly self-conscious about the outfit she had come up with in the middle of her second year, fiddling with the hem of the black fabric. To be fair, it was not entirely her own creation. The student from the support course who had helped design it had made a couple of changes, claiming Noa's original idea had been too conservative for someone aiming to be a top 10 hero. Noa asked what was wrong with her costume. Aizawa dismissed it, though his eyes lingered on the skin-tight suit a second longer than necessary. Noa teased him about staring and called him Teach. Aizawa insisted he was not staring and quickly averted his eyes to the hallway behind her, saying they should get going. Noa accused him of changing the subject. The city outside UA was never truly asleep, Noa had learned that the hard way. By midnight she was spent, panting on one of the rooftops from which she could oversee nearly the whole suburban area. She had not known what to expect from her first patrol with Aizawa, but it certainly had not been this exhausting. She had never felt so worn out before, not during sports nor during her prior work study under 𝐥𝐸. Her skin glistened with sweat, illuminated by the full moon high in the starless sky. The occasional cool breeze felt like heaven, and she let out a content sigh while dangling her feet from the edge of the rooftop. From up here she could see large parts of the sleepless city, street lamp glow trickling into narrow alleys and the occasional headlight flickering as a lone car passed by. Noa's gaze flicked to Aizawa, who stood a few feet away staring down at the quiet city below, always ready to spring into action. Working with him felt very different from working with 𝐥𝐸. With the ninja hero she had hardly faced more than one villain per patrol and had been too busy to keep up appearances like interviews or meet and greets. She had hated pretending to be cheerful for the cameras while the world was still burning. Still, 𝐥𝐸 would always hold a special place in her heart for being the first to take her in and become her mentor. He simply was not the kind of hero she wanted to become. With Aizawa it was different. Only a couple of hours into her first patrol with him they had nearly matched the number of small incidents she had handled during her entire time with 𝐥𝐸. They had mostly caught petty criminals and drunks, but she felt like she was doing something meaningful. Aizawa mused that she seemed out of breath, a tiny smirk on his face as he watched her pant from where he sat. Noa shook her head and insisted she was fine, though her limbs tingled from overusing her. Keeping up with Aizawa required constant use of her shadows to travel. She could not fathom how he moved so fast with only his scarf. Aizawa hummed with approval and returned his gaze to the city. Their conversations tended to be short. Noa had noted early on that he was not one for small talk. She had never considered herself a big conversationalist either, but lately Yuna had pushed her into gossip and Noa found she did not mind it as much as she had thought. Wanting to fill the silence, Noa mentioned that summer camp was coming up. Aizawa told her that Nizu wanted to speak with her about it and asked if she could come to school Friday afternoon. Noa shrugged and said she had nothing planned and would be there. A comfortable silence fell between them, broken only by the faint buzz of a neon sign from a convenience store below. Her eyes grew heavy and a small yawn escaped. Her phone read 1:30 a.m. Aizawa reminded her that she should arrive well rested. Noa protested that she was not tired, but another yawn interrupted her. Aizawa rolled his eyes at her obvious exhaustion. Noa admitted she might indeed be tired and challenged him to keep her awake. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, questioning what she expected him to do. Noa tapped her fingers against the concrete roof in a steady rhythm and repeated that he should entertain her. Aizawa gently reminded her of his role as her teacher. Noa smirked at his response and Aizawa let out a resigned huff. Pleased with herself, she stretched and sat upright, leaning back on her hands and stretching her legs out before her. She was tempted to close her eyes and rest for a moment, but she doubted Aizawa would allow it from the way he kept watching her. Being so close to him felt unsettling. Whenever her eyes lingered on him too long, she felt a tightening in her chest and her heart began to race. She disliked the way her pulse quickened, the clamminess of her hands, and how she kept searching for something in his voice that was not there. She chastised herself for letting those thoughts take hold and reminded herself repeatedly that he was her teacher and mentor. She half blamed Yuna for planting the idea in her head. Noa Tsukikage did not allow herself to fall for people easily. She kept her relationships distant to avoid getting hurt. That had been the way she was raised and the lesson her mother had taught her. Aizawa remained watchful, his expression unreadable as they sat in companionable silence under the moon, both alert to the city and to the quiet that passed between them. Through her actions and through her words, Noa often thought late at night about how her life might have been if her father had not died that day. She imagined a different home, maybe even a real family like the ones in the 90s sitcoms she had watched as a child. She knew, however, that those were only wishes to cradle in the dark fairy tales that did not match the cruelty of the real world. Aizawa's monotone voice snapped Noa out of her thoughts as he asked if she was all right and noted that she had been staring. Noa felt heat rise to her cheeks and hung her head in embarrassment. There was no witty comeback to save her from the shame she felt. For a moment she had a reckless thought about jumping off the building, then dismissed it as a bad idea. Aizawa told her to get up and not let herself get distracted before he launched himself off the roof, scarf ready. Noa muttered that she would not dream of letting herself be distracted, addressing him as Teach, and followed him into the darkness of the night. Principal Nizu was a strange little individual. Not only was he a talking mouse, but also a highly intelligent one. The headmaster unnerved Noa at times. He always seemed one step ahead and often knew things about people they themselves had not realized. Despite that, she respected him and would not dare to retaliate against him. Nizu greeted Noa as Miss Tsukikage with a polite smile as he rose from his chair, which looked far too large for him. He invited her to sit and offered Earl Grey tea. Noa gently shook her head and slid into the chair opposite his, taking a moment to look around. The last time she had been in his office was near the end of her first year, after a fight with a general education student who had taunted her about her father's death. In response, she had used her quirk to paralyze him and make him stop. It had not been her most heroic moment, but it had stopped the teasing. Nizu's office had not changed much. Tall windows with heavy curtains let slanted strips of daylight fall across concrete walls lined with shelves of old UA memorabilia. In one corner, beside black sofas, a small table held a tray with many different teas, from herbal blends to fruity mixes. Nizu set down his cup and turned his full attention to Noa, observing that she must be wondering why he had called her in. Noa asked if she was in trouble. The headmaster chuckled and shook his head, assuring her that she was not in trouble and saying he had a proposition for her. Noa frowned and waited for him to continue. Nizu reminded her that the first years, including Aizawa's Class 1A, would be leaving for their summer camp soon. He proposed that, since she was doing her work-study under Aizawa, she accompany them on the trip and serve as an aide while there. Noa hesitated and expressed uncertainty. Nizu explained that he had scheduled the third-year training camp a week later so she would not miss her final trip with her peers. She stared at the polished mahogany desk, unsure she fit the role. Impulsive, impatient, and often annoyed by children and teens were not traits one would expect in an aide. Aizawa had said as much himself. Noa told him she was flattered but did not think she was cut out for the position. Nizu's whiskers twitched in amusement as he said he understood she mostly worked alone, but believed it would be a good opportunity and that Aizawa would guide her every step of the way, chuckling as if he knew something she did not. After a moment's hesitation, Noa agreed to do it. She left the headmaster's office with mixed feelings, telling herself it would not be so bad and that it would work out. Aizawa would be there after all. More practically, The trip meant she would not be at home with her mother. Lately things had grown worse. Her mother was drunk more often and released her frustrations on Noa. It had not turned physical again since the incident a few weeks back, but Noa knew how quickly things could change. Chatter and loud laughter coming from the roof interrupted her thoughts. Curious she had not expected many people to be on campus during summer break. Noa climbed the stairs to investigate. As she neared the roof she could hear excitement, splashing and laughter. The students were at the pool. She almost turned back when an angry-sounding voice called to her, addressing her as extra and asking what she was doing up there. Noa raised a brow and turned to the source of the voice. The speaker was a spiky-haired blonde she recognized as Katsuki Bakugo, the winner of the first-year sports festival, who stared at her with a mixture of annoyance and curiosity. She had noticed Bakugo before for causing too much commotion to ignore. Everybody knew about the kid who had to get muzzled during the ceremony. Noa couldn't blame him. She understood the source of his frustration, even if nearly biting All Might's hand off was an extreme reaction. Bakugo barked at her, angrily demanding to know why she was staring and whether she was mute. Noa shrugged and retorted, teasing him by calling him Explosion Boy and reminding him that was no way to speak to his upperclassmen. Bakugo scoffed and shot back with another insult. Noa answered in kind, calling him a hedgehog, and her patience began to fray. Izuku Midoriya arrived in the doorway with a can of soda, and he greeted the group with a surprised, friendly note, addressing Bakugo by the nickname Kaken. Noa allowed a teasing grin at the nickname and commented that it was cute, which only drew a sharp, dismissive retort from Bakugo. Midoriya quickly diffused the tension by turning to Noa and explaining that Principal Nizu had asked her to stop by his office and that she had heard the commotion on her way back. Noa explained she had come from Nizu's office and glanced toward Class 1A, who were splashing around in the pool preparing for endurance training ahead of the training camp. Noa watched the boys leap from their starting blocks, each using their quirks to surge ahead. Her attention then drifted to two students sitting at the pool's edge. The smaller of the two wore a smug smirk that made Noa uncomfortable. Being watched like that had become a familiar, unwelcome sensation in her neighborhood, but it was unnerving to be stared at by a younger, aspiring hero. Before she could ignore him, a small shove against her side knocked her off balance on the slick tiles. The smaller boy hid his hands behind his back and stared with a self-satisfied expression as Noa's foot slipped. She pitched sideways and tumbled into the pool. Midoriya called out Noa's name with concern as she hit the water. The cold shocked the air from her lungs. She surfaced coughing and gasping, hair plastered to her face and water streaming down her sleeves. Her clothes were soaked and clung to her, leaving her embarrassed. One of the girls at the pool rushed forward to help, apologizing for the accident. Noa turned her glare toward the small boy who had pushed her, then hauled herself out of the pool and began wringing water from her clothes. Bakugo shouted a comment about her dive, earning a good-natured slap on the back from his red-haired friend. Noa felt rage flare at the humiliation and the thought of retaliating crossed her mind, but she forced herself to calm down and be the bigger person. A short while later, Noa and her friend Yuna found themselves roaming a crowded shopping mall. Noa complained internally that when Yuna had said she wanted to shop for the trip, she had not expected to spend so long trying on crop tops. Yuna re-emerged from a dressing room to ask whether the yellow or the pink top suited her better. Noa picked the yellow without much enthusiasm, and Yuna went back to change again. They moved from store to store, Yuna full of energetic commentary while Noa followed more patiently. The mall was unusually packed for a Saturday, and the two upcoming heroes drew little notice among the rushing shoppers. In one shop with a big Wookiees sign and a sale poster, Yuna dashed to a rack of branded swimwear while Noa scanned the store for a place to sit. Yuna explained she was looking for a new swimsuit for an upcoming vacation, and she considered whether to get a playful set with hero-themed designs. Noa listened, not quite as excited by novelty swimwear, and wandered down an aisle of basics. She realized she needed to replace some worn items and picked out a few practical pieces. At the mirror, Noa compared her options and finally chose something simple and comfortable. The price surprised her, but she accepted it and prepared to meet Yuna to finish the afternoon's errands. At least it was 50% off. Noa was about to turn away from the clothing rack to find Yuna when she saw a familiar figure a little way away in the men's section. Tall, dark messy hair and a lean build, he was meandering through a section of black shirts. Noa confirmed her suspicion. Shouta Aizawa was standing just a few feet ahead. What a coincidence! Noa spoke his name before thinking. Aizawa tensed, casting a withering look over his shoulder to see which student had found him, then gave a curt nod in acknowledgement and kept his expression guarded, as if leaving her some dignity after an awkward incident at the pool a few days earlier. He asked what she was doing there. Noa answered that she was shopping. Aizawa stared for a second, and Noa silently chastised herself for drawing attention. He asked if she was alone, looking briefly around the area. Noa said she was not alone and explained she was with Yuna to pick up essentials for summer camp. Aizawa glanced at her with a flat expression, and Noa felt her cheeks warm. At that moment Yuna appeared from around the corner carrying a stack of summer gear, as if she had heard Noa's silent wish. Aizawa acknowledged her while keeping his attention on Noa. Yuna mentioned summer camp and asked if Noa was going. Aizawa confirmed he had heard about it. Yuna then teased that she and Noa were very close, claiming Noa as her girlfriend of 3 years. Noa quickly corrected her and nudged Yuna in the side to stop the joke. Noa clarified that Yuna was joking and that she did not have a secret boyfriend, especially not someone from their grade. Aizawa watched the exchange with slight amusement and noted that Noa seemed more relaxed around her peers than she had been earlier in the year. Yuna, unabashed, asked whether Aizawa had a girlfriend or wife. Aizawa replied that he did not, and Noa felt his gaze on her and grew more uncomfortable. Aizawa warned them not to spread rumors or they would be in trouble, and Yuna promised they would not. He shook his head with mild amusement, said he should get going, and told Noa he would see her on Monday. He left the store. Noa and Yuna exchanged their own goodbyes. After he left, Noa turned to a nearby rack of tops and flipped through packaged clothing in silence. Yuna lingered behind, peeking at her face and asking if she was blushing. Noa swatted Yuna's hand away and at first denied it, then admitted she was blushing and called the encounter awkward. Yuna said the question about relationships seemed natural. Noa insisted she was not interested in romance, then turned toward the front desk to pay, pulling her wallet out with more attitude than she intended. Noticing Noa's change in mood, Yuna stepped back and apologized for pushing, giving her space. Noa sighed and felt guilty for snapping at her friend. Even if she had annoyed her at times, she did not deserve that. Noa apologized and suggested they should just gather their things. 1 week flew by in the blink of an eye. Before Noa knew it, she was in the front seat of the bus to the campsite, watching tall buildings blur and fade into dense forests. The quiet hum of the engine was overshadowed by the excited chatter coming from Class 1. Noa leaned against the window, cheek pressed lightly to the cool glass, eyes half-lidded as the city slowly gave way to winding roads and green blur. Her reflection stared back at her in the glass. Pale skin, deep shadows under her eyes, and hair braided messily with bangs falling loose. Despite their trip, Aizawa had worked her relentlessly the last week with combat training sessions and difficult quirk practice. That, combined with their nightly patrols, had tired her out more than she cared to admit. The man sat beside her with his head tipped back against the seat, arms folded over his chest, fast asleep. He had stayed that way since they had first taken off. Noa found herself studying his profile in quiet fascination, wondering how he could sleep in such an atmosphere. Behind her the bus was alive with chatter. Noa could not blame them after all, this was their first ever UA summer camp. She could hear Bakugo arguing with Mina Ishido in the back, their animated voices carried even above the others talking. About halfway through the ride, Noa decided to try to get at least a little shut-eye before they arrived. Plugging in her earphones, the hero in training turned the volume up enough to drown out Class 1A and leaned against the cool glass. Much to her own surprise, sleep came sooner than she expected. Aizawa's training must have tired her more than she'd thought. When Noa's eyes opened again, she found herself leaning against a far softer surface than the seat. In her groggy state she first thought she was still at home in bed, that the bus ride had been merely a dream. Turning to the side, She discovered with mortification that she was inside a bus and the soft surface she had leaned on for the past few hours was Aizawa Shouta, who was awake and already watching her with an unreadable expression. Noa jerked her head away from his shoulder and hit the window with a sharp hiss, her face flushing. At least she had not drooled on him in her sleep. For a moment neither of them spoke. Only then did she notice how quiet the bus had become. When she turned, Class 1A was gone. It was just him and her. Noa asked where the students were, still groggy from sleep and avoiding the awkwardness of the moment. Aizawa answered curtly that they were training, a devious smirk appearing on his face. He explained that he had let them off earlier to start training with the wild pussycats and that they should arrive at the camp around noon. Noa tried to make sense of the fragments of memory from the previous night and apologized for falling asleep on him. Aizawa shrugged and remarked that it was not the first time something like this had happened. He stretched and Noa felt a rush of embarrassment at the situation, quickly looking away and forcing herself to change the subject. Aizawa then told her not to stress so much and that he suspected she might have had a concussion, which helped explain the gaps in her memory. Noa slumped back in her seat and buried her face in her hands, mentally comparing this to the time she had been pushed into the pool a few weeks earlier. Aizawa remained a constant, if awkward, presence. He told her they should arrive soon and that she should pack up her things. The sun was low on the horizon, painting the sky a dim gold, when the bus finally stopped in front of the training camp building. Mandalay and Pixie Bob were already there with bright smiles. The wild pussycats had always seemed a bit eccentric to Noa, but she was glad to see the cat heroines' familiar faces. After a quick introduction, Noa joined them in the kitchen to help prepare a meal for the arriving students. She was not a terrible cook, and chopping vegetables proved a useful distraction from the awkwardness of the bus. The cat heroine's curiosity, however, soon poked through. Mandalay asked if Noa was Eraser's assistant. Noa confirmed that she was doing a work study with him. Mandalay raised an eyebrow in surprise and commented that she would not have expected Aizawa to take on work-study students. Pixie Bob added that Noa must have made quite an impression to be the first work-study student he had brought there. Noa shrugged and added the chopped carrots into the pan with the other sizzling vegetables, focusing on the task at hand. She had never really questioned why exactly Aizawa had taken her on or whether there was a larger reason behind it. She had assumed she had bothered him enough until he gave in. Sometimes there simply wasn't any special reason, and if there was it certainly wasn't something working in her favor. Things rarely went her way. She had to work hard for them. Noa finished chopping the last onions, added them into the pot of curry, and stirred until the contents turned an orange-brown color. By the time the sun dipped lower, Class 1A arrived at the lodge, slowly but surely. Noa bit back a smirk as she watched the students trudge inside, their clothes sweaty and streaked with mud. Aizawa must have really put them through something. She could not remember Mike ever treating her own class that way. Noa and the pussycats carried the massive pots out to the outdoor tables, much to the delight of the hungry students. Unsure where to sit, Noa perched near a group of girls she had seen on the bus, listening as they talked about their journey to the lodge while she ate in silence. She did not mind. It was far better than being grilled by Pixie Bob again or embarrassing herself in front of Aizawa. She had done enough of that for the day. Still, she found herself glancing over to the other table, where Aizawa appeared to be chatting with Mandalay. Over time she noticed small things about him. How his eyebrows crinkled slightly whenever his hair tickled his face, the faint twitch of his left eye when one of his students grew louder than expected, and the sharp line of his jaw that had been hidden under his scarf for as long as she could remember. His eyes flicked toward her for a second, and Noa turned away to face Kirishima and Kaminari, who were eagerly devouring plates of meat. Stars dotted the dark sky by the time the students finished their meals, each of them groaning from how full they felt. Noa could not remember the last time she had eaten so much. She had not even experienced half of what Class 1A had endured that day, though she had spent her day in her own way. After everything was cleaned up and the students were enjoying the hot springs, Mandalay offered to show Noa to her room. Noa trailed behind the cat heroine and Aizawa, hands tucked into her jacket pockets and her travel bag slung over her shoulder. They climbed a flight of stairs to the staff rooms, which she recognized from her time at the camp, though this was the first time she had seen them in person. Mandalay stopped in front of a dark wooden door and cheerfully indicated that this would be Noah's room. Noah blinked, hoping she had misheard after such a long day. Sharing a room with Aizawa seemed destined for disaster on her account. Aizawa looked as perplexed as she felt, lifting an eyebrow at Mandalay's words with a slight crease in his forehead. Mandalay offered an apologetic explanation that they had to rearrange the housing last minute. Kota had insisted on staying in his own space, and since Noah's stay had not been planned, they were short one room. She gave a regretful smile and handed each of them a small key. She pointed out that a bathroom was attached to the room and mentioned that she had to tuck in Kota soon before leaving them alone in the corridor. They stood awkwardly in front of the door. Noah broke the silence, put her key into the lock, and opened the door with a sharp creak. The cabin was cozy, simple wooden interior, a small desk, a woven rug in the middle, and a window that looked out toward the treeline where cicadas filled the quiet night. There was only one problem: a single, neatly made queen-sized bed occupied the center of the room. Noah's jaw dropped. She pictured how Yuna would react and imagined the teasing remarks the sunny hero would likely make if she could see her now. Noah told Aizawa that there might be a small problem. Aizawa looked over from his luggage, equally baffled, and registered the bed-shaped predicament. Noah offered that she could sleep outside, mentioning with a faint smile that she had slept under the stars before. The memory of middle school nights spent away from home came back to her, and despite their grim origin, those nights held a certain fondness. Aizawa gave her a sharp look and refused the idea of her sleeping outside. Noah shrugged and insisted she had slept in worse places. A hint of worry flickered in Aizawa's dark eyes as he said they would address that another time, but he was not going to let her sleep on the dirt. Aizawa clarified that he had not said they would share the bed. Instead, he would sleep on the floor. He produced a yellow sleeping bag from his luggage and spread it out a couple of feet away from the bed, entirely unbothered. Noah frowned as she watched him arrange it and finally told him that the whole arrangement was ridiculous. Noah insisted that he was the teacher and should take the bed. Aizawa replied that since she was the student she should stop arguing. Noah refused to give in completely and told him that he'd take it tomorrow because he clearly needed the rest, a comment she mostly muttered to herself, but Aizawa's small smirk showed he had heard her. Noah kicked off her boots and threw herself onto the bed, tossing a pillow toward Aizawa, who was curled into his sleeping bag and mumbled that he wouldn't let anyone get a stiff neck under her watch. A few minutes of heavy silence passed. Noah listened to the faint creak of the floorboards every time Aizawa adjusted his position on the ground and stared at the ceiling, trying to force sleep. Although exhausted, her mind would not settle. She risked occasional glances toward him. Moonlight through the tall window left his face mostly in shadow. His expression remained unreadable, but his breathing was steady, suggesting he was already asleep or close to it. Noah rolled onto her other side to turn her back to him, yet she stayed hyper-aware of the other presence in the cabin. Noah whispered his name into the darkness and Aizawa hummed quiet acknowledgement. She admitted that she could not sleep, but he did not react, turning back and closing his eyes. She tried again, asking why he had taken her on as a work study after Pixie Bob had asked earlier, but Aizawa's gruff voice cut across the room and ordered Tsukikage to go to sleep. Noah closed the conversation by wishing him good night. After 2 days at the training camp, Noah had learned one thing for sure. Aizawa Shouta deserved a medal for keeping up with those kids every day for the last couple of months. Mineta and Kaminari in particular were draining. In the span of 48 hours, Noah's patience frayed each time either of the boys glanced her way, and she admitted to herself she had been tempted more than once to use her shadows on Mineta during training. Not every student in Class 1A was a nuisance, though. Noah had taken a liking to several of them, especially Jairu and Uraraka, who were quiet and respectful and would not pester her about her rumored relationship with Mr. Aizawa. Bakugo, despite his arrogance and occasional insults, entertained her. Their banter reminded her of having a younger brother. Her favorite, perhaps with some bias, was Tokoyami, partly because of his quirk, Dark Shadow. Aizawa had paired Noah with Tokoyami for quirk exercises, claiming she would know best how to handle his ability. That was how Noah found herself leaning against the jagged wall of a cave near the campsite, watching Tokoyami try to gain control over Dark Shadow and failing repeatedly. She idly played with a small stone she had picked up hours earlier, watching him strain. Noa had no real training plan and did not know why Aizawa trusted her to teach the boy. Her usual method was brutal. She would push herself until exhaustion, until her hands grew translucent and useless and collapse. It damaged her body, but it had worked in the past. Those tactics were useless against Dark Shadow, however. Noa suggested a short break when Tokoyami panted and tried again. The boy protested that he could do one more attempt. Noa sighed and slid down to rest against the cave wall, looking out across the camp where students from both classes trained under Aizawa and Vlad King. Their drills were relentless and designed to push the trainees to their limits. Tokoyami admitted he could not get a hold of Dark Shadow as the creature expanded to fill nearly every corner of the cavern. Noa propped herself up and, with a brief, practiced movement of her hand, activated her quirk and took control of the shadow. Tokoyami exhaled in relief and collapsed to the floor beside her, grateful for the assistance. Tokoyami asked how she could do it so effortlessly. Noa shrugged and explained that it was the product of a lot of training, time, and having been labeled a villain, she kept the details vague. When Tokoyami asked why anyone would call her a villain, Noa only said that some things had happened and then pushed herself upright, hands on her hips. She told him firmly that he would gain control over Dark Shadow at least once before she would let him leave the cave. By dinner, Noa relented and allowed Tokoyami to join the others, since he had managed, at last, to shrink Dark Shadow back to a more manageable size after their short conversation. Teaching and coaching had left her worn out in a different way from the students. The mental effort had drained her as much as physical training drained them. She needed to clear her head, so she decided to take a walk through the woods. Generally, Noa was not one for the great outdoors, but tonight the quiet suited her. She did not hate the countryside. She was a city girl at heart. The hustle and bustle, the chaos, the anonymity gave her an odd comfort. Still, walking beneath tall treetops under a starry sky made her feel almost at peace. She liked how quiet it was. No cars, no drunken voices in dark alleys, no distant music, only the soft hum of insects and a warm summer breeze through the leaves. When she reached a clearing inside the dense forest, Noa leaned against a tree and took out a pack of Marlboros from her jacket pocket. She placed a cigarette between her lips, lit it with a flick of her thumb, and let out a long breath as the nicotine settled in. She looked up at a night sky unclouded by city smog, where a single shooting star streaked across for a moment. She did not make a wish. She believed, as she had read before, that destiny was shaped by people rather than by stars. Still, they were pleasant to look at. She sat quietly for a while, taking in the scenery. She thought she heard distant voices in the woods but decided they were probably students sneaking a moment before curfew. She had done the same during her own summer camps and chose not to investigate. When the cigarette had burned down to a stub, Noa stubbed it out on the dirt to avoid starting a fire, then headed back to the lodge. The camp was utterly silent on her arrival. The students lay asleep from the strain of their training. Despite her earlier complaints, Noa did not feel tired. She felt drained but not exhausted, and the presence of the man she shared a room with was enough of a distraction to keep her awake. Rather than climb the stairs to her room, she made her way to the nearby hot springs the students had used after training. The springs were empty now. She wrapped a towel around herself and stepped into the steaming water, letting the warmth rise to her shoulders. The heat eased her muscles and she breathed out, grateful for the respite. A small ripple and a low, familiar hum came from the other side of the bamboo divider and startled her. Noa called into the darkness, and Aizawa identified himself from behind the divider. Her body tensed for a moment, feeling exposed despite the bamboo wall. Instinct made her settle deeper into the water, though there was little chance he could see her through the divider. A small splash from his side suggested he had shifted his position. They sat in silence for a while, each on their own side. Noa stared at the water and her reflection. She had never been the type to worry about appearances, but in Aizawa's presence she found herself noticing small imperfections she had never cared about before, like a slightly chipped front tooth or the hollowness of her cheeks. Aizawa remarked that he had not seen her at dinner. Noa shrugged and explained that she had needed time to think. When she teased that he must have missed her, she imagined him rolling his eyes and heard the low sigh that followed. Aizawa warned her not to push it, and his tone held no real threat. Noa thought she could even hear his breath hitch slightly. Aizawa asked how she was holding up with Tokoyami. Noa admitted, bluntly and without a light tone, that she felt like a poor teacher and that nothing she had told Tokoyami seemed to help. She admitted feeling unsure how to help him take control of his quirk. Aizawa listened, humming thoughtfully. Noa went on about her own experience with shadows, saying she had not had control for a long time and that her mother had once taken her to a therapist to try to help. The attempted therapy had not been successful, and she had mostly learned to manage over time. Aizawa advised patience. He said to give Tokoyami time and not to force control. After a short pause, Aizawa said he was heading to bed and suggested she should not stay up much longer. Noa replied that she would not and wished him good night. His footsteps faded away, leaving her alone with the warmth of the water and the echo of his words. Noa exhaled and sank deeper into the hot spring until the water reached her chin. Above her, the stars freckled the night sky, Perseus and Andromeda shining brightest. The next day, Noa took Aizawa's advice to heart and gave Tokoyami space to practice his quirk. To her surprise, it began to respond. Not much at first, but gradually he gained more control over his dark shadow. By dinner he had even managed to shrink it back to its original size once. That evening the wild pussycats asked Noa to assist with the test of courage since the teachers were occupied with a remedial class. Instead of staying in her room to read, she walked through the woods to keep an eye on the students and make sure they behaved. It did not bother her much. There was rarely trouble at a school full of aspiring heroes. She found a seat on a tree branch and leaned against the bark to watch Class 1B plan their scare strategy for Class 1A. Their plan, combining Kodai's and Hananuki's quirks to burst up from the mud, worked well and had even made Bakugo and Todoroki jump. From her perch high above, Noa had seen the flinch and mentally catalogued it for later use on the spiky-haired blonde. She noticed Uraraka and Tiu making their way toward the group when a foul smell hit her, a mix of smoke and something rotten. Instantly she held her breath. For a moment she suspected one of the students, but a shrill scream echoed through the trees and a flare of blue light chased the doubt away. Adrenaline pushed Noa off the branch. She kept a hand over her nose in case the smoke was toxic. Its odd purple tint suggested it might be. Her priority was to get away from the source and to help anyone in danger. She activated her quirk and slipped from shadow to shadow beneath the trees, using the thin S of moonlight to guide her. She stopped when she heard familiar voices nearby. Katsuki Bakugo cursed and held a hand over the lower half of his face to block the smoke. Shoto Todoroki observed that there must be some sort of gas user villain nearby and stood next to them with one of Class 1B slung over his shoulders, unconscious. Noa stepped out of the nearest shadow with a grim expression and a flicker of mischief at having startled the two boys. She thought of them as scaredy cats. Bakugo muttered an insult and bristled in anger. Noa ignored him and glanced at the unconscious student on Todoroki's back, asking what had happened. Todoroki explained that they had found the boy exposed to the fog for too long and that he was worried about the others still in the forest. Noa considered the scene. From what she could tell, there were multiple villains, perhaps 5 or 6, and it did not look like a random attack. Unlike the USJ incident, All Might was not present here, so whatever they were after had to be something or someone else. She warned the boys to fall back and not to engage until given the order, though her voice came out shakier than she would have liked. Bakugo asked which group had been ahead of them. Noa answered that it had been Tokoyami and Shoji. Hearing Tokoyami's name made Noa freeze. In these conditions, the bird-headed student would struggle without full control of his shadow quirk. Their attention shifted as Bakugo froze and stared. A few meters ahead, a man in a black straitjacket crouched over something on the ground. Noa stepped in front of the boys instinctively and prayed it was not one of the students. Bakugo inched forward and asked about the figure. Noa confirmed the location of Tokoyami's group and then watched as the man turned. Every hair on Noa's body rose at the sight. The man wore a black straitjacket and had a device over his mouth. The only visible part beneath the restraints was his mouth, which revealed unnaturally sharp teeth. He liked his lips in a disturbing, animalistic way. The man muttered to himself in a disjointed stream about something beautiful and about having to do a job, but his words were fragmented and unsettling. Bakugo dismissed him as crazy and charged without hesitation. Noa cursed at the stubborn boy and barely managed to dodge a burst of sharp projectiles that shot toward her, yanking Bakugo out of the path before he could be struck. She scolded him internally for ignoring her order. Another volley of fang-like projectiles came their way. Todoroki reacted quickly and formed an ice wall to block the attack for the moment. Bakugo said he did not care. Noa pulled him back by the shoulders and told him to stay put and let her fight. The dark-haired girl slipped into the shadows, moving from one pocket of shade to another until she emerged from a treetop and dropped down toward the villain. The villain anticipated the attack and drove his teeth into the ground to evade, his quirk letting him move effortlessly through the cramped terrain. Noa wished she had her support items. Her newest gloves, which emitted a low-frequency hum that stabilized her quirk enough to shape shadows into whip-like forms, would have made the difference. She barely had time to register the lack of her costume and gear before another set of sharp teeth was launched at her. She sidestepped, letting the projectile graze her cheek. She hissed as it left a shallow cut across her left cheek. The villain was fast, she admitted to herself. The villain murmured about flesh being pretty. Noa retorted that if he wanted pretty, he would get pretty, and charged. She flickered through shadows, appearing and disappearing to dodge the attacks he threw at her. She landed a precise kick to his stomach and sent him flying into a tree. Bakugo whistled and complimented the move. Noa smirked and returned her focus to the villain, who was already upright again, braced on his teeth. The villain muttered about slabs of meat. Before Noa could prepare another strike, Mandalay's voice rang in her head reporting that the villains had targeted a student named Kaken. She glanced at the blonde boy, who looked confused and irritated. What could the villains possibly want with Katsuki Bakugo? The momentary distraction was all the villain needed to counterattack. A flash of white plunged toward her. A sharp white projectile struck Noa's shoulder, forcing her to cry out and stumble backward as she clutched it, warmth spreading through her sleeve. She blinked hard to steady herself and slid back into a defensive position. In the distance, footsteps approached and trees crashed as someone closed in. Noa dove into a nearby shadow just in time to avoid Dark Shadow, who launched the teeth villain away in a single swift move. Tokoyami signaled for light. On his cue, Todoroki and Bakugo activated their quirks, allowing Tokoyami to regain control over Dark Shadow. Tokoyami thanked them, breathing heavily, as Shoji and Midoriya arrived close behind. Todoroki glanced cautiously at the knocked-out teeth villain slumped against a tree and asked who he was. Noa said she did not know and held her throbbing shoulder, hoping he was out cold. Her gaze moved from the villain to a bruised Midoriya propped on Shoji's shoulders. Noa told him they should head back to camp because it was too dangerous to stay out here. Tokoyami agreed and framed their task as getting Bakugo to safety by protecting him. Midoriya chimed in with a plan, suggesting that one route might draw the attention of enemies and proposing a more direct path. He and Tokoyami discussed using Shoji's search ability, Todoroki's freezing power, Tsukikage's shadows, and Dark Shadow since Tokoyami could control him. Midoriya mused that with a group like theirs they could handle a lot. Noa watched the spiky-haired blonde becoming increasingly irritated by the others planning around him. She had learned that Katsuki Bakugo hated being seen as weak or a burden. She doubted he would accept being coddled. As she suspected, Bakugo said he would be fine on his own, his frustration evident. Todoroki offered to surround him as they walked. Bakugo snapped that he did not need their protection. Noa sighed and told him to stop being so difficult and to listen for once. Before Bakugo could finish, he and Noa were suddenly pulled into a swirling, marble-like prison. Being trapped inside a villain magician's glass sphere was not how Noa had expected her evening to go. She floated weightless in an unnerving white space, a strange sensation like birds in a cage wings but no freedom. There was no way to use her quirk, the bright atmosphere seemed to block it. Her only hope was the 4 kids on the outside, 2 of whom were already battered. She wondered if Aizawa would come looking for her. She was his work study, after all. Maybe he could neutralize the villain's quirk and free her like the hero from the stories she had read as a child, except his armor was a black suit and a white scarf. Noa lost track of time inside the sphere. There were no clocks, just endless white. Minutes, hours she could not tell. She hoped it had not been long. When the marble finally released its hold, the scene outside looked grim for the heroes. Noa hit the ground with a sharp groan as pain flared through her shoulder where it had been struck. She landed hard on the cold dirt and tried to steady herself. She barely had time to catch her breath before a round of horrified gasps and yelps pulled her eyes upward, just in time to see Bakugo yanked into a dark warp gate. A villain smirked and declared that it was checkmate. Pushing herself upright with a grunt, Noa reacted first. She was closer to the villains than the others. With one final leap, the trainee hero dove through the portal after the blonde, ignoring the panicked cries of younger students who could only watch as the gate snapped shut behind her. A few moments later, the remaining staff gathered at the training grounds. Not long after the villains left, ambulances and firefighters arrived. Of the 41 students, 15 were unconscious and in serious condition from the gas, 11 were injured, 13 were physically unharmed, and 2 were missing. The summer training camp everyone had been looking forward to had turned into a disaster. Shouta Aizawa paced restlessly in his shared room, replaying the scene over and over as he searched for the missing students. He kept counting the students, each time finding the 2 absent. The screams of despair and the blank expressions on his students' faces haunted him every time he closed his eyes. The smell of burning wood lingered over the training grounds, ash and smoke dulling the starry sky. He clenched his fist. He was meant to watch them, to be their mentor. How could he call himself a hero if he could not protect them? The helplessness took him back to when he was 17, watching Oboro Shirakumo buried under a collapsing building. The room felt oddly empty. He realized how much he had come to care about Noa Tsukikage more than the strictly professional relationship he had intended, though he would never say that aloud. He had grown to appreciate things about the dark-haired girl that others overlooked, the way she hid behind sarcasm and wit, her habit of tugging at her sleeves when nervous, how she avoided total darkness and always sought some source of light, how her voice softened when she was tired, and how her smile was slightly crooked in a way he found quietly endearing. And now she was gone, taken by villains with unknown motives. Shouta knew she was strong. She had earned top places in the sports festival for 3 straight years. Still, he could not silence the small voice at the back of his mind that asked what if she was not all right. He feared the worst. The villain's leader had shown a willingness to go to extremes to make a point, so Shouta had no idea what they might be planning with Noa. Hizashi's voice broke through the static of his thoughts. Hizashi called his name softly, his usual booming tone replaced by a gentler note. Shouta let himself fall onto the bed where Noa had slept only hours before. The hoodie she always wore still hung over a chair, and the bed retained the faint scent of tobacco and black tea. Shouta mumbled that he could not save them. Hizashi reminded him that he had protected 39 other kids and that there was nothing more he could have done in that moment. Shouta insisted it was his fault and that he had been supposed to watch her. Mike tried to lighten the mood, saying that Tsukikage was strong and that he would be more concerned about the villains if she was in the room with them. Hizashi interrupted, telling Shouta not to dwell on self-blame and promising that they would get the missing students back. Shouta called out Hizashi's nickname and his voice cracked, and Hizashi had to fight back his own tears. He had not seen his friend so shaken since losing Oboro. Hizashi squeezed Shota's shoulder and told him not to give up hope, reminding him that those 2 were some of the most stubborn kids he had ever taught and would not go down without a fight. Shouta let out a dry, humorless chuckle and conceded that Hizashi was right. Hizashi smirked, though the expression did not fully reach his eyes, and told Shouta to stop moping because there was a staff meeting soon. Shouta said he would be there and asked for a minute. Hizashi warned him not to take too long or Tsukachi would begin the debrief without him. When Hizashi left the room, Shouta threw his head back and inhaled shakily. Despite his friend's attempts to cheer him, he still felt like a failure. He knew, however, that grieving someone who might yet be alive would not help. He took a final look around the cabin, his gaze lingering on Noa's oversized zip-up hoodie. The girl wore it everywhere, summer and winter, and it stood out against the emptiness of the room. Shouta stood and walked toward the deck chair, bracing himself for the meeting and the work ahead of finding the students who had been taken. Its fabric felt both familiar and foreign on his skin when he picked it up. He held it as if it could be taken from him at any moment, clutching it like a lifeline. He slipped the fabric into his bag and straightened, eyes hardening with determination beneath his mess of hair. It was Noah's, and he would get it back to her. He would go through every contact, every shadowed lead if he had to. He would drag her back from the dark himself if it came to that. When Noah came to again, the first thing she noticed was how utterly cold she felt. For a moment she forgot what had happened, but the confusion of waking on concrete instead of the warm bed in her shared room faded quickly. A throbbing ache in her shoulder reminded her of the fight with the teeth villain at the training camp and the subsequent capture of her and Bakugo. Bakugo was nowhere in sight. She scanned the cramped space, committing every detail to memory in case she needed to explain her location to rescuers. The room resembled a cell more than anything else. A dirty mattress, a few empty shelves, and nothing else of use. Her hands were bound by quirk-suppressing cuffs anchored to a piton driven into the concrete wall. There was no way to use her quirk and escape. As she regained her bearings, she heard voices outside the door. She shuffled as close as the chain allowed and closed her eyes to focus. She recognized the rough, smoky voice of the patchwork-clad thug who had taken Bakugo and the posh tone of the marble-voiced villain who had brought them in. Above them all she could hear an annoyed growl that unmistakably belonged to Katsuki Bakugo. The captors had separated them to prevent coordination. They had been smarter than she had expected. The patchwork villain told the others that he would check on their other recruit and would be right back. Heavy footsteps stopped in front of her door. Noa scrambled across the cold floor until her back hit the wall furthest from the entrance and braced herself. The door opened with a creak and a tall, broad-shouldered man entered with a smug expression. He was the Purple Flame leader of the group who had tried to break into the convenience store a couple of weeks earlier. He took a few steps toward her and leaned down to get a closer look. Noa met his gaze with anger and defiance, biting her lip to keep herself silent and avoid making the situation worse. The leader remarked that their reunion was long overdue and crouched to inspect her more closely. He examined the bindings and the room with a calculating interest, trying to intimidate her. She held her ground. He let his flames flicker at his fingertips and the heat licked close enough to singe her clothes, making her flinch and scramble in her restraints. She kicked and strained against the chain, but it held fast. A tense silence followed as she tried to steady her breathing. Footsteps approached again and the door opened to reveal another villain in a full-body suit that covered him from head to toe. The suited villain addressed the Purple Flame leader as Pyrison, mockingly calling him the worst person on Earth, and told Pyrison that the boss wanted to see him. Noa found herself alone on the cold floor after the intruders left. She lay unmoving for a while, stomach churning as bile rose to her throat. The shock of the attack lingered in her muscles, and tears pricked at her eyes as choked sobs escaped her cracked lips. Energy faded from her. Her limbs felt heavy and her head ached. She told herself it would not hurt to rest for a moment. When Noa opened her eyes again, she was not alone. The spiky-haired blonde leaned against the wall opposite her, staring with furrowed brows and his usual scowl. Bakugo noted that she looked awful. Noa thought that awful was an understatement. Her clothes were ripped in places, her hair a knotted mess from where the braids had fallen out, and raw red marks marred her pale skin like angry stains. She managed a humorless chuckle and told him thanks, voice raspy and throat dry. Bakugo tossed her shirt toward her and grumbled that she should at least put it on, his tone gruff but carrying unmistakable worry. Noa offered a small smile at the sight of him. At least he appeared unharmed. Bakugo scoffed matter-of-factly and insisted that a bunch of nutcases could not break him. Noa glanced toward the single-barred window near the ceiling. The faint light suggested evening. Between the attack on the training camp and now, she had no idea how much time had passed. Noa asked how long he had been there. Bakugo replied that it had been a couple of hours at most, and teased that she slept like a dead raccoon. She scowled and reminded him that she was still his upperclassman. He muttered an annoyed agreement while prodding at his restraints and trying to activate his quirk, releasing a frustrated grunt when a faint buzz drained the energy. He began to talk about blasting the door, and Noa replied that doing so would blow them both up. Bakugo shrugged and declared it might be worth it if it worked. Noa rolled her eyes at his theatrics, noting silently that subtleness was not in his nature. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the faint hum of lights and distant muffled voices beyond the wooden door. Bakugo flexed his wrists, frustration clear in every movement. Noticing her staring, he snapped that she was looking at him, and then called her an idiot before asking, abruptly and with rising voice, why she had jumped after him. Noa watched him stare at the concrete floor, hands clenched, and moved closer. She reached out and squeezed his shoulder as he tried to pull away. Bakugo muttered that she was here because of him and that she was hurt because of him. Noa cut him off softly and insisted that none of this was his fault. Bakugo muttered that it was bullshit. Noa explained that she had acted because it was her duty as a hero to protect people, that his safety mattered. Bakugo scoffed that she sounded like another rival, and Noa allowed a faint smile at the mention of their strange rivalry. After a moment she told him that their enemies would come for them, that they were probably already searching. Bakugo folded his arms and insisted he did not need anyone's help. Noa sighed and leaned against the cool concrete wall, exhaustion washing over her. A quiet yawn escaped as her eyes grew heavy. Bakugo whispered a quiet thank you later, and Noa thought that he sounded earnest. She closed her eyes, breathing slowly to steady herself, and drifted back toward sleep, replying that he was welcome. When Noa woke up again for a third time, Bakugo was gone. The side of the small storage room where he had been rested empty. They must have moved him again. Panic rose in Noa, but she forced herself to take deep breaths and calm down. They had not visibly harmed him before, she hoped that remained true. Her body ached in all the places that mattered. Bruises along her ribs had darkened into deep purple stains, and a cut inside her shoulder from an earlier fight had become red and swollen without proper care. She rubbed her side and tried to focus on the next steps. It felt strange to Noa that the attack on the training camp had been only a couple of days earlier. It seemed like weeks. The burns on her skin had started to scab and made her body tingle, but the cuffs on her wrists kept her from scratching. Movement felt foreign and slow, as if someone else were guiding her limbs and she were only watching. She tugged weakly at the cuffs once, then twice, and leaned her head back against the concrete. Voices from beyond the door came through muffled. It sounded like a televised press briefing. Villains were talking among themselves, including the volatile purple flame villain who had unknowingly saved her earlier. The thought sent a shiver over her. From the angry shouts and the occasional explosions, she suspected that Katsuki Bakugo was among them. When the background noise dimmed for a moment, she caught the low, rumbling voice of Shouta Aizawa. His tone brought her a fragile calm, and she imagined him arriving in his hero guise to protect and comfort her. She pictured him making sure she was safe, offering quiet support rather than words, and allowed herself to be soothed by the thought. Her stomach churned and her chest ached when she noticed how tired Aizawa sounded. He always bore weariness in his voice at times, but this felt heavier, almost defeated. She had not meant to cause him so much worry when she had jumped through the portal with Bakugo. She had never wanted to make him suffer. Explosions and shouting continued behind the door, but she refused to let herself spiral with worry about the younger hero. For the moment, she clung to the steady timbre of Aizawa's voice and the image of him there to make her feel safe. The argument and the press briefing carried on until the bell at the door chimed, and then everything shifted. A loud crash echoed through the underground bar and a commanding voice declared that they had arrived. Noa recognized All Might's presence and, with great effort, managed to get to her feet as the door flew open and a team of heroes rushed in. 𝐥𝐸 called her name as he moved forward and used his ability to cut through her restraints, catching her so she would not fall. Noa thanked him in a hoarse voice and kept a tight hold on her former mentor's arm, unable to trust her wobbly legs. Tendrils of wood spread through the cramped bar, binding the villains, clearly the work of 𝐥𝐸. Noa's eyes scanned the room until they met the familiar crimson glare she had been searching for. Katsuki Bakugo stood in the center, hot-tempered and scowling, while All Might tried to calm him. Bakugo raged about not having been frightened and that he could have escaped on his own, then suddenly began to cough violently. Dark, ashy clouds formed around the room and strange creatures emerged from them. Even in her haze, Noa realized they were coming from portals. One portal opened where Bakugo stood and swallowed him in an instant, leaving only a muddy splash on the floor. Noa stumbled forward and reached for him, calling his name, but he was gone. 𝐥𝐸 steadied her and wrapped an arm around her shoulder, reassuring her that she was safe now. His words offered little comfort. As long as Bakugo remained taken and the villains were at large, she could not feel secure. Still, she let herself lean into her mentor, allowing him to guide her out to the paramedics waiting outside the hideout. After that, everything blurred together. Reporters firing questions, paramedics working quickly, police swarming. She remembered passing towering heroes she had seen on advertisements, including the renowned Endeavor, who gave her a curt nod. Medics scanned her for injuries with practiced efficiency. She turned her head toward the gray-haired hero and called his name in a small, slurred voice, asking where they were going and insisting she did not want to go to a hospital. Aizawa looked down at her with pity and explained that with the extent of her injuries there was no choice but to receive hospital care. Noa protested weakly, but the medics tightened bandages and prepared her for transport. Time lost its shape. The rescue had felt endless. The ride and the examinations passed in flashes. Her mind spun through the past 48 hours like a loop. At last she sat alone in a hospital room at Tokyo Central Hospital, staring blankly out a large window where the stars shone steady and distant. 𝐥𝐸 had stayed by her side for almost the entire evening, only leaving briefly to bring something to eat for them both. In spite of the pain medication the paramedics had administered, Noa felt terrible. The doctors had said the wound on her shoulder had become seriously infected during her captivity, and the resulting fever left her shivering and weak. Her stomach twisted, cold sweat beaded at her neck and a bitter edge rose in her throat. She was certain she could not keep food down. Noa gripped the thin white sheets as another wave of nausea washed over her and forced herself to breathe deeply until it subsided. A careful knock at the door startled her. It was too tentative to be Yuna, and she knew 𝐥𝐸 would have let himself in. Sitting up, she called for whoever was outside to enter. The door slid open and Shouta Aizawa entered, closing it gently behind him. He looked exhausted despite the formal attire he had worn earlier, his hair tied half up so the dark circles under his eyes were visible. A younger-looking man in business clothes followed him, polite and professional. Noa assumed he was from the police or press. The man introduced himself as an investigator and explained he needed a statement to ensure accuracy. Aizawa gave a curt but reassuring nod. Noa agreed to cooperate and began to recount the last 2 days, starting from her fight with Moonfish, through encounters with other villains, and her time with the League, though she deliberately left out certain details. The investigator asked her to describe the villains from the camp. Noa hesitated, then described a masked man who called himself a magician and whose quirk could compress things into small marble-like spheres, a man with blue flames and an oddly patched face, and a blonde woman who used knives. She apologized for the vagueness, and the investigator told her not to rush. She added there were 2 more individuals she could remember, one in a full-body suit who seemed to have conflicting behavior, and another she recognized from a prior encounter. Noa mentioned a recent fight at a convenience store with a man named Pyrosin, who had a flame quirk and had been part of a smaller criminal group. When Noa suddenly worried aloud about Bakugo, Aizawa reassured her that a group of students had rescued him and that he was safe, albeit grumpy. The investigator returned the conversation to her own abduction and asked why she had been taken. Noa explained she had jumped out after Bakugo. When asked whether anything else had happened to her while in captivity, Noa shifted uncomfortably. Painful memories surfaced, but she declined to go into detail. The investigator and Aizawa both noticed the burn marks on her skin and listened with concern as she said she had mostly been kept separate from Bakugo and had seen him only once while they were held. She remembered the taunting and threats from her captors but refused to repeat them. After a moment of silence, the investigator asked if there was anything more she wished to add. Noa shook her head. The investigator stood and told her he would take his leave. He addressed Aizawa by his hero name and mentioned that he assumed Aizawa would have further questions. Aizawa hummed softly and remained seated by Noa's bedside, watching over her. The two watched in silence as the detective disappeared into the dark hallways of the hospital once the door shut closed behind him. Aizawa huffed that she had just lied to a human lie detector. Noa groaned that of course that was his quirk, throwing her head back in exasperation. Aizawa studied her for a moment, his eyes narrowing on the faint, fingerprint-shaped bruises at her neck before settling on her tired eyes. He asked how she was, though he already knew the answer. Noa sighed that she felt terrible and hungry. 𝐥𝐸 had been gone for quite some time to grab food for them. Without a word, Aizawa reached into his suit pocket and produced something for her, telling her it was not much but it would help for the moment. The pouch was one of those fruit pouches made for quick energy. She noticed the flavor and recognized it as blackberry. She had once mentioned it on patrol, and he had remembered. A gentle smile appeared on her face, and she thanked him. Aizawa hummed softly and watched her sip, relief showing that she was here with him, away from the League of Villains. He felt reassured that she was safe. Noa blurted that he had shaved, glancing at his clean face and forcing a quiet chuckle out of him. Aizawa confirmed that he had to for the press conference. Noa said she liked it and that he should wear his hair that way more often. He said he would keep it in mind. She told him he really should, calling him Teach. They sat in companionable silence for a while, exchanging occasional glances. For Noa, that was enough. She only needed him to be present, to be her anchor until she could drift off. The morning after, when Noa woke, Aizawa was still by her side, slumped asleep in a chair with messy curls escaping the loose bun he had worn. She shifted and his eyes opened at once, alarmed until he saw her safe in bed. Noa greeted him groggily with a simple good morning. Aizawa rubbed his eyes and told her that 𝐥𝐸 had come in after she fell asleep and had left a tray of sweets and nutritious items from the hospital cafeteria on the bedside table. She thanked him. Aizawa then told her that the staff had been unable to contact her mother and apologized. Noa muttered under her breath that, of course, they had not been able to reach her, and he heard it easily. Aizawa observed that she did not seem surprised. She confirmed that she wasn't, and he said he understood. Noa reached for the small tray, tearing open a package of matcha-flavored biscuit sticks. She muttered that her mother was probably blackout drunk at some bar or simply ignoring her phone again. It depended. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at the bitter joke. He could tell that, despite her attempts to make light of the situation, it was taking a toll on her. He noticed how her mouth pressed closed after sentences and how her jaw clenched, but he let her maintain the facade until she felt ready to share more. She asked how long she had to stay in the hospital. Aizawa said a few more days, or at least until her fever was gone. Noa pouted and protested that it was not that bad and claimed she felt great. Aizawa responded with a deadpan look. She admitted that great was an overstatement and corrected herself to say she felt fine. When his expression said he did not believe her, she conceded with a frustrated sigh that she felt like she had been hit by a truck. She confessed she could not stand being tied to a hospital bed again and that she was afraid she might never feel safe, worried that they would come for her and Katsuki again before trailing off. Aizawa wrapped his arms around her upper body in a firm but gentle hold, and she rested her face against him, letting herself sink into the comfort of his presence. She quietly asked him not to let them take her again. He tightened his hold a little and traced small circles on her back, promising that they would not get near her. She shuffled back just enough on the mattress to look him in the eyes and, nervously fiddling with the hem of her hospital gown, asked if he could stay for a while. Aizawa hummed softly and said he would stay for as long as she needed. After a while of quiet, Noa fell asleep again. When she woke, Aizawa was gone. The chair he had occupied stood empty, with only his black suit jacket draped over it. A phone began to buzz nearby. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand, dragging her attention away from the empty space the black-haired man had left. She had thought the device had not been with her since that night at the training camp, but now it was plugged in, nearly fully charged, and overflowing with notifications. Most were from Yuna, who had been worrying endlessly. One notification from her mother made Noa sit up straighter in the hospital bed. Megumi had sent a terse instruction to call her. Noa hesitated, then pressed the call button. The phone rang twice before her mother answered. Megumi cackled that it had taken Noa long enough. Noa clenched her teeth and fought the urge to throw the phone across the sterile room. She told her mother to explain what was going on. Megumi snapped back that she should be the one asking that, demanding to know why reporters were outside the apartment and why random heroes kept calling her. Noa rolled her eyes. The questions confirmed what she already suspected: her mother had no idea what had happened to her. Noa told her mother that she had been kidnapped. Megumi responded with disbelief and suggested that Noa sounded fine. A bitter, humorless laugh escaped Noa. She told Megumi that she could have died and had come frighteningly close to it. Megumi ordered her not to raise her voice and accused her of being ungrateful. Noa exploded, insisting she was not ungrateful and that all she wanted was some respect and care, or at least to be treated like she mattered. She reminded her mother that she could have been dead and that her mother might never have known. The room warmed as Noa's anger surged, and the shadow in the corner near a potted plant flickered as her quirk threatened to respond to her emotions. Megumi hissed that Noa must not say such things. Noa laughed bitterly and accused her mother of never caring, blaming Megumi for acting as she did because Noa reminded her of Noa's father. Megumi slammed her fist down on something off the line and declared that, as Noa's mother, she would not be disrespected. Noa listed the times her mother had not acted like a mother: during the abduction by villains, after a villain attack that landed her in the hospital, and during the dark stretches when she had felt like ending things. Megumi responded coldly, suggesting that maybe she should have. The words hit Noa like ice. Noa muttered an angry retort and then ended the call, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. She stared at the white ceiling for a long while, forcing herself not to cry any more for that woman. She threw the phone across the bed and forced herself to stand. She could not stay alone in the room any longer. She wondered where Aizawa had gone. She had asked him to stay with her. At that moment the door slid open and the shaggy-haired man entered, carrying a cup of noodles from the cafeteria. He looked immediately worried when he met her eyes and asked if she was all right and what had happened. Noa pointed to the chair nearest her bed and said he had left. He looked surprised and explained that he had gone to get her something to eat, thinking he might return before she woke up. He set the noodles on her nightstand as a small peace offering and asked again if she was okay. Noa admitted that she had called her mother. When Aizawa asked what her mother had said, Noa told him that her mother had suggested she would have been better off dead 2 years ago. Aizawa tensed and clenched his jaw at that revelation. Noa asked what kind of mother would say such a thing and complained that her mother did not even know she had been kidnapped. She had only been worried about reporters at her own door. Frustrated, Noa kicked a visitor chair and watched it collide with the wall. Aizawa asked how long Megumi had been like that. Noa said it had started after her father's death, when her mother began drinking and became cruel, blaming Noa for his death. Aizawa let out a small sound and sat down on the edge of the mattress. Noa murmured that she had grown used to it, and she joined him on the bed, her knees brushing his as she settled. Noa admitted that sometimes everything just got to her head. Aizawa shook his head and told her she should not have to live that way. Noa replied with a bitter shrug and a cynical comment about life. Aizawa did not answer for a while, and Noa could hear him searching his pockets. He said just this once and held out his hand, revealing a familiar red and white package of cigarettes. Noa's eyes widened as she reached for them. The packaging was slightly damaged and covered with dirt, making her wonder where he had found them. Aizawa explained that he had found them in the woods after the attack and asked if they were hers. Noa thanked him and he reminded her it was only this once. Noa stood up and limped to the tall window with Aizawa following closely behind, cautious in case anything could happen to her. Fumbling with the small package, she pulled out a cigarette and asked if he had a lighter. Aizawa produced the lighter and lit the cigarette for her before stepping back. She opened the window and exhaled, watching the gray cloud drift into the smog above the traffic. She murmured that she really needed that. 2 days passed and Noa found herself back inside her room. She had not spoken with her mother since their argument over the phone and had been avoiding crossing paths with her. Her cracked phone screen lit up with new messages, ignored on the duvet beside her as she lay on the bed with a cigarette between her lips. She had smoked almost a whole pack since returning to the apartment. Her phone blinked again and Yuna's bright smile appeared on the screen, but Noa ignored it and exhaled another puff of smoke. Several people had tried to reach her since news spread that she had been rescued. Yuna, Mirio, and some classmates, but she had not replied. Her mind and body remained in fight-or-flight mode. Unwanted memories haunted her whenever she thought about what happened. The thought made her stomach churn and bile rise. She clamped a hand over her mouth and warped into the bathroom just in time to be sick. Sweat formed on her forehead as she ripped toilet paper to wipe her mouth. Flashes of purple flames filled her vision and fogged her mind, and she collapsed onto the cold bathroom tiles. She felt she needed something to numb everything at once. The doorbell cut through the silence and startled her. Her mother called out loudly from the living room, and Noa responded that she would be out in a minute as she rinsed her mouth and gave herself a quick once-over in the mirror. She brushed through her knotted hair and went to the living room. Present Mike and Aizawa were sitting on the couch while her mother sat in an armchair with a grim expression. Aizawa had told Noa in the hospital about the plan to implement a dorm system at UA where students would live on campus for safety, especially after the summer camp incident. The teachers were doing house visits to get parental permission, even though Noa was technically an adult and did not strictly need her mother's permission. Noa greeted the two teachers politely. Present Mike boomed that it was good to see her doing all right, and Aizawa covered his ears with an annoyed groan at the volume. Aizawa then addressed Megumi directly, explaining that UA was moving students to dormitories and asking if she had received notice. Megumi slurred that they could have Noa and demanded to get her out of her hair, reaching for her wine glass. Noa scoffed at her mother's quick decision and lack of concern. Aizawa raised his eyebrows and looked at Noa, watching her closely. Present Mike, surprised by Megumi's abrupt response, commented that he had expected the visit to be harder, especially since Noa had been one of the two students taken by the League of Villains. Megumi shook her head, a rare smile on her face, and told them she did not care as long as they would take the girl off her hands. Yamada and Aizawa exchanged a quick glance, their brows knitting at the woman's cold words. Noa, standing in the corner, asked whether there would be any extra costs and dug her nails into the palm of her hand to keep herself from lashing out. Aizawa shook his head and explained that UA would use existing funds, so this should not change anything in terms of cost. Noa hummed softly and asked if she could just sign the papers herself since she was legally an adult. Yamada grinned and told her the principal wanted to get all the parents' permission just in case, offering a cheery thumbs up to the dark-haired girl. Megumi waved the matter off, saying they could do whatever they wanted with the girl and that she would get another glass, then rose and shuffled into the kitchen. Noa clenched her hands to restrain her rising anger and felt the urge to use her quirk to paralyze the woman briefly as a scare, but before she could act, Aizawa stepped beside her and placed a firm yet gentle hand on her shoulder to stop her, telling her not to. Noa protested that she was not doing anything, but Aizawa shook his head and noted that she had a tell. Noa objected, insisting she did not have a tell, and Aizawa smirked as he identified too. When she used her quirk, her eyes darkened and nearby shadows bent toward her. Noa muttered that someone had been paying attention, loud enough for Aizawa to hear. Yamada cleared his throat and broke up the pair's banter, his eyes flicking between them with a knowing smirk. He thought that if he knew anything, it was that Aizawa did not let just anyone speak to him in that way. Even he, as Aizawa's best friend for over 10 years, sometimes hesitated to push back. Noa turned to her blonde-haired homeroom teacher and asked where to sign. Yamada theatrically produced a paper and pen from his pocket and presented them as if asking for an autograph. After Noa signed, the two gathered the document, said their goodbyes, and headed to the car parked at the curb outside Noa's rundown apartment for their next visit. Noa was about to retreat back into her room when the doorbell rang again. She called that she would get it, and her mother remained hidden somewhere in the kitchen with a glass of wine. Looking through the peephole, Noa saw Aizawa's lean frame and opened the door in confusion, wondering if he had forgotten something. She asked what he was still doing there and where Mike was, stretching to look behind him for the loud blonde who was nowhere in sight. Aizawa said Mike was waiting in the car and that he had come to check on Noa. She expressed surprise at the idea that he would check on her. His eyes shifted to the open kitchen door, where Megumi was slumped over the counter, the wine had clearly taken its toll. Noa confirmed that it was her mother and admitted they had not really talked since she had come back. Aizawa acknowledged this with a brief hum. Noa abruptly changed the subject and asked whether she would have her own room in the dorms. Aizawa did not press further into the family matter and confirmed that she would. He explained that UA would send movers within the next week or so to help students move their things into the dorms and suggested she start packing. Noa remarked that Tsukikage had her stuck at home anyway, so she did not have anything better to do, then sighed in exasperation. Aizawa's lips twitched with mild amusement. Aizawa said he should probably get going because Mike did not do well on his own, and he moved toward the front door. As he reached for the doorknob, Noa called after him, and he turned with raised eyebrows to look at her. She pointed out, with a content smile, that he had followed her suggestion about his hair being half up and pinned. Aizawa warned her not to let it go to her head, opened the door, and hurried down the stairs to join Yamada in the car. Noa watched him go and thought she caught a faint pink flush in his cheeks before they drove away. Hisashi Yamada was proud of his friendship with Shouta Aizawa. It was no small accomplishment to win him over, and he had not seen anyone do so since high school. But it was not just that being Aizawa's friend was a rare achievement, there was genuine depth to their relationship. They had spent years building a mutual understanding, with Aizawa able to see the serious side of Yamada beneath the bravado and Yamada recognizing the softer aspects of Aizawa that simmered beneath his hardened exterior. Yamada was proud to call Aizawa his closest friend, and proud to know pretty much everything going on in the man's life. So it confused him to see the underground hero act so familiar with one of his students. As Aizawa settled into the car, he noticed Yamada watching him with a broad grin. Aizawa pulled the seatbelt across his chest and turned to his best friend with an annoyed expression. Yamada teased that Aizawa seemed to get along well with one of his students. Aizawa replied that the girl was his work study and that it would be a problem otherwise. Yamada gave a skeptical hum but kept his tone light. Aizawa insisted it was nothing beyond professional responsibility. Yamada then grew more serious and warned him not to give anyone the opportunity to draw the wrong conclusions. Aizawa rubbed his forehead and exhaled, promising that the last thing he wanted was for people to make assumptions about her. Yamada reminded him of his public position at one of the country's top hero schools and the danger of thoughtless rumors. Aizawa answered quietly that he was aware of the risks. Yamada let out a relieved sigh and rested his hand on his friend's shoulder, squeezing it softly, and said he trusted Aizawa's judgment. The UA dorms were impressive. Her new room was far larger than the one in her mother's apartment, the furniture appearing oddly sparse in the generous space. With the number of students to house and the school's funding for construction and upkeep, Noa had expected something much smaller. Unlike her old room, this one was oddly clean, no scattered books, no smoke stains, no holes in the walls. It felt almost uncanny. Another unsettling change was the quiet. Back at her mother's apartment there was always noise, whether the constant hum of the television or neighbors arguing above. It was strange not to hear the familiar voice of the game show host her mother kept on in the background. There was the occasional chatter of students through the wooden door, but it was not the same, and Noa did not know whether that was a good thing. Her first night in the dorm had been awful. The new environment had been strangely triggering, bringing nightmares of her captivity as soon as she began to fall asleep. So she spent the night awake on the linoleum flooring with a pack of cigarettes as her only company. Her fingers hovered over a contact for Yuna several times, but she decided against calling. She did not want to burden her friend and doubted Yuna would fully understand. Her life had become a state of constant tension. Simple tasks felt difficult, and even small reminders of the past sent shivers through her. She hated feeling weak and vulnerable. She had thought she had left that part behind after her father's death, but it only took one minor trigger to bring everything back. She preferred to feel numb rather than confront the flood of suppressed emotions and regret. This night was no different. Noa woke with a jolt and almost flung herself off the bed, trying to untangle from the blankets. She gasped for air, one hand flying to her chest as it tightened with panic. She could feel the marks on her skin heat up from the memory of her captivity and needed a shower. The bathrooms were next to each other, one for women and one for men, each with stalls, sinks, and a separate shower section. With classes picking up the next day, it was unlikely any peers were awake, so she had the community bathroom to herself. Noa stripped quickly, wanting nothing more than to wash away the memory of him. She slammed the shower to the coldest setting and dove into the water, hoping the shock would dull the burning sensation of memory. She did not care about the shivers or the risk of catching cold. All she wanted was to feel clean of that night. Only when her fingers began to pale did she ease the temperature to something warmer. She finished and wrapped herself in a towel before pulling on the black shirt Aizawa had lent her a couple of weeks earlier. She had considered returning it, but right now it was one of the few comforts she allowed herself. It still held a faint scent that reminded her of him and gave her more comfort than she would have admitted. Tiptoeing back to her room, Noa threw herself onto the bed and glanced out the window. The night was clear, stars shimmered over the campus. After the cold shower she felt oddly alert. The digital clock on her nightstand read 2:30 a.m. It would be a while before the student body woke and began their day, giving Noa enough time to walk the quiet campus without being noticed. As per Tsukachi's order, she was not supposed to leave the dorm alone, but the likelihood of an attack on UA felt low. After the blow to their crew when she and Katsuki had been rescued, Noa slipped on a pair of sneakers and moved through the silent halls, letting a warm midsummer breeze ease her tension. She wandered for a while, taking in the fragile calm, until a distant rumble disturbed her peace. Someone was fighting at the training grounds. As she drew nearer, she recognized the raised voices of Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo was shouting bitterly, accusing Midoriya of refusing to fight back, railing that he had always been left behind while Midoriya rose to become the #1 hero's sidekick and favorite, and blaming himself for what had happened to All Might. Noa could hear Midoriya sobbing at times, and the sound made her want to step in and tell him it was not his fault. She had only overheard fragments after her rescue and release from the hospital. The headlines had been clear about All Might losing his power, but she had not checked on Midoriya since and suddenly felt guilty. Dodging a stray piece of debris, Noa approached carefully, wary of how far Bakugo's temper might go. When she reached the clearing, she saw Bakugo pinning Midoriya to the ground, his weight holding the green-haired boy down. Both were breathing hard and bearing scuffs and fresh marks from their fight. It was obvious neither had held back. Noa stepped out of the shadows and told Katsuki to get off him and that he had already won. Katsuki spun around, surprised to see her. He had not expected to find her there and tried to hide his surprise with a scowl as he took her in. Noa offered her hand to Katsuki. He slapped it away and pushed himself to his feet. She then offered her hand to Midoriya, who hesitantly accepted with an uncertain smile and a quiet expression of thanks. Noa crossed her arms and demanded to know why they thought it was a good idea to be fighting at that hour. Katsuki snapped that it was none of her business, but Noa scoffed and insisted it had become her business the moment they interrupted her walk. When Midoriya questioned who took walks at 2 in the morning, Noa said that she did, and challenged Katsuki in return. Bakugo moved as if to respond angrily, but an unfamiliar voice cut through the tension, calling for them all to stop. The man who stepped forward looked different from the towering figure Noa had expected. All Might appeared diminished, his shirt loose on him and one arm heavily bandaged. He explained that he had heard what was being said and that he should have noticed how hard Katsuki had been taking things. Katsuki's voice broke as he admitted that he had wanted to be like All Might and that, because he felt inadequate, he believed he had failed to protect him. Noa placed a steady hand on Katsuki's shoulder and reassured him that what had happened to All Might was not his fault. All Might added that losing his power had been inevitable and that the burden did not lie with the boy. He admitted he had focused too much on physical strength and apologized, pulling Katsuki into a gentle embrace and reminding them all that they were still children. After the conversation mostly carried by Midoriya, Katsuki, and All Might while Noa watched and offered the occasional comment, All Might escorted the group back to the dorms. Aizawa awaited them there, furious at their nighttime fight. He wrapped both students in his binding cloth and delivered a stern reprimand about using their provisional hero licenses for an unnecessary battle in the middle of the night. Noa couldn't help a light, nervous giggle at the absurdity of the scene. Aizawa's gaze snapped to her, his expression sharp, and he demanded why she was out after curfew when the police had ordered her not to be out alone. Noa swallowed and told him she was not finding the situation funny. Aizawa then turned his attention to All Might, who had been standing nervously to the side, careful to avoid further ire. A staff member asked All Might to accompany the students to their rooms. Noa was about to turn to the door when Aizawa told her that she was to stay with him. Bakugo muttered a sarcastic remark under his breath as he and Midoriya left the teacher's dorm with All Might. Noa turned to Aizawa with a confused expression. She noticed how tired he looked in his street clothes, his hair pulled back and the V-neck shirt giving him a composed, guarded appearance. The stern expression on his face and the tension in his jaw conveyed how seriously he took the situation. Aizawa crossed his arms and, with an agitated tone, asked why she had gone outside past curfew. Noa explained that she could not sleep and had gone for a walk to try to clear her head. She avoided dwelling on the way his presence affected her, focusing instead on the reason she had left the dorm. Aizawa warned her that it was dangerous to be out after curfew, reminding her that the League was still at large and their motives were unknown. He said he had promised to protect her and emphasized that she needed to let him help. Noa affirmed that she was trying to cooperate. Aizawa asked her to tell him what was bothering her and pointed out the dark circles under her eyes, noting that she did not sleep well. Noa rolled her eyes but offered a small smile as she sat down beside him, fiddling with the hem of the black shirt he had given her. She admitted that she had been having nightmares every night since leaving the hospital. She was back in a cell and Pyrosin was there with her. Aizawa frowned and asked whether Pyrosin had caused those nightmares. He glanced at the fading burn marks on her legs. Noa drew her knees closer and looked vulnerable. Aizawa softened his tone and spoke in a steady, reassuring way. He did not press for every detail. Instead, he offered calm, practical support. To make a point about scars and resilience, Aizawa rolled up a sleeve to reveal the many old scars on his arm, some faded, some more recent. He indicated a newer wound from the USJ incident and explained that he had suffered a serious injury there that took time to heal. He also pointed to an older mark from a mission when a building collapsed on him and a friend. The memory carried weight, and his sad smile discouraged further probing. Aizawa told Noa that everyone carried scars, visible or not, and that they could be a sign of survival rather than shame. He asked whether she would let those scars define her or use them as a source of strength. His words had a steadying effect, and Noa found herself relaxing. She thanked him quietly. They sat in silence for a while, listening to the rain that had started again. Exhaustion finally caught up with Noa. Her breathing slowed and she dozed, her head tilting slightly as she settled. Aizawa watched her sleep with a guarded, protective calm, careful not to disturb her. He muttered to himself that he did not know what else to do for her, then moved only when he could no longer feel the top of his right arm from sitting so still. After ensuring she was still asleep, he lifted her carefully and carried her across the dim campus toward the student dorms, shielding both of them from the light rain. When he reached her door, he opened it and placed her gently on her bed, making sure she was settled and safe before leaving the room. As he tugged the blanket over her, he noticed the shirt she was wearing and a small smile crossed his face. She did look good in his clothes. With Noah's return to classes, Hisashi Yamada could see why the dark-haired girl had managed to reach Aizawa. In a sense, the two were alike and yet completely different, as if they fit one another. Both were quiet and introverted at heart, but Noah's occasional sarcasm and rebellious quips brought out a lighter side of Aizawa that Hisashi had thought long gone. Whenever Aizawa was around her, he smiled more than Hisashi had seen in years. He had not smiled like that since Oboro, and Hisashi was certain the black-haired man was unaware of the change. It worried the voice hero when Noa began to retreat into old habits. Just before summer break she had been far more social, even talking with classmates between lessons, something Hisashi would never have expected during the 3 years he had taught her. But that warmth disappeared almost overnight. She sat alone in her usual seat, glaring at anyone who came near, and sometimes fell asleep during English class despite the booming voice of the teacher. As Aizawa's close friend and Noah's homeroom teacher, Hisashi felt it was his duty to make sure she was doing all right. He did not always find the opportunities he wanted. Noa was adept at disappearing the moment lessons ended. He would have to be patient. Noa lay on the cold concrete of the UA rooftop, on her back, where she came only when she truly wanted to be alone. It was not a place many had access to, but her quirk made privacy easier. Her first class had been a trial. Watchful eyes, curious gazes, and the heavy exhaustion that clung to her despite help from an underground hero had sent her head spinning. Too much crowded her thoughts, unwanted images from nightmares, memories of her mother shouting in the kitchen, Bakugo's guilt, and the events of the previous night. She knew she had not made it back to her dorm by herself. She remembered being carried there and left the memory at that. That thought surfaced with a flutter, and she let it pass. Since the summer camp, she had found herself thinking about Aizawa more often. Whether those thoughts meant love or something else, she was not sure, but they had become impossible to ignore. Noah stared at the turbulent, overcast sky. September air had turned crisp, and the rooftop offered a quiet lookout across the campus. She liked the silence, no chatter, no judging eyes, just her and the cigarette between her fingers, though the nicotine did little to calm her. Yuna appeared and told Noah that she should stop smoking because it was bad for her lungs. Yuna showed a pair of keys and explained that, as class representative, she had her ways of getting onto the roof. She lay down beside Noah and nudged her with an elbow, asking if Noah was done avoiding her. Noah replied that she had not been avoiding Yuna specifically. She simply had not felt like looking at her phone. Yuna said how worried she had been, having heard about Noah's disappearance and then seeing that Noah had not answered texts after being rescued. Noah apologized, admitting it quietly. Yuna admitted she had nearly had a heart attack when she saw the news and asked how Noah always seemed to get caught up in trouble. Noah shrugged and insisted she did not go looking for danger. It was bad luck that followed her. Yuna joked that Noah would be terrible at the lottery, then grew serious and asked if Noah was all right. Noah said she was doing better, though she felt otherwise. She preferred to downplay it rather than make Yuna worry more than she already did. Yuna, satisfied on the surface, asked if anyone had hurt Noah. Noah shook her head and said that the group had been more interested in Katsuki than in her, pointing out that she had not been important to their plans. It was the half-truth she offered more easily than the whole. When Yuna raised an eyebrow at Noah's closeness with Katsuki, Noah let out a small laugh and teased that Yuna should not be jealous of him. Yuna rolled her eyes dramatically and insisted he could never replace her, pushing herself up from the concrete with a playful smirk. Yuna claimed that she had been the first to win over Noah's supposed stone-cold heart. Noah protested that she did not have a stone-cold heart as she mirrored Yuna getting off the ground. Yuna retorted that she was all might, and Noah teased that maybe Yuna should start putting on some more muscle. Yuna pouted and insisted she was very muscly but just disguised it well. The blonde theatrically flexed her non-existent biceps, prompting Noah to laugh a real, loud, heartfelt laugh that she could not remember the last time she had shared. Noah doubled over on the UA rooftop, giggling like a little girl. Noah panted through endless giggles, tears forming in her eyes, and told Yuna that she had the muscles of a sea sponge. Yuna cried out in mock offense while Noah doubled over again as another wave of laughter overcame her. Yuna insisted it was not even that funny and told Noah to get over herself. Noah threw her head back with a smile and quietly muttered a thank you. Yuna caught it and returned a closed-lipped smile. Later, Noah found herself tangled up with the big three after Aizawa asked her to take part in their presentation on work studies for his class. Noah asked why she had to be there again while sitting on the edge of a rooftop, glancing at Aizawa, who was perched only a couple of inches away. Aizawa reminded her that she was his work study and that it was only rational for her to participate, since the students already knew her and she could demonstrate how beneficial a work study could be. Noah argued that the others could talk about it and said she would only agree if she got the next Friday off. Aizawa objected and told her that was not how it worked, prompting Noah to fake a cough and claim her throat suddenly felt sore. Aizawa rolled his eyes. When Aizawa asked what was so important that she could not do patrol next Friday, Noah revealed that it was her birthday. Aizawa sighed and allowed her the day off but insisted he wanted to see her in class the following day. Noah grinned and agreed. On the appointed day, Noah stood begrudgingly beside Tamaki Amajiki, Nijire Hado, and Mirio Togata as Aizawa introduced them to his class. Aizawa told the students to listen carefully to the upperclassmen, who would explain how work studies differed from internships. Excited gasps rippled through the classroom as the 4 third years entered at his command. Noah waved somewhat uninspired at the small crowd while noting a familiar bird-headed boy in the second-to-last row. She also noticed an empty chair up front and the absence of a certain foul-mouthed ash blonde, which meant at least he could not poke fun at her if the presentation went poorly. Aizawa explained that the 4 ranked at the very top of the student body and then instructed them to introduce themselves briefly, starting with Amajiki. Tamaki's expression turned intense, making the first years flinch. He began to tremble and turned his back to the class, staring at the blackboard while muttering to his friends that he wanted to go home. Noah had heard of Amajiki's shy nature. He possessed one of the most promising quirks at UA, but nerves often held him back. Ojiro asked whether they were really some of UA's top heroes. Nijire giggled, pointed out Amajiki as their kitten, and introduced herself, explaining that she would talk about work studies. She reminded the first years that they had an exciting time ahead and enthusiastically bounced across the classroom, peppering the students with questions. Noah snickered as Aizawa grew more irritated with each query. He muttered that the situation was completely irrational, his hair rising slightly as his quirk activated. Mirio was up next. And just when Noah thought things could not get more awkward, they did. Mirio began a loud chant directed at Class 1A, expecting a response that never came. The class stared back in confusion, and Noah felt like slamming her head against the nearest surface. She wondered how she had gotten herself roped into this. Noah leaned toward Aizawa and whispered that it might be too late for her to leave. Aizawa responded that she was not leaving. Noah pretended to feel sick and said she might throw up, but Aizawa's harsh glare ended the protest, and she let out a defeated sigh. Their quiet exchange ended just as Mirio declared that he would take on Class 1A at once, prompting a fresh round of uncertain chatter across the room. Noah shot Aizawa a deadpan look and, to her surprise and dismay, received a nod of approval. She decided he must really have it out for her. Moments later Noah found herself in one of UA's gyms, leaning against a concrete wall with a frown as she watched the students prepare for the sparring. Shoto Todoroki was absent. Noah assumed he had not gotten his provisional license yet and left it at that. The gym smelled of sweat as Mirio stretched a few feet away. Of the big 3, Noah knew Mirio best. He was the only one actually in her class and was close friends with Yuna, so he appeared around Noah more than most. Despite his goofy energy and odd habits, he was an exceptional fighter, and Noah had struggled against him before. In a matter of minutes the gym was full of students knocked down and groaning, rubbing sore spots where Mirio's attacks had landed. Kirishima complained from a corner, clutching his side. Mirio had clearly not held back. Denki wondered aloud why Mirio had not won the sports festival. Mirio joked that he was too afraid to fight Noah. Mineta stared in astonishment at Noah. Noah shrugged and smirked at their reactions. Midoriya fumbled and took out his green notebook, jotting things down as he asked if Noah would demonstrate. Mirio, bubbly as ever, reacted enthusiastically. Noah glanced at Aizawa for permission. He nodded and instructed them to keep it controlled, no broken bones, and no property damage. He needed his work-study student back in one piece. Mirio grinned and acknowledged him. The two took positions on opposite sides of the sparring floor while the students watched. Noah exhaled slowly, rolled her shoulders, and put on a confident grin. She warned Mirio to keep things appropriate. Mirio adjusted his stance, returned her smirk, and chuckled. Aizawa signaled for them to begin. Mirio vanished in an instant. Noah reacted quickly, sidestepping as a burst of motion erupted from the ground beside her. Before his fist could connect the way it had with other students, she dropped low and sank into the shadow beneath her feet, reappearing a few feet to his right beside a column. The gym's bright, open space limited Noah's quirk compared to Mirio's advantage, but she had fought him often enough to know the rhythm of his movements. She positioned her hands open as he rematerialized behind her, creating a small patch of shadow between them and shaping it into a shield. His punch slipped through that shadow instead of landing. Noah had worked hard on her shadow manipulation since her last fight and subsequent captivity. She had improved considerably in the 2 weeks since her discharge from the hospital. Where she had once struggled to harden her shadows without support tools, she could now form them into different shapes. Mirio paused and praised the technique, genuinely impressed. Noa smirked and made a teasing remark about Mirio's restraint. Aizawa observed from the sidelines, impressed with both third years. He knew Noa was talented. He had seen her on patrol and in earlier matches, and she seemed to have improved even more. Noa dodged another of Mirio's attacks and delivered a swift kick to his leg. As expected, the attack phased right through him. But before he could launch a counterattack, Noa was gone again, launching a feint of her own. Mirio phased through instinctively, but she had anticipated it, twisting behind him so her hand brushed his shoulder just as he resolidified, pushing him toward a shadow on the floor and successfully trapping him there with her shadow paralysis. Mirio whined that she had gotten him again as Noa released her quirk and freed him from the black cage, though the grin never faded from his lips. Hushed whispers ran through the gym as the other students marveled that she had beaten him. Aizawa felt a swell of pride as he watched his students gush over the dark-haired girl, who remained unfazed. He reminded himself to stay professional as he observed her answering the students' various questions about the work-study program. Noa turned briefly toward him and winked over her shoulder, then went back to talking with the students. Aizawa kept his expression steady and continued to oversee the class. Loud music droned through nearby speakers, the bass thumping in Noa's stomach as she watched people dance wildly in the dim, moody lighting. Somehow Yuna had convinced her to abandon her original plans for her birthday, which had meant staying in the dorm and watching trashy TV alone, and had dragged her into one of Japan's most popular pro-hero clubs. Noa still did not know exactly how Yuna had managed to sneak them in, since neither of them were pro-heroes yet, but when Noa had asked, Yuna had only shrugged and mentioned having connections before disappearing toward the bar to fetch drinks. Yuna reappeared between a pair of drunk dancers with 2 glasses of vodka cranberries in hand and announced that she had gotten them some drinks and that they were the cheapest. Noa accepted the cup with a small smile and took a sip, tasting the bite of cheap liquor. When Noa asked how Yuna had gotten them in, the blonde only grinned and said she had connections, then proceeded to wink at a nearby pro-hero. Noa scanned the hero and recognized her as one of Krust's sidekicks from the time she had helped out at his agency under her work study with 𝐥𝐸. The woman had an ice shield quirk, as Noa recalled. It was obvious from the way Yuna was blushing that something was going on between them. Noa deadpanned that Yuna had dragged her there so she could get laid. Yuna defended herself by insisting she had brought Noa to celebrate her birthday and that Rina being there was just a lucky coincidence. Noa noted that they were already on a first-name basis and teased Yuna about it. Yuna turned red and tried to argue before conceding that they should head to the bar because a DJ would be coming out soon and she wanted to be drunk enough to dance. Noa agreed on the condition that Yuna buy the next round of shots, and the two traded a quick deal. It did not take long for them to get thoroughly drunk, despite Noa's usual high tolerance. After several rounds of shots and a couple more vodka cranberries, they were giggling and judging the other pro-heroes' dances under the pulsating neon lights. Yuna pointed out that Watchbird and Tough Grab were dancing together and wondered aloud if they had been up to something after what had happened to Ingenium. Noa sipped and replied that she still could not believe he was paralyzed and that he had been a cool hero. Yuna agreed quietly, but brightened when a new song started and suggested they stop talking about sad things and celebrate Noa's birthday by dancing. Yuna began dragging Noa onto the crowded dance floor despite Noa's protests. Noa had never been a great dancer, she felt stiff and awkward. Compared to Yuna, who moved fluidly as if born to dance. Yuna laughed that Noa looked like she had a stick up her rear and forced her friend to twirl until she was dizzy. Noa declared she felt sick, and Yuna laughed at her dramatic reaction. Noa huffed that Yuna was annoying, though the smirk on her face betrayed that she did not really mean it. Yuna said that at least Noa was great, and Noa rolled her eyes. Yuna told Noa that the compliment could make up for her lack of dancing skills. Noa felt her cheeks heat under the dim neon lighting and was grateful the glow hid her reaction. Otherwise Yuna would have teased her. Yuna pointed out a man across the room and said he was checking Noa out. Noa looked and saw a casually dressed man with light brown hair swaying to the music and glancing in their direction. Yuna urged her to go say hello. Noa considered the man tall and athletic, A pro but decided he was not her type. Noa refused, but Yuna seized her shoulders and spun her around with a playful force that left Noa stumbling toward the man. She cursed herself inwardly and imagined giving Yuna a firm scolding later. When Noa steadied herself, she realized she was only a few feet from him. The man straightened and offered an amused smile as he greeted her. Noa froze and hoped Yuna would appear, but Yuna was already gone, probably dancing with her girlfriend. Noa managed a quiet greeting and the man chuckled and asked if she was all right, noting that her friend had nearly launched her their way. Noa said Yuna did that sometimes and relaxed when he sounded friendly. He admitted he was glad for the push, since it saved him from awkwardly approaching her. He asked her name. She replied that it was Noa. He repeated the name and called it beautiful for a beautiful girl, which made Noa blink. He was smoother than she expected. She warned him not to inflate her ego, and he smiled, teasing that he did not see the downside. Noa asked if he was flirting, and he asked whether it was working. She admitted it was working a little. He said he had not seen her around before and asked whether she was from Hosu. Noa shook her head and said she was from Mustafu, with friends in Hosu who worked under crust. He mentioned he had worked with several underground heroes and had teamed up with Eraserhead before, calling him impressive. Noa blushed at the mention of the man. The alcohol seemed to be loosening her nerves. The man suggested they dance. He offered his hand and Noa warned she was a terrible dancer, but she took his hand anyway. As the song slowed, they matched the rhythm and swayed together, careful not to step on each other's feet. He introduced himself as Masaki and said he had forgotten to mention it earlier. She acknowledged it, and he laughed warmly at her attitude. Noa joked that her attitude was her best feature and let the music guide them as they danced. When the song ended, Noa stepped back from Masaki, deciding she could use a little more courage from a drink. She excused herself and made her way through the crowded club toward a quieter bar area, sliding onto a stool and scanning the room for Yuna. Finding no sign of her, Noa assumed Yuna had slipped away with her partner and made a mental note to check on her later. A familiar voice called her name. Noa turned and saw Aizawa standing nearby. The sight made her pause. She had not expected to run into him here. Aizawa identified her despite her attempt at a casual denial, his expression making it clear he knew exactly who she was. He told her she should not be drinking and lowered himself onto the stool beside her, his knees brushing hers. Noa reminded him that she was 20 and legal to drink, and Aizawa sighed inwardly at her troublemaking ways. He asked how she had gotten into the Pro Hero Club and wondered what she was doing there, since he had not pictured her as someone who enjoyed clubbing. Noa explained that Yuna knew someone and shrugged, taking another sip of her drink. Aizawa pinched his forehead and noted that Kisajiri was there too, adding that he himself had been dragged along by Hizashi and Nemuri. Noa threw her head back, incredulous that 3 of her teachers were present, and raised an eyebrow when Aizawa mentioned her homeroom teacher Mike. Aizawa nodded and sipped his whiskey, explaining that Mike sometimes worked as a DJ at the club. Noa realized Mike was the same DJ Yuna had been talking about earlier that evening and said that Yuna had mentioned something like that. Aizawa hummed and asked where Kisajiri was, noting he had thought she came with Noa. Noa replied that Kisajiri had left with a friend. Aizawa, not one to miss subtext, suspected the blonde had gone off with someone. He then asked whether that was what Noa had planned with Manuel, gesturing toward the normal hero who waited for her return and letting a hint of jealousy show in his voice. Noa shrugged and allowed that maybe she had not, and added that Manuel was not really her type. Aizawa relaxed at that. He leaned forward and bumped his elbow against hers. Noa felt a small, unexpected flutter at the contact. He was dressed down from his usual hero attire in a dress shirt with the top buttons open, suit pants, a few days stubble, and his hair tied back loosely. Noa also drew attention in a sleek black dress. Aizawa had been taken aback when he first saw her arrive. Aizawa reminded her that it was her birthday. Noa smiled and told him she was turning 20. He laughed and teased that she was only doing things she had already done before. Noa corrected him that she was doing them legally now. Aizawa quipped that, as a future hero, she should have been responsible already. Noa pouted and asked him not to tell anyone. He blushed but promised he would not. They sat in companionable silence for a moment, the bass pulsing around them. Noa watched the glinting bottles lined on the shelves, then Aizawa's flushed face, and felt the quieter impression of aftershave and coffee amid the club's noise. On impulse, Noa asked whether Aizawa danced. He looked surprised and briefly hesitant, then rose and offered his hand, admitting he was only doing it because he was drunk and it was her birthday and asking her not to overthink it. Noa accepted and they moved back into the crowd. They found a slightly more secluded spot. Aizawa warned that it might be a bad idea, and Noa said they should just dance. They shared a quiet, close dance, a tender, innocent birthday moment that felt significant to both of them. When the song ended, they stepped back with it. Mutual, respectful awareness of boundaries, the warmth of the moment lingering between them. They shared a charged moment in the dim light, and for an instant the alcohol dulled Aizawa's judgment. A quiet voice in his head reminded him that Noa was his student. The moment passed as quickly as it had come. Noa suggested leaving and Aizawa agreed. They took a taxi and he unlocked the door to his apartment. Noa asked where they were, and Aizawa said it was his apartment. He led her to a quieter room. Noa felt oddly weightless and hollow at once, the fatigue and emotion of the evening settling over her. She noticed the scars along his skin and reached out to trace them. Aizawa flinched slightly, then relaxed under the touch. She liked that she could make him react, and he seemed to appreciate that she saw him in that honest, unguarded way. Noa spoke of wanting to forget the man she had been with earlier, and she asked Aizawa to help her move on. Aizawa told her to call him Shouta, and Noa wrapped her arms around his neck, clinging to the comfort of being held. He responded by holding her close, offering quiet, steady support as she steadied herself. They stayed like that for a while, sharing a simple, wordless closeness that was comforting rather than NTMT. The moment passed into a softer calm, and they both found a little relief in each other's company. They had shared a quiet, seasonless night together. Waking up in a stranger's bed had not been how Noa had planned to spend the morning after her birthday. When she groggily opened her eyes, she realized with a flash of surprise that the bed was not a stranger's and that the chest rising and falling gently against her back belonged to Shouta Aizawa. Images of the previous night drifted through her mind, sending a warm flush to her cheeks. She eased out of his gentle embrace, rolling onto her side and taking a careful, furtive look at his sleeping form. Aizawa, half awake, found that the line he had meant how mesmerizing she was lingered in his thoughts. Even half asleep, with smeared makeup and hair mussed by the pillow, Noa remained the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. He wondered quietly what she was doing to him. Noa sat up and steadied herself, the room filling with the light and awkward possibility of morning. She felt the echo of the night's closeness and the pull of uncertain consequences, but also the strange comfort of having someone beside her who had not taken advantage of her. She woke in an unfamiliar apartment as the morning sun slid across the sheets. The sight of him there made her heart pound, and then a cold realization settled in. She had spent the night with her teacher. Panic and dread followed her as her phone began to hum in her purse across the room. Noa rose from the mattress and hurried toward the phone, dressing along the way. She felt unsettled by what had happened and terrified of how he might react if he woke and found her leaving. She chose to leave before that could happen, preferring to hold on to the memory rather than face whatever consequences might come. She did not regret the moment itself, but the implications pressed on her all the same. That weekend was quieter than she expected. Back at the dorms on Saturday morning, Yuna greeted her with an excited smile and asked about her night. Noa gave a vague account, letting Yuna believe she had spent the evening with someone else, and in return listened as Yuna enthusiastically recounted her own outing and how she had left with the icy hero. Noa received the update with a tired, polite interest. On Sunday, when everything felt too heavy, Noa retreated into the one thing that always steadied her: training. She headed to the empty gym to work through her emotions physically. The dark weight room greeted her with the lingering scent of sweat and the contrast of cold air outside. She tied her hair back, approached a heavy bag in the corner, and began to strike. Her strikes started steady and controlled, then grew sharper as memories of the night kept surfacing. She did not see her actions as a punishment, but as a way to set herself right. She knew the complications that could follow from what had happened. She was a student, he was a teacher, and she was also his work-study. That reality made the situation precarious, and the thought of him regretting the night, or looking at her differently, filled her with dread. She treasured the easy conversations they had, their playful banter on patrol, and the small, shared moments in the halls. She did not want that to change. The heavy bag swung and rattled with each hit as Noa poured herself into the routine until her knuckles began to sting from impact. She kept punching, not noticing the small scuffs forming on the surface of the leather. Mirio entered quietly and, seeing her at the bag, commented on her intensity and asked what the bag had done to deserve such treatment. Startled, Noa spun around, breathless and holding her aching hands. Mirio grinned and lifted his hands in a harmless, apologetic gesture, saying he had not meant to startle her. Noa relaxed slightly and wiped sweat from her forehead. Mirio settled down on a nearby mat and asked if there was any particular reason for her outburst at the bag. She said she did not want to talk about it, and sat down beside him, pulling her knees to her chest and resting her forehead against them. Mirio pointed out that his mentor always advised talking about problems instead of hiding from them. Noa heard the name Sir Night-Eye and considered the idea, though she remained stubborn and skeptical. Mirio then asked about Sir Night-Eye and mentioned that he had introduced a young student with green hair and freckles to Sir, teasing that the kid had been hopeless at first. Noa listened, letting the conversation move away from her own troubles for the moment. Mirio noted that the other student had absolutely no sense of humor. Noa glanced at her classmate, feeling pity for the green-haired boy. She had spent enough time around Class 1A to know how much the boy aspired to become a hero, probably even more than many of UA's students. Mirio explained that the two boys had bonded because they were both huge All Might fans. Noa observed that it was an unusual way to network, and Mirio shrugged with a snort before turning his attention to her. Mirio asked whether Aizawa would take on another work study. Noa looked down at her bloodied fists, a brief silence settling between them. She hadn't given the idea much thought. Her mind had been occupied with other concerns. Part of her hoped he would not take another student, preferring that their interactions remain professional. Mirio didn't remark on her slip. Instead, the two continued talking about his internship and patrol plans until the sun lowered over Gym Gamma and Mirio left, saying he would rest because he had an early patrol with Midoriya the next morning. Noa's breath turned cold in the October air as she crossed campus toward the teachers' dorms. Fall had fully arrived at UA. Colorful leaves covered the ground and the sun was already slipping toward the horizon, even though it was only late afternoon. It had taken a lot of thought and some convincing from Yuna for her to come. She had dreaded patrol for days, anxious about being alone with Aizawa. At the teachers' dorms, Noa hesitated before pulling open the heavy door. Aizawa was not waiting in the lounge as he usually was, and she nearly turned back to the comfort of her room. Before she could leave, the underground hero stepped into the room and apologized that he had been delayed, saying he had things to discuss with Mike. Noa responded casually and dug her hands into the pockets of the winter version of her hero costume, grateful for the added warmth. She felt a little breathless and wondered how she would manage another 2 hours of patrol if she was already flustered. Aizawa asked if she was ready for patrol, and she confirmed that she was. The patrol passed slowly. Crime was quieter than usual that night, and Noa silently complained about how uneventful it was. On their usual rooftop, under the dim city lights, Aizawa's gaze lingered on the sleeping streets below. He seemed more tired than usual, his face carefully neutral. Noa tried to change the subject by mentioning that Midoriya had gotten an internship at Sir Night-Eye's. Aizawa confirmed this and added that Tokoyami had a request as well. When Noa expressed surprise, Aizawa said that Hawks had taken Tokoyami on. Noa brightened, pleased that her students were finding good opportunities. Aizawa listed other placements. Azui and Uraraka were working under Ryukyu, and Kirishima was doing a work study with Fatgum. Noa noted that it was good for them. Aizawa agreed that it helped them grow and reduced his workload. Noa asked why he hadn't taken anyone himself and mentioned that Hagekure seemed interested in underground work. Aizawa shrugged and said he did not see the point. His briefness stung, but Noa tried not to let it bother her. Whatever was troubling him seemed to be something he was keeping to himself. As the silence stretched, Aizawa apologized for his behavior the previous Friday. Noa's voice trembled as she reacted, fiddling with the hem of her costume and trying to tamp down the hollow feeling in her chest. She had expected an apology of some kind, but the words still landed with a painful weight. Noa felt stupid, utterly foolish for ever allowing herself to believe something could happen between them. Every scrap of yearning that had lived in her felt like a mistake. It had all been nothing more than a stupid, drunken error. Aizawa apologized, his guilt heavy and visible. He admitted he had behaved poorly and that his actions had been wrong. Noa attempted to respond, but Aizawa cut her off with a curt reminder that their roles made any closeness inappropriate and that he should not have crossed that line. Noa snapped back, challenging his insistence. She argued that it took two people and that her feelings that night had been real. The reminder of the boundary between teacher and student hung between them, awkward and painful. Aizawa's expression tightened, conflicted. He insisted he would never risk anything that might jeopardize Noa's future, her graduation, or her path to becoming a hero. He said he would never intentionally cause her harm and that he regretted his mistake. Noa's anger cooled into a weary silence. She felt walls she'd been slowly lowering snap back into place as if to protect herself. She asked, bitter and sharp, what would change now? Would she continue as his work-study, or would that be taken from her too? Aizawa shook his head and, with a soft sorrow in his eyes, denied that he would let anything interfere with her progress. He tried to reach out to her arm before pulling back, uncertain. Noa noticed the dark circles beneath his eyes and the exhaustion in his face, and the edge in her retort faded. She exhaled, forcing herself to look away into the cloudy night sky. The sky was starless, an endless black and gray that made her uneasy. Even with her quirk, she had learned to dislike the dark. It had taken too much from her. She told him she would leave patrol early, claiming she did not feel well. Aizawa nodded and told her to get some rest. There was a quiet longing in his gaze as she slipped off the rooftop and disappeared into the night. Yuna Kisajiri had planned a quiet evening, but Noa pounded on her dorm door at 11:30 p.m., sobbing and mascara syringe her flushed cheeks. Yuna stepped forward without hesitation and wrapped her friend in a tight embrace. Noa confided that Aizawa had called it a mistake, and Yuna immediately said that he had been foolish and that Noa deserved better. She stepped back to wipe Noa's tears and insisted that Noa was a catch, reminding her of her worth. Noa managed a small, rasping laugh and thanked Yuna. Yuna urged her to forget him and focused instead on lifting her friend's spirits with determination and a joke about moving forward together. Noa mentioned Attack on Titan with a raised eyebrow, wondering aloud about its ending. Yuna waved her hand dismissively and reminded her that their lives were nothing like that, so the comparison was unfair. Noa retorted that if anyone was going to be in a difficult situation it might as well be Yuna. Yuna replied with a teasing counter, and Noa shot back with a sharp retort about Yuna's personal life. Noa muttered that it was a low blow, but she could not hide the smile tugging at her lips. Yuna returned the smile, and both girls snickered until they fell back on the bed, clutching their stomachs at their own laughter. When their laughter died down, Noa asked if she could stay over that night because she did not want to be alone. Yuna softened, patted the spot beside her on the bed, and told Noa she could stay as long as she needed. Yuna then added with a grin that she enjoyed having her close friend beside her, and Noa rolled her eyes with a small smile. The two friends shared a quiet, comfortable moment before Yuna said she wanted to introduce Noa to the best show she had ever seen. Weeks passed and things slowly improved for Noa, though a certain tension remained between her and Aizawa during their patrols. Since their conversation on the roof, their interactions had been kept brief and professional. Noa had tried to distance herself to make moving on easier, and Aizawa seemed to be doing the same. Still, Noa could not help the occasional furtive glance whenever she saw him in the school halls. Yuna, by contrast, had been wonderfully supportive. The blonde friend had become indispensable over the past weeks. The two were practically inseparable, spending days and nights together, laughing and binge-watching anime. For the first time since she could remember, Noa felt like an ordinary teenage girl rather than a burden or exclusively a promising hero. That sense of normalcy felt liberating. During a rainy modern literature class, Mirio noticed Noa staring out the window and leaned back in his chair to ask what had her so deep in thought. Noa sighed and admitted it was just life, then warned him not to wobble with his chair because he would break his neck someday. Mirio only chuckled and teased that he could phase through the desk if that happened. Noa pointed out that he would still cause a scene, and Mirio pouted before asking whether Noa and Aizawa would be attending a meeting after school. Noa asked what meeting he meant. Mirio told her it was about Eri, the girl connected to the Shouta Aizawa, and added that the League of Villains seemed to be involved. Noa stiffened and said she would be there. Mirio reminded her that Aizawa would need to approve, but Noa insisted she would attend, her grip on the desk whitening with tension. She wondered why Aizawa had not told her about such a major development. Did he not think she was capable because of the League's involvement? When the bell rang, Noa sprang from her seat and pushed through the crowded halls toward Aizawa's classroom without knocking. She barreled in, ignoring the surprised looks from other students. She was too angry to care. Aizawa looked up from a stack of essays with a mix of irritation and surprise as Noa stood panting in the doorway and demanded why he had not told her about the meeting. Aizawa raised his eyebrows, set his pen down, folded his arms, and told her she had to be more specific. Noa let the door fall closed behind her and strode into the empty classroom, stopping a couple of feet from Aizawa's desk. She looked down at him with a sour expression and demanded to know why he had not told her about the mission involving the Shouta Aizawa. Aizawa massaged his temples and warned her to watch her tone. Noa brushed the warning off and pressed him about his earlier promise not to stand in the way of her becoming a hero, asking why he was keeping her in the dark about an important mission. Aizawa tried to explain that he had not deliberately kept her uninformed, but Noa snapped that she had heard it from Mirio and reminded him that he was supposed to be her mentor. She stepped closer until she reached the edge of his desk and insisted she could handle the League, recalling that she had held her own against them before. Aizawa cut in to point out that she had ended up kidnapped the last time. Noa countered that she had jumped after them deliberately. Aizawa said he could not have her acting recklessly during that mission. Noa stared at him, feeling a wave of indignation and disappointment that she found hard to express, and she held her ground, anger and frustration writ over her face. Noa told him that she was not a child to be protected and that she had trained to be here. She refused to be shut out of an important mission because he felt bad about not keeping things to himself. She used sharp words to hide the hurt she felt. Aizawa insisted he was not acting out of a personal grudge and then admitted, haltingly, that he simply did not want her anywhere near the League again. Noa scoffed and accused him of thinking she was weak or a burden. Aizawa denied it and pleaded that he could not let them hurt her, not again. Noa muttered that was not his decision to make and turned to leave, but Aizawa reached out and grasped her wrist to hold her back. He asked her to be rational. The pleading in his voice almost made her falter, but she pulled her hand free as if the touch had burned her and glared back at him, insisting that she had become a hero to save people and that she intended to do exactly that. She told him she would see him at the meeting. Aizawa breathed her name with a rare vulnerability that made her hesitate for a moment, her fingers tightening around the cold metal of the door handle. He rose from his desk and closed the distance between them with cautious steps, as if wary that any sudden movement might push her away. When he stopped a couple of feet from her, he stood silent and watched her for a long, agonizing moment. He observed her with quiet concern before focusing on the determined expression on her face and accepting that there was nothing he could say to change her mind. Aizawa had always admired Noa's stubbornness. He had seen her willpower on patrols and knew that even after being taken by the League she had not wavered. Many pro-heroes might have quit after such an experience, but Noa Tsukikage had been different. Fierce, determined, and unbroken. He let out a deep sigh, took a final step forward, and placed a hand on her shoulder, regretting how much comfort even that small contact brought him. He conceded and told her he would see her at the meeting. Noa changed trains twice and stepped out onto Shizuoka's platform with her head held high, preparing herself for the conference. She had spent the train ride scrolling through the Hero Network using Aizawa's login to look for updates on the investigation into the Shouta Aizawa. The Erasure hero had been tight-lipped about it, and Noa hoped to find anything new. She discovered that Night Eye had been focused on the group's leader, a villain called Overhaul. She had not heard of him before, and reading about his quirk made her grateful she had not encountered him yet. His ability to disassemble and reshape things around him meant he could cause devastating damage with a touch, a destructive capability that reminded her in function, if not form, of Shigaraki's quirk. Noa tightened her grip on her bag at the thought of the League's possible involvement in overhaul schemes as shadows along the sidewalk flickered in the afternoon light. When she pushed open the large door of the Night Eye Agency, she was surprised by how many pro-heroes were involved in the operation. She recognized several from the Billboard chart rankings and from her time working with 𝐥𝐸. Even Gran Torino had joined. A familiar yellow-clad hero greeted her enthusiastically, addressing her by her hero name, Umbra. Fat Gum smiled as he offered a bite from a wrapped bar and asked after her, inquiring whether she was still working with 𝐥𝐸. Noa remembered getting to know the BMI hero during a black market case in her second year when 𝐥𝐸's team had needed help and Fat Gum's agency had stepped in. She should have expected he would be involved in an operation of this scale. Noa said she had not known he would be part of the mission. She shook her head and forced a smile, explaining that she had switched to work more underground and was currently doing a work study with Eraserhead. Fat Gum replied in surprise that he had not known Eraserhead took on work-study students. Noa shrugged and joked that it must have been her irresistible charm. Fat Gum laughed, asked about her journey, and pointed toward Aizawa Shouta, noting that he was surprised the two had not traveled together. Noa's smile faltered and her eyes swept the room. It was not just her and the other third years of UA, there were also several first years. Anger flared at Aizawa. He trusted a bunch of inexperienced kids with this mission but not her? She had been told about the assignment at the last minute, she said absently, too preoccupied to glare at the underground hero. When the door to the meeting room creaked open, revealing the suited hero who had called the conference, Noa looked up. Sir Night Eye appeared composed, more like a man about to step into a business meeting than one preparing to fight crime. He cleared his throat and invited the group into the meeting room. Everyone filed in single file and sat with their own agencies clustered together. In an unfortunate twist of fate, Noa found herself next to Aizawa Shouta and braced for what felt like an interminable meeting. She fiddled with the hem of her school uniform and exchanged a quick glance with Mirio, who sat beside his mentor, silently hoping he would help expedite the ordeal. Sir Night Eye began the meeting and gestured for Bubble Girl to start the briefing. Bubble Girl read from a script and reported that, for the past couple of weeks, the Night Eye Agency had been investigating the Shouta Aizawa, a small but organized criminal group. Noa had already read most of it in the mission reports on the Hero Network, but she listened carefully just in case she had missed anything. Juzo, the centipede hero, explained that in his capacity as a Night Eye Agency sidekick he had followed leads and uncovered increased contact between Shouta Aizawa and groups outside their organization whose business dealings were disreputable. Their aim appeared to be expanding the organization and enriching its coffers. Shortly after the investigation began, Juzo said they had made contact with a member of the League of Villains known as Pyrosin. The projection of the man on the screen made Noa tense. Her fingers clenched until her nails left marks on her palms as memories of the attack violet flames, the dark cellar, her screams resurfaced. She wondered if Aizawa had been right. Maybe she was not ready for this. Noa could not make out the next few sentences. She could only see Gran Torino's lips moving. She tried to catch her breath and steady herself. Shadows seemed to twitch beneath her chair and her breathing felt tight. She felt she needed to leave the room for a moment. Aizawa remained close at hand, his quiet presence steadying her. That presence was enough to help Noa calm down and focus as Bubble Girl continued the report. She still only half followed the details, distracted by the tension in the room and by Mirio's curious glances between her and their teacher. Sir Night Eye noted that Shouta Aizawa's movements were hard to trace but that they suspected one of the group's main sources of income was illegal drag sales. Noa perked up at that and leaned forward to try to see the face of her fellow third-year classmate who had hunched in his seat. Tamaki had never struck her as someone involved with unauthorized drags, and while they were not close, she considered herself perceptive enough to pick up on such things. Fat Gum reflected that he had brought in his share of drag dealers in the past and mentioned that Ted Riot had proven himself at a debut fight. At the mention of his student, Aizawa's expression tightened, and Noah's breath hitched. Mirio glanced between Noah and the teacher, curious. Fatgum then announced that Tamaki had been shot by a quirk-destroying drag during one of their recent patrols, which sent the blonde hero upright in alarm for his friend. Noah seized the chance to look at Aizawa, whose gaze had settled on her with a momentary glaze of concern. If Pyrosin was connected to Shai Hasaikai's drag dealings, there was no doubt in her mind that her own incident at a convenience store a few months earlier was related. She suspected Aizawa had come to the same conclusion. Noah turned her attention to her shy classmate, who was demonstrating the return of his quirk in the form of a very prominent cow hoof to the assembled pro-heroes. Rocklock commented that the boy must have had a beef bowl for breakfast and added that he was relieved the effects did not seem to be permanent, asking whether the substance did not permanently remove a quirk. Night Eye raised his hand and said no, but that Eraserhead had further insight. Aizawa cleared his throat and explained that the substance did not function exactly like his erasure. He clarified that he did not attack a quirk directly. He described a quirk as an extraordinary addition to an ordinary human body, collectively referred to as quirk genes, and said he could shield those genes and temporarily block their expression without actually damaging them. Fatgum then spoke up and said that after Tamaki had been shot they had taken him to the hospital, where doctors reported that his quirk genes had been affected. Fatgum added that, fortunately, they appeared to have recovered on their own and Tamaki was back to normal. Night Eye asked what was known about the substance used in the attack, and Fatgum replied that whatever it had been did not harm the rest of Tamaki's body, only his quirk had been impaired. He said the shooter had refused to speak. Noah felt a shiver at the idea that someone could destroy a quirk. She remembered how, when she was younger, she had once wished to be rid of hers to escape the darkness. Now the thought brought only dread. She accepted that her quirk was part of her. Fatgum continued, explaining that the gun had been taken apart and the bullet that hit Tamaki was spent. He noted that Kirishima had bravely defended Tamaki from a second shot, which bounced off Kirishima and could now provide a viable sample. Fatgum looked down at the red-haired student with pride. He then said that analysis of the bullet's residue had revealed something sickening. It contained human blood and cells. Noah felt cold. She had expected the worst to be an existence of quirk-erasing drags, but learning that they were made from human material was far worse. Ryukyu, the dragon hero Noah recognized, voiced the thought that a quirk that could destroy quirks was terrifying. Another hero raised a hand and said he was not making the connection to Hasaikai. Fatgum explained that the man who shot Tamaki had used an illegal drag to boost his quirk during the fight with Kirishima. He described the distribution channels for such drags as complex and said that, though things had diminished since earlier days, drags still moved through intermediaries. Fatgum stated there was no concrete evidence that Hasaikai handled the drags, but that they had interacted with one of the middlemen involved. The masked hero made a dismissive sound and asked if that was all. Night Eye shook his head and told the room that Ryukyu's team had recently broken up a fight between two villain groups, one of which was controlled by the intermediary organization Fatgum had mentioned. He said that group had been given an inferior drag that did not last long. Noah raised her hand and said she believed she had come across that same drag a couple of months earlier during a robbery at the convenience store where she shopped. The masked hero responded dismissively, asking how she could be sure so many enhancement drags existed. Noah met the masked hero's tone and said she could not be certain, but that the involvement of someone called Pyrosin in that robbery made her observation worth mentioning. Quiet whispers ran through the conference room, and the masked hero fell silent. Noah realized Aizawa had not shared this information with the group. Night Eye nodded and asked Noah for any further details about the incident. Noah shook her head and said she had suffered a bad concussion and had not been briefed on what happened after she lost consciousness. She said she believed the person using the drag was still in police custody. Night Eye said he would speak with Tsukachi about it, then turned the screen behind him to an image of the infamous overhaul. He explained that Chisaki's quirk was overhaul, which allowed him to disassemble and reassemble things, effectively breaking down matter. Night Eye said that meant he could create a bullet that could break down quirks. A silence fell over the room so complete that Noah could hear the distant chatter of people passing beneath the large windows. She noticed Mirio's defeated expression and felt concern. Mirio's usual goofy smile was gone, and even Midoriya did not look like himself. Night Eye said that Chisaki had a daughter named Eri. He added that there were no records of her birth, and that when Mirio and Midoriya had encountered her, they had noticed bandages wrapped around her arms and legs. Noa's eyes widened and her fists clenched as she began to grasp the implication. A wave of bile rose in her throat and the room around her seemed to shrink, pressing her back into a familiar darkness. Memories of her quirk therapy resurfaced, times of being trapped in a dimly lit room, trying to navigate her shadows while doctors watched through cameras and took notes. Ryukyu wondered aloud whether he could really do something so horrific, and Noa already knew the answer, clenching her fists as Gran Torino confirmed that, unfortunately, it was possible. Gran Torino admitted that in a world of superhumans, if you could imagine it, someone could find a way to do it. Noa felt sick and would have been sick if Aizawa had not steadied her. She fixed her gaze on the mahogany table and focused on the gentle pressure of his hand. It was clear the situation weighed on him as well. His movements had grown more frantic and uneasy. Night Eye clarified that they were not certain the suspect was actually selling the bullets and that the efficacy of those items appeared questionable. He explained it was possible the items were still in a testing phase and were being distributed as samples to rally support. He added that, although they had no hard evidence, the suspect was gathering allies and funds nationwide, and if the completed drag allowed someone to erase a person's quirk, the devastation would be unimaginable. Rocklock commented that it would have saved them a lot of trouble if the two amateurs had simply taken the girl away from him. Noa inwardly scoffed. Blaming students for events far beyond their control felt wrong. Night Eye did not hesitate to take responsibility for the outcome, insisting the blame should not fall on the students. He explained that, even without full knowledge of the situation, each had acted to save the child in their own way. Midoriya had been willing to take the immediate risk, while Mirio had chosen to wait for a better opportunity. The two boys remained silent, fists clenched under the table. Noa imagined the weight of the guilt they carried. Night Eye assured them that nobody in the room was more frustrated than the students themselves. He then signaled to his interns, who stood up as their chairs scraped the linoleum floor. Midoriya vowed they would get Eri away next time, and Mirio pledged they would protect her. Night Eye affirmed that rescuing and protecting the girl was their goal. Noa took a shaky breath and wondered what she had gotten herself into. The meeting continued with a plan to investigate organizations and groups affiliated with the Shouta Aizawa and the locations the Yakuza had used. A map displayed each location of interest, and agencies were assigned areas to report on whether the girl might be there. There was notable pushback against the plan, however. While it was thorough, it would take time during which the girl could be harmed or subjected to more experiments. Noa bit her tongue and held back a suggestion. She had no better option to offer. She glanced at the sheet passed to her and Aizawa and saw the location they would oversee. It was not far from their usual patrol route, and the thought that she might have walked past the girl without noticing made her feel even sicker. When the meeting was adjourned, everyone filed out of the conference room with somber expressions. Noa kept a straight face as she left and offered a quiet thank you to Night Eye before exiting. Outside, she searched for her blonde classmate. She owed him at least a check-in after everything he had been through helping her over the past weeks. Yuna would have insisted she try. Before Noa could cross the lobby toward the group of students, she felt a light tug on her sleeve. She turned to face Aizawa, the man whose face had been on her mind for weeks. He stood behind her with one hand in his pocket and the other lightly holding her blazer sleeve, and he asked if he could speak with her for a moment. Noa hesitated, still annoyed that he had not told her about the meeting sooner, but the way he had calmed her earlier made her agree. She did not like how easily he could unsettle her. She told him she would listen. Aizawa guided her through the crowd of heroes, and the corridor brought back a memory of her birthday night at a club where he had taken her to dance, a small flush rising to her cheeks at the recollection. They stopped in a quieter hallway. Aizawa rested his back against the wall while Noa stood stiffly with her arms crossed. Noa asked what he wanted. Aizawa sighed, rubbed his temple, and asked her to promise she would not do anything reckless on the mission. Noa pinched her forehead and, feeling a wave of frustration, told him that they had already had this argument and that it felt like déjà vu. Aizawa replied earnestly that he meant it. His tone conveyed how seriously he took the risk, and he told her he had lost too many people. Aizawa's voice quivered as he admitted that he could not lose her too. The slight wavering made Noa falter. She swallowed the sarcastic reply she had formed and nodded hesitantly, promising that he would not lose her. She did not press him further. That would be a conversation for another time. Noa looked up at him with a firm expression, showing him that she intended to keep her promise. As much as Aizawa hated to admit it, Noa had been right to attend the meeting and join the mission despite his reservations. Her insights into the case had been sharp, and he felt a quiet pride at how well she had presented herself in front of the pro-heroes, holding her ground even under questioning. He would never tell her that. He knew praise might only inflate her ego. Still, he missed their old banter and the little nicknames she used to give him. He regretted how he had ruined things between them. Noa asked if that was all, craning her neck to see whether anyone had been watching them. Aizawa wanted to apologize but could not find the right words, so he stayed silent and watched her walk away to join the other UA students. Only when she was out of sight did he allow himself to sink to the wall as a wave of exhaustion washed over him. He whispered that he was sorry. Noa Tsukikage hated waiting. She had never been patient, not as a child and not now. For the past few days she had paced her room, smoking and nervous as she waited for the pros to locate where the girl, Eri, was being held. Sitting idle while someone else suffered had frayed her nerves. Yuna had asked several times why Noa had been so on edge, but Noa always shut the subject down. It was not for lack of wanting to confide in the blonde. She wanted nothing more than to vent about Eri and the helplessness of waiting. She had been under strict orders not to discuss the case with anyone, a stipulation clearly stated in the file she had received at the end of the conference, and so she had kept silent. When Aizawa's text finally came through announcing that it was go time, Noa felt a flood of relief. The message jolted her awake despite the hour. It was almost 4 in the morning. She threw on her hero costume faster than she normally would and dashed out of the dorms, hair unbrushed, nearly colliding with Aizawa, who had been waiting outside. She stumbled on the wet grass and felt a pair of calloused hands steady her by the shoulders. Aizawa stifled a yawn and asked what had her in such a hurry. He looked tired but still composed in his hero gear. Noa bristled, hands on her hips, annoyed that anyone would question the urgency. She demanded to know if he had forgotten there was a girl in danger. Aizawa softened, reminding himself that Noa was not yet a fully licensed hero and that her intensity sometimes came from that very eagerness. He told her he had not forgotten and explained as they walked toward the train station that there would be announcements and ground rules before the mission began, that the team would wait for Rocklock to arrive, and that preparations always took time. Noa considered stopping to fix her hair or grab something to eat, but she had no time for vanity where a person was in peril. Aizawa offered her one of his famous blackberry fruit pouches, telling her she would need some fuel if things escalated. Noa smiled and accepted it, remarking that it brought back memories. Aizawa remembered the night at the hospital and how relieved he had been to hear she was okay. She finished the drink and dropped the empty package into a nearby bin. The night was quiet apart from distant trains leaving the station and the low white noise of suburban life. Noa scanned the surrounding buildings, arms folded, thoughts on the girl who might be frightened and alone. She hoped she was safe. She hoped the rescue would be swift. They reached the station in time for the last train to Osaka. Inside the empty suburban carriage, the fluorescent lights were harsh for that hour and Noa closed her eyes at the brightness, leaving it to Aizawa to find them a seat. It was not a difficult task. Aside from a few drunkards looking for a place for the night, all compartments were empty. Aizawa moved straight to a 4-seater and sat facing the direction of travel. Noa chose the seat across from him, leaning against the tall window and watching buildings blur into the dark as the train picked up speed. Aizawa asked if she was worried. Noa looked up from the window, furrowing her brow as she considered the tired man across from her and answered that she was not sure she should be. Aizawa warned her that the mission was risky, explaining that they had no idea how many of the Shouta Aizawa's men were present or exactly where the girl was being held. He told her to be cautious rather than scared and advised her not to become overconfident. Noa protested that she was never cocky. Aizawa reminded her of recent incidents, mentioning the bank robbery and the night at the bar. Noa defended her actions at the bank and conceded that the bar episode had been a bit boastful. She raised her hands in mock surrender and promised Aizawa that she would not get cocky. Satisfied, he nodded and looked back out the window. A short silence settled over them, filled only by the rattle of the train on the tracks. Noa ran a hand through her knotted hair and drew her knees to her chest before asking Aizawa whether they would get the girl to safety. Aizawa shifted, acknowledged her quietly, and spoke more softly than usual, calling her name to get her attention. He told her to stop picking at her nails. His calloused hands gently but firmly took hers for a moment and then withdrew, leaving both of them quiet. Aizawa assured Noa that they would get her out and added that he doubted Midoriya and Togata would leave without the girl. He chuckled under his breath. Noa watched the side of his face and found herself unable to look away when their eyes met. She allowed herself a small, private admission. She still felt something for him, and she had a romantic streak that made it hard to let go of what had happened between them in the past. She knew she was being sentimental, but she could not pretend the memories did not matter. Aizawa told her they would be there soon. Noa turned back to the window in time to see the sun begin to rise above the tall buildings of Shizuoka Prefecture. The train slowed as it approached the station. It took about 5 minutes from the station to reach Sir Nitai's agency, where a number of heroes were already assembled for a final briefing. Noa slipped into the same seat next to Aizawa as before and tapped her foot impatiently on the linoleum while waiting for the Foresight hero to begin. Night Eye said that he trusted everyone had read the report and informed the room that the team had ascertained the girl was within the compound and that the police had granted a warrant to enter the property that morning. He displayed a detailed map of the Shouta Aizawa headquarters on the large screen, with certain rooms and hallways circled to indicate where the girl might be hidden. Night Eye explained that he had used police maps to develop the most efficient infiltration plan and invited anyone with amendments to speak now. Silence filled the conference room as no one volunteered changes. The quiet felt like the calm before a storm. At 8 in the morning the group of heroes stood before the compound. From the outside it looked ordinary, blending with the surrounding buildings in a way that would have kept it from standing out to a casual observer. Noa knew, from experience, that appearances could be deceiving and that something ordinary on the outside could hide danger within. Noa found herself pressed close to Aizawa's side among the assembled heroes as the chief of the Shizuoka police force gave a final debrief. She had already committed the list of Shouta Aizawa members' quirks to memory and kept replaying the details the chief had provided, fingers worrying the piece of paper tucked into the pocket of her hero costume. The information was solid and could very well save her from a lot of trouble once she and the others made it inside. Aizawa beside her had grown tense, standing stiffly as his eyes flicked from his first-year students to the big three and then lingered on Noa for a moment. Noa wondered what exactly they were waiting for, shifting from one foot to the other as the other students grew irritated. Aizawa noted that he did not remember her being this impatient. Noa protested that she was not, though she was inwardly restless. She explained that she did not enjoy standing around when she could help save someone and that it felt like a waste. Aizawa said he disagreed, adding that these things took time to plan and that if it worked out the waiting would be worth it. Noa worried what if it would not work. Aizawa assured her that it would. At exactly 8:30 the team moved. As the group of heroes prepared to enter the oddly quiet compound, an abnormally muscular arm crashed through the front door, sending Darkwood splinters into the crowd. Noa took a step back and shielded her face while using her quirk to steady 3 nearby officers, rope-like shadows wrapping around them and helping them regain their balance. Noa made a sarcastic remark that this was one way to say good morning and looked up at the culprit. The figure standing 3 to 4 meters tall resembled a Nomu more than a human, its muscles unnaturally large. Given the figure's connection to the Yakuza, Noa suspected a quirk enhancement drag stronger than what she had encountered before. A gust of wind announced Ryukyu's transformation into her dragon state. Ryukyu indicated that she and the rest of her agency would engage the giant while the others infiltrated the compound. Fat Gum breached through the broken door and urged everyone to get to the girl. Noa exchanged a last glance with Aizawa and sprinted after the group. Finally, it was go time. The hallways inside the dimly lit compound seemed to stretch on forever as the smaller team began their search for the girl, Eri. Noa wondered if someone had leaked their plans for the raid after the giant had barged through the door as if he hadn't known they were here. Amajiki agreed that there must be a reason they had all come pouring out like that as they continued to run through the never-ending corridors. The chief shook his head and argued that if there had been a leak, the attackers would be fighting more cohesively. Groups like that were used to working together. Aizawa agreed, saying that nothing mattered more to those criminals than their bond with their boss and with one another, and that being part of the underworld made loyalty even more sacred. Mirio quipped that Aizawa seemed to know quite a bit about the underworld. Aizawa confirmed this and observed that although many people were outside, they had not seen the top brass yet. Those leaders were probably underground or preparing to flee. Kirishima objected that forcing henchmen to fight while the bosses ran away was not loyalty, and Noa silently agreed. Before anyone could elaborate, Night Eye halted abruptly in front of a plain-looking vase set in a wall notch. The sudden stop caused Noa to stumble forward until Aizawa's arms came around her waist and steadied her. Aizawa hushed that she was being clumsy, and Noa felt a blush warm her cheeks. Night Eye announced that they had found a device that opened a hidden passage. Noa watched as he pressed the wooden floorboard beneath the vase, and a quiet click revealed another set of dark corridors behind it. Bubble Girl reacted with excited delight, likening it to a ninja hideout, but Noa remained tense at the thought of the unknown danger inside despite having studied the map carefully. One of Night Eye's teammates warned everyone to keep their guards up. They did not know what they might face in those tunnels. As if on cue, a group of Hasaikai members darted out from the newly open notch. Centipede and Bubble Girl moved quickly, detaining the henchmen with efficient teamwork. Bubble Girl reassured the team that they would ensure the criminals could not follow and told the others to go on ahead. Centipede agreed. The team continued on, now 2 heroes delayed. They descended into the underground tunnel system, but came to an abrupt halt when Night Eye pointed out a thick cement wall where the map indicated there should be a passage. Noa pinched the skin on her forehead and sighed, thinking that 5 minutes into the mission things were already starting to go wrong. This was going to be a long day, Noa was sure of it. The chief grumbled that it looked like a dead end and asked what they should do next, turning to the professional heroes with a wide-eyed gaze. Rock Lock complained to Night Eye that his foresight had failed. Noa glanced toward Mirio. The blonde looked more determined than ever, and something in his expression said his next move might be reckless. He stepped forward, removed his visor, drew a steady breath, and offered to take a look. Mirio sprinted to the wall and phased through it enough to poke his head out on the other side. He announced triumphantly that the hallway had only been blocked by the wall, and Noa felt a rush of relief. The obstruction had a purpose, but breaking it would not be simple. Kirishima and Midoriya charged the cement and punched a large hole almost instantly. Despite Mirio's calls to keep moving, Noa slowed, the sensation of being watched making the hairs on her neck prickle. If the shy Hasaikai already knew they were there, the villains would expect that a few walls would not stop them. There had to be something else. When the walls began to move, Noa hoped she was wrong, that fatigue was playing tricks on her. One look around showed otherwise. The concrete twisted and contorted, sliding as if the building itself had been shaken. The sight made her stomach lurch and her head swim. She had never experienced anything like it. Kirishima tried to hold onto one of the walls to steady himself and warned that everything was twisting. The chief yelped as he was shoved against the concrete, fighting to keep his balance. Someone suggested it was Iranaka, since Chisaki's quirk could not produce this kind of effect. Noa remembered Iranaka's quirk from the police report. Mimicry, the ability to enter and control objects as if they were extensions of his own body. The thought made the situation more disturbing. Noa told the group that Iranaka must have entered the concrete in the halls and turned the corridors into a living maze. Rocklock argued that such control shouldn't be possible on this scale, and someone else suggested they were using quirk enhancement drags. Noa spoke up and proposed that performance-enhancing drags were involved. Fat Gum agreed, saying he had noticed signs earlier with one of the big opponents. Noa felt a brief surge of pride at being right. Fat Gum added that controlling something this large would take a toll on whoever was doing it and appealed to Aizawa to stop him. Aizawa replied that he could not act without seeing the enemy's real body. Noa sighed at that answer and fought the rising nausea. If Aranaka was inside the walls, she thought it would be fitting for the culprit to suffer for it, but she forced herself back to focus. Mirio cut through her thoughts with a firm declaration that this was only a setback. If they knew the direction of their goal, he insisted, he could still reach it even if the path warped. The boy sprinted forward, phasing through the walls ahead without regard for the warnings around him. Noa cursed under her breath at Mirio's recklessness and worried he would get himself killed. She had no choice but to act. She called to Aizawa, apologized silently for what she was about to do, and slipped into the shadows. Even underground, the compound was a wild maze of twisting corridors. The walls had stopped shifting several minutes earlier. Noa did not know whether the drag's effects had waned or if the controller was concentrating elsewhere. She hoped it was the former for everyone's sake. Using a mental map of the building, Noa ran through the dim tunnels searching for Mirio, but the blonde trainee was nowhere in sight. The ground lurched beneath her feet, and she pushed harder to reach him. The floor bucked, lights flickered in uneven pulses, and her breathing echoed in the narrow passage. She was grateful, in a weird way, for all the extra cardio training Aizawa had put her through. As she raced, the hallway behind her sealed shut with a snap like a giant jaw. Noa let out a frustrated groan. She had no idea where she was now, completely lost in the shifting underground. She wondered if she should have stayed with the rest of the group. Her mind was already coming up with insults for the blonde boy brickhead, mental midget, mullet head when the list was cut short by a faint cackling coming from around the end of the dark corridor. The purple light flickering at the far end of the hallway made Noa freeze mid-step. There was no way. Fortuna's will hardly ever spun in her favor. It must have been her rotten luck to encounter him here. Or maybe the universe resented her trying to win. Pyrrhison announced himself in a gravelly voice that echoed off the concrete walls, sending a shiver down Noa's back. He introduced himself with a grin, purple flames rolling off his shoulders in lazy waves. Noa told him that he was in her way. Her voice came out flat, void of emotion. She wanted to shout, cry, run. Instead, she forced herself to be strong for Mirio, for the frightened child somewhere in these walls, and for Aizawa and the other heroes who were still out there. She had promised she'd come back in one piece. Pyrrhison stepped forward, an ember drifting off his palm and dying midair as he mocked the absence of her protector. Noa felt the old wound of abandonment twist in her stomach. Her palms stung from clenching her fists so hard. The villain laughed and asked if he had hit a nerve. Noa's shadows rippled at her feet in answer. She ordered him to move, firmer this time. Pyrrhison said he wasn't moving and suggested they finish what they'd started last time, but Noa read the suggestion for what it was and tensed. Noa warned him sharply, then held back from further provocation. Pyrrhison advanced with a sharper grin. Noa's shadows shot forward as a single black whip aimed at his side. Pyrrhison twisted away with infuriating ease and countered with a burst of purple flame from his palm. He taunted her predictability. A streak of flame scorched the wall behind her as she slid aside, the shockwave rattling her bones. She did not remember being this strong back at the convenience store. Pyrrhison mentioned that he had had enhancements. Noa cursed under her breath as she realized the extent of his power and forced herself to focus. She wiped sweat from her forehead and charged. Pyrrhison condensed a lilac blast in his hand and Noa dove into a patch of shadow, dissolving into dark matter and reappearing behind him to snap her heel in a strike. He caught her ankle midair, his grip burning through the fabric. White-hot pain shot up her leg. She bit back a cry and twisted, using the momentum to strike him in the ribs and force his hand to release her. Noa stumbled as her boots skidded across the heated concrete and the skin of her ankle blistered from the burn. Pyrrhison spat and wiped his lip, smiling with an unhinged look. He swung a burning fist at her head. Noa ducked and drove her elbow into his stomach. He countered with a knee that left her gasping for air. Pain hammered through her body and her hands shook on the concrete, but she refused to stay down. Pyrrhison mocked her endurance and boasted about his enhancer. Noa found her resolve and moved inside his shadow, wrapping her legs around his neck and tightening pressure. Pyrosin cursed as Noah's fingernails dug at the skin beneath his eyebrow, close to his eye. He clawed at her legs to throw her off. When his fingers pressed against the injured area around her ankle, he used the moment to heave her away. Noa landed and tried to push herself up, blurred vision making the world swim. He stalked toward her, then roughly hauled her to her feet by her hair. Noa tried to kick, but her legs found nothing. Pyrosin declared he had her and intended to keep her. Noa growled that she would rather die. Pyrosin coldly responded that could be arranged. A suffocating pressure rose in Noa's chest. Her head spun and her vision flickered. Shadows around her began to twist and coil as if they had a mind of their own. Pyrosin stayed focused on her, oblivious to the way the darkness moved. The shadows around them seemed to expand, coating the already dark hallway in a sheet of black. Noa's breathing hitched and her pupils dilated. For a moment it was eerily silent, everything stilled like the calm before the storm, then the overhead lights flickered, sputtered, and cracked. Pyrosin's voice carried worry as he asked what was happening, his eyes widening as the shadows in the tunnels deepened and stretched toward them. He stumbled back and cursed in shock. Noa staggered to her feet, feeling the cold of her shadows coil around her legs to steady her. She did not understand how or why. The shadows seemed to act on their own, moving outside her conscious control yet working in concert with her. They wrapped around him in dark ropes and bound his movement. The violet flames sputtering around his hands dimmed as her shadows swallowed them. The shadows tightened around his body until only his face remained visible in the darkness of the tunnel. Noa felt a small, cold satisfaction at his fear. He trembled and gasped, fighting, and for once she did not care if it made her look villainous. She told herself she was in control now and that he would never hurt her or anyone else again. She advanced toward the immobilized man with slow, cautious steps, her right leg dragging in a slight limp. Noa taunted him that he could fight all he wanted, but she had already won. Pyrosin roared an insult and made a final attempt to free himself, but it was immediately suppressed. Noa ignored the insult and reached for the quirk-suppressing cuffs the police had given them earlier, fastening them tightly around his wrists as the shadows dissolved. She smirked at the satisfying click once they were secured and told him to settle down. Before he could react, Noa's boot struck his temple and he went still. The tunnels fell quiet once more, the only sound Noa's heavy breathing as she leaned against the warm concrete wall and stared down at the unconscious man. She had done it. It was finally over. Her knees buckled and she steadied herself on the wall as exhaustion washed over her. The fight had drained her, and black dots danced before her eyes as the familiar headache from overusing her quirk pounded behind her tired lids. She allowed herself a moment of rest, and before she knew it her eyes fluttered shut and her breathing evened out, unaware of other commotion in the tunnels some distance away. Shouta Aizawa woke with the feeling of having been run over, staring up at a white ceiling as the smell of antiseptic hit him. He realized he was in a hospital and the memories of the mission slammed back. His right shoulder ached from repeated stabs and his movements were sluggish from Kurono's quirk. He had thought it might be over for him when the gray-haired assailant had him pinned and blindfolded, almost striking him down if not for Amajiki's timely rescue. Aizawa felt a swell of pride at the shy boy's sudden courage and strength. Despite his doubts, all of his students had shown remarkable resolve during the mission: Midoriya, Kirishima, Togata, Noa. Pain jolted through him as he sat up, the stitches in his left shoulder protesting. Noa. In the chaos around Chisaki, he had nearly forgotten the girl who had ignored his orders to follow after a friend. He had not seen her when they resurfaced from the tunnels. Aizawa's mind raced through worst-case scenarios. What if she had been harmed by the villains, trapped under debris, or targeted by the League because of their involvement? Hearing the faint scent of cigarette smoke, something he had become accustomed to, steadied him. He turned his head and found the girl who had occupied his thoughts hunched in a plastic chair by the window, a cigarette between her lips. Relief eased his shoulders and he sank back into his pillow, staying quiet so as not to disturb her. She had not noticed him awake yet, earbuds in place as she bobbed her head to the music and exhaled another puff of smoke. Her hero costume was absent. She wore hospital pants and an oversized zip-up hoodie, likely brought by a classmate. The night sky outside was dark and the stars cast a silvery glow across her pale skin as she looked down at the empty streets. Aizawa cleared his throat to announce he was awake, and the sudden sound made her spin around in surprise. She smiled when she saw him and put out her cigarette on the windowsill before walking toward the bed. Noa conveyed that she had noticed he was awake and offered a reassuring smile. Aizawa confirmed that he was conscious and asked, with gentle concern, if she was all right. Noa showed him her right ankle, wrapped in a bandage, and wiggled it playfully, a smirk crossing her face. Noa explained that she had a burn on her ankle and a couple of scratches but was overall fine, adding that she had fought hard. Aizawa let out a small chuckle and did not correct her language, his eyes softening as he listened. Noa reported that Pyrosin was being interrogated by the police and would be on his way to prison in a couple of hours. She spoke with obvious pride, and Aizawa felt relief that the girl standing beside his bed was largely unharmed, though the slight tremble of her hands betrayed that she was not entirely okay. Aizawa shifted in his bed and sat upright with a wince, saying that he was sorry and that he should have been there with her. Noa shook her head and quietly apologized in return, regretting that she had split from the group. She began to motion toward him with shame, suggesting that if she had stayed with him things might have been different. Aizawa gently interrupted to tell her she had done well, his voice soft and reassuring. Noa released a shaky breath and bit her lower lip. Aizawa rose from the bed and took a few deliberate steps closer, noting the lingering scent of smoke on her hoodie. The girl looked up at him, eyes glazing with tears as she allowed herself to be vulnerable in front of the underground hero. When Aizawa placed a steady hand on her shoulder, Noa finally broke down, a heartbreaking sob escaping her. She admitted she had been terrified and had feared for her life. She swallowed and looked down as fresh tears rolled down her cheeks. Aizawa gently lifted her chin to meet his tired eyes and wiped the tears from under her eyes with quiet care. His touch was careful and calming as he steadied her. Aizawa assured her that the threat was over and that Pyrosin would spend the rest of his days where he could do no more harm. His gaze was firm and unwavering as he held her steady. Noa confessed that she had genuinely believed he was going to kill her and that her quirk had moved on its own, frightening her. Aizawa soothed her by running his fingers along a small cut above her left eyebrow and tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, keeping the motion calm and practical. Noa leaned into the comfort, her eyes fluttering closed for a moment as she steadied herself. Aizawa told her they would talk about what had happened another time, keeping his focus on her recovery. Noa then revealed that she had thought of him during the fight and when she believed she might die. She insisted that the earlier night had not been a mistake to her and confessed that she was tired of pretending it meant nothing. She spoke earnestly that she could not stop thinking about him and did not want to leave without him knowing how she felt. Aizawa admitted that the moment had meant a great deal to him as well, but he reminded her that he was her teacher and older, and that she deserved someone closer to her age and in a different position. Noa shook her head and, with determination, said that she did not want anyone else. She wanted him. She softened her language and expressed that she cared for him deeply. Aizawa hesitated and acknowledged the complexity of their situation, his restraint clear as he emphasized the responsibilities and boundaries involved. Noa pushed briefly, but then their exchange shifted away from escalating intimacy. A short neutral sentence bridged the moment. They shared a quiet, honest pause and decided to address their feelings and the appropriate boundaries at a later, more suitable time. They both took a moment to breathe. Aizawa closed his eyes and, after a pause, offered calm support. Noa smiled slightly, relief and uncertainty mingling on her face. They agreed to let things rest for now and to talk through everything once he had recovered, preserving the trust between them while keeping a clear sense of responsibility. The room settled into a gentle quiet as Noa stayed by Aizawa's bed, both of them holding on to the resolve to handle the future carefully and protectively. Noa and Midoriya had arrived at the hospital still reeling from everything that had happened. The mood in the ward had shifted from tense urgency to stunned silence when word spread that Mirai Sasaki had died. Noa had not known the man well, but the news cut through her daydreams and jolted her back into reality. They had been too late to save him. They had watched as the green-haired hero had offered his last words to his mentor before he passed with a sad smile. Even All Might had lost his usual brightness and stood over the body with a mournful expression. The lobby felt heavy and hollow. Noa sat between Recovery Girl and Aizawa on an orange cushioned chair, eyes fixed on the television where the mission coverage played on loop. Recovery Girl sighed and said that the station had been repeating the same reports since yesterday. Midoriya stepped into the lobby wearing his school uniform, clearly exhausted. A broadcast announced that Kai Chisaki, the former head of a Yakuza group, had been arrested for adoption and confinement of a young girl. The news then reported that police transporting him had been attacked by the League of Villains. During the skirmish, a sand-based hero serving as an escort had been killed and several law enforcement officers had been injured. Recovery Girl and Aizawa exchanged somber looks at the television, both weary from the endless fallout. Aizawa reminded the students that they should not blame themselves, that most of the team was returning to class, and that the doctors wanted to continue monitoring Mirio for a while longer. Recovery Girl had been able to heal the rest of the students involved in the raid, and they were packing their things. Noa kept her gaze on the screen, fingers worrying the hem of her hoodie. She felt hollow and exhausted after the long day, the battle with Pyrosin, the victory, the brief, tender moment she had shared earlier that had left a hospital gown a little crumpled, and then the sudden death of Sir Night-Eye. It was all too much. Midoriya asked if he could stay a little longer to be there for the white-haired girl, Eri, when she woke. Aizawa replied firmly that Eri was still too dangerous to visit and that they had to trust the doctors. Midoriya's shoulders fell at that. He really wanted to be there. Noa brightened at the mention of Eri despite helping to rescue her. She had not yet seen the girl. The hospital had placed the child in quarantine and Noa had lost consciousness before she could reach her. Noa admired the way Aizawa handled Midoriya with quiet patience, seeing again the soft side he kept hidden beneath his constant grumbling. Then she told Aizawa she wanted to check on Mirio before they left. Aizawa accepted her bag with a resigned scowl as the students rose to go. As they walked back into the sterile halls of Tokyo General Hospital, Midoriya complimented Noa on how well she had done during the mission. Noa returned the gesture, noting how much he had grown since they last met in a hospital. Midoriya blushed deeply and confessed that he still wished he could have done more. They moved through bright corridors, both carrying the weight of the mission on their shoulders. Midoriya admitted his guilt over Mirio losing his quirk and the loss of his mentor. Noa understood that feeling more than most. She too replayed the day, wishing she had been faster, feeling the sting of helplessness. Noa had spent years training to prove herself, to earn the right to call herself a hero. Sometimes she wondered if it was the right path, but the thrill of doing good and the pride of proving doubters wrong pushed her onward. She hoped her father, wherever he was, would be proud of how far she had come. Noa told Midoriya that being a hero did not mean always winning. Sometimes they would lose, but what mattered was learning from those losses and returning stronger. Noa smiled at the younger boy and stopped in front of a white door, telling him to trust her that Mirio would agree and that they had arrived. Midoriya knocked carefully against the painted wood and identified himself, adding that Tsukikage was with him. Mirio opened the door with a bright, enthusiastic greeting, holding the lower half of his body up in a candle-like position while pretending to ride a bike, a sight Noa privately doubted the nurses had intended given his bandages. He assumed they must be heading back to campus and complained that he was stuck in the hospital despite feeling full of energy. Noa pointed out that maybe he should take it easy, and Mirio fell back into the bed, settling into a more normal position as he said he was glad to see Tsukikage doing okay. Midoriya asked if Mirio was all right, and Mirio grew serious for a moment as he explained that he had lost his permeation and that his mentor had recently passed away. Mirio added that, though he should be full of sorrow, he refused to sit around crying because his mentor had loved to laugh and he wanted to focus on becoming a fine hero one day. Noa was relieved that Mirio still carried his bright personality and smiled at him. Mirio mentioned that he did not want to wear a gloomy face and risk making little Eri feel sad. Noa tried to loosen the tense atmosphere by noting that a stern expression did not suit Mirio. Midoriya, shaken, praised Mirio for protecting Eri the whole time, acknowledging that he had relied on help from others and feeling guilty that, had he been the successor, perhaps their mentor might have survived. Midoriya's voice trembled as tears formed, and Noa remembered an earlier conversation she had overheard but decided not to press him on it. He already carried enough weight. Mirio briefly offered to give Midoriya his quirk, but Midoriya declined, saying he would not want to cause trouble for anyone. Noa watched Mirio with a fond expression, thinking that if he ever left hero work he might do well teaching, childcare, or even comedy, though she admitted she often missed his jokes. Noa then steered the conversation toward lighter things, asking what Mirio planned to do next and inviting him to their Thursday movie night, hoping that would distract Yuna from nagging her about her phone. Mirio promised that once he was discharged he would take her up on the offer and asked Noa to tell Yuna he said hello. A few days later, after Mirio was discharged, he followed through on the invitation and joined the girls for their movie night. A kernel of popcorn hit Noa squarely on the forehead just as she looked up from her phone. Mirio had indeed kept his promise and made the first of what they all hoped would be many movie nights. The three of them settled on Yuna's bed to watch Home Alone in preparation for the holidays. Noa sat on the far left of the bed with Yuna squeezed next to her, a bucket of popcorn balanced on Yuna's lap. Yuna's phone glowed in her hand, and she was not fully focused on the screen. Yuna called Noa out when the popcorn kernel landed in her lap, and Noa insisted she was watching, though Yuna did not believe her. Noa guessed the scene incorrectly, and Mirio laughed, wrapping the blanket the girls had insisted he take a little tighter around his shoulders. He admitted he did not fully understand the movie and wondered aloud how someone could forget their child. Yuna reacted in shocked disbelief that Mirio had never seen Home Alone and declared it the quintessential Christmas movie. Noa admitted she had watched it a few times despite not celebrating much. Mirio said he watched the All Might holiday special every year and suggested they could watch that next time. Noa protested that movies about her teacher over the break sounded dreadful. Yuna began to tease about Noa's sleeping arrangements, but Noa quickly stopped the teasing with a sharp elbow to Yuna's side, bringing an end to the topic as the movie continued playing. She should have known that entrusting her most important secret to the biggest gossiper in what felt like the whole of Japan was not her brightest idea. Mirio, however, did not seem to have noticed. He simply stared at the TV screen where Kevin was currently tricking the wet bandits into thinking his family was hosting a party. Noa changed the topic and wondered aloud why they were called the wet bandits. Mirio explained that the criminals flooded premises after robbing them, which Noa called foul. Mirio used the interruption to save the group from another argument about Noa's phone use, noting how the bandits left their victims with thousands of dollars worth of water damage and calling them real villains. Noa compared them with the villains from Mirio's favorite All Might holiday episodes, teasing him with a smirk. Yuna joined in, surprised Mirio watched those specials every year. Mirio defended the tradition, insisting there was more to those stories than holiday costumes and that his mentor had loved that rendition. Both girls' expressions softened at the mention of Mirio's deceased mentor. Despite Mirio's insistence that he was fine and would keep smiling for the green-haired hero, everyone still tread carefully around the subject. It had only been a couple of days since the mission, and the aftermath still haunted those who had participated. Noa had spoken with several Class 1A students who had joined them when she visited Aizawa. They seemed mostly fine, but something nagged at them. Noa had hardly seen the Erasure hero since they had been discharged from the hospital. He was staying with Eri in case her quirk became unstable again. Aizawa was the only one who could stop her if it did. Noa found herself beginning to miss him. She knew it was selfish others needed him more, but she wanted to be near him again. She had even hovered over his contact a few times, tempted to send a message, then quickly dismissed the idea. Yuna nudged Noa's knee and pointed out that Noa had spaced out, adding that Mirio was having a fit over the bandits walking into Kevin's traps. Noa hummed and fidgeted with her shirt fabric, saying she would step outside for a second and telling them not to wait. Noa slipped into the cat-shaped slippers Yuna had given her for her birthday and braced herself against the winter air. Yuna offered her jacket, calling Noa dramatic for stepping out into the cold. Noa accepted the jacket with a small smile and a rolling of the eyes. Yuna joked she hoped Noa would catch a cold. Noa playfully threatened to sneeze on her friend. Outside, the air was freezing and the cat slippers suddenly seemed like a poor choice. Noa leaned against a lamp post in front of Class 3B's dormitory and fished for a lighter, planning to light a cigarette for warmth. Aizawa appeared a few feet away, startling her. He advised her to stop smoking, prompting an exasperated reaction. Noa accused him of scaring her and Aizawa chuckled, stopping close enough that she could see the small cloud of breath he exhaled. He wore his usual hero attire with a warm scarf around his neck, which Noa envied. Noa teased that she was not easily startled and suggested he was unusually good at catching her with her guard down. When she set the cigarette between her lips and drew smoke, Aizawa quietly asked whether she would ever stop smoking. She admitted she probably would not and was attached to the habit. Before she could respond further, Aizawa took the cigarette from her mouth, dropped it to the ground, and crushed it under his shoe. Noa stared at the smushed cigarette with a mock sense of grief. Aizawa reminded her that smoking on school grounds was prohibited, referencing the first time they had really talked. The memory made a small smile creep onto Noa's face as she thought back to when they had first met on the staircase. Aizawa pointed out that it was supposed to be movie night Thursday. Noa shrugged and dug her hands deeper into the pockets of Yuna's jacket, acknowledging that it was, and then the two of them walked back toward the dorm with their breath steaming in the cold air. Mirio and Yuna were inside watching a holiday special, the exact program depending on how well Mirio had convinced everyone he was quirkless, Noa observed. Noa sighed and began to shiver from the cold as she asked what Aizawa was doing out so late and whether he missed her. She smiled with a trace of mischief, though part of her wished he would say he did. Aizawa said that he had just finished at the hospital and rubbed his temples tiredly. Noa noted that her earlier assumptions had been correct and asked how Eri was doing and whether visitors were allowed yet, suggesting that a visit from Togata and Midoriya would cheer Mirio up. Aizawa nodded slowly and confirmed that Eri was doing better, her quirk stable enough for a short visit, and that she had been asking for Togata and Midoriya since waking. He planned to take them with him the next day. Noa brightened and said it sounded like a great idea, noting that they had been hard on themselves and that meeting Eri would help. Aizawa agreed, then observed that Noa was cold, glancing at her thin clothing and the pair of cat slippers on her feet. Noa insisted she had only been outside for a few minutes. Aizawa raised his eyebrows and warned that was far too long dressed like that and she would get sick. Noa teased him about worrying, and he replied that of course he was concerned. His voice softened as he reached for his scarf and he said he would not just let anyone have his company. Noa blinked in surprise as he wrapped the scarf around her shoulders, leaning into the gesture. Aizawa said that would keep her warm for now and adjusted the scarf to cover the exposed skin of her collarbones. Noa felt a small shiver and tried to sound casual while thanking him. Aizawa said he had done it because he cared. They fell silent as Noa noticed the familiar scent of his scarf. The mix of coffee and aftershave felt comforting, and the weight of the fabric on her shoulders felt oddly like a small, reassuring presence. Noa thought that him offering the scarf felt endearing, a sign of trust, and the idea settled in her stomach. Noa asked Aizawa what they were, using his first name. She admitted that the question had occupied her for days. She needed to know. Aizawa asked what she wanted them to be and took a small step closer. Noa confessed that she wanted him. In the morning, in the evening, his whole self. Aizawa hesitated, then reached out gently to brush a stray strand of hair from her face and tilted her chin until their eyes met. He took in the details of her face and admitted that she was all he could think about, that she occupied his thoughts constantly. He told her he wanted her too and that he could not regret her. Noa laughed softly with relief and returned his affection with a crooked grin he had come to love. She asked if he regretted it, and Aizawa shook his head, saying he could never regret her and that she was perfect. He added that he did not think he would ever tire of the way she said his name and promised to be whatever she wanted them to be. Noa smiled and said she did not kiss just anyone. In response, they shared a warm, tender moment together, each offering quiet reassurance through a close, non-SXL embrace. They stayed like that for a while, wrapped in the scarf's warmth and the comfort of mutual understanding. She'd know. They had shared a quiet moment outside the dorms before agreeing to head back. They parted with a brief, polite farewell. Noa Tsukikage hated festivities. The loudness, the forced cheerfulness, the bustle of it all, anything, really. She was too much an introvert to enjoy them. UA's annual school festival was no exception. While most of the hero student body looked forward to the time of year when the school was clad in colors and the halls smelled of student-made food, Noa wanted nothing more than to be as uninvolved as possible. This year felt oddly rushed after the events at the Shai Hasaikai compound. It had been less than 2 weeks, and to Noa it all still seemed raw. That did not, however, lessen the festival's quality. As always, UA's support and business courses had gone all out to show off their skills. This was their moment to shine. The hero courses had also put effort into the preparations. Noa had not been heavily involved in choosing activities, though Yuna had briefed her and Mirio as soon as they returned from the hospital. Class 3B had ended up running a food stall, which was how Noa found herself selling lukewarm yakisoba to half of UA's student body and its teachers. Cooking was not something she claimed to be good at, and she had no intention of poisoning anyone, so she half-heartedly sold the food to anyone who stopped by. It could have been worse. At least they had not been assigned a maid cafe or some extravagant exhibition. When Yuna plopped into the chair beside her, she asked when Noa's shift would end. Noa checked her phone and said she had another 15 minutes, then she would be free. She leaned back. The plastic chair dug into her back and her butt ached from sitting in the same spot for hours. Yuna suggested a quick stroll through the campus after the shift to see what the other classes were doing. Noa hesitated, noting that it was the same stalls every year and not very exciting. Yuna protested with a little whine and a theatrical arm flourish, urging her to live a little. Noa rolled her eyes but smiled faintly. Yuna teased whether Noa was that excited to show up some first years at a strength testing booth. Noa continued to work the stall, exchanging polite smiles with customers and watching the festival crowd move through the halls. Yuna teased that swinging big hammers was not exactly Noa's thing, and Noa answered with a sharp nudge that left her cheeks flushed. Noa scoffed playfully and planted her hands on her apron-covered hips, saying she was only mean to those who deserved it. Yuna clutched her chest in mock hurt and complained that Noa was wounding her after everything they had been through, the nights, the scandals, the forbidden romances, but Noa cut her off, asking if she didn't have someone else to bother and mentioning Mirio. Yuna replied that he was busy watching the little white-haired girl they had rescued, and Noa brightened at the mention of Eri, remembering that Midoriya had convinced her guardians to let her attend the festival. Noa sighed and agreed to look around with her friend. When Noa's shift finally ended after another tedious 15 minutes of customers asking about the menu, she was relieved to untie her apron and drape it over the plastic chair. She decided with certainty that hospitality work was not for her. Complaining that if one more person asked for yakisoba without noodles she would ask Snipe to zap her, Noa unhooked the apron and tossed it aside. Yuna laughed loudly, drawing a few curious looks that faded under Noa's warning glare. Yuna compared Noa's expression to that Bakugo kid from the sports festival who had to be chained to a pole and linked elbows with her despite Noa's protests. Noa objected that she did not look like that big head, but Yuna dragged her through the crowded hallways anyway. Music and laughter drifted through the air as students and children darted between stalls and activities. They wandered past the familiar colorful booths, the same haunted houses that were never really scary, and several cross-dressing maid cafes. Equipped with snacks and a giant cat plushie Noa had won at a game stall, they headed toward the gym where Class 1A was about to perform. The gym was packed with students and heroes, the dim light filled with chatter. Noa frowned as she overheard a group of business course students gloating over Class 1A's perceived flaws, then scanned the crowd for familiar faces. Her gaze paused on a messy head of dark curls on the sidelines. Yuna noticed the faint smile that had begun to play on Noa's lips and asked if she had spotted the person. Noa deadpanned that it was not her crush, but Yuna teased that Noa would like to go over. Noa explained that the mic was beside him and it would be suspicious to just walk up, while Yuna shrugged and grinned that it would not be a problem. Noa bluntly pointed out that Yuna was not romantically involved with him, which made Yuna choke on her spit before recovering, wide-eyed at Noa's casual bluntness. Noa noted that the crowd was too concerned with Class 1A to notice them and said she should stop talking about it with Yuna. Yuna declared she loved the idea of a forbidden romance like a novel and compared it to Romeo and Juliet, though Noa asked if she had even read the book. Yuna admitted she had only seen the movie and hardly understood it, and Noa pointed out that she knew the tragic ending. They quieted as the performance was about to begin. Katsuki Bakugo's gruff, energetic presence announced itself before the first strum of an instrument, and Noah had to suppress a snigger as the blonde threatened the crowd with their so-called killer sound. The performance that followed was magnificent. Jiru's voice, the students' quirks creating special effects, and tiny flakes of ice drifting from the ceiling to shimmer in Aoyama's light. Noah smiled at the spectacle and turned to find Aizawa in the crowd. When their eyes met, his tired gaze found her, and the quiet exchange between them spoke volumes. Noah felt the air leave her lungs and her stomach flutter with it. Familiar sensation. She doubted she would ever grow tired of the way Shouta Aizawa looked at her. When his exhausted black eyes met hers, she felt seen in a way she never had before. And no one ever would. Noa Tsukikage considered herself an old soul. She longed for the kind of love poets wrote about, the vulnerability, the quiet allure, the feeling of utter admiration. For once she felt like she might have found that kind of passion. In a room full of people she always looked for him. The music swelled toward the final chorus of a song, but Noah barely heard it over the roar of her thoughts. Only when Koda released a couple of doves that fluttered around the room did she look away, her heart pounding against her ribs. Noah teased that his performance had not been half bad, calling him Explosion Boy as she leaned against one of the gym pillars and watched the younger boy melt the leftover ice from their performance at a sink outside. She observed with mild amusement as one of his eyebrows twitched and his head whipped around with so much fury he looked almost feral. Bakugo demanded incredulously whether she was deaf at the suggestion that his performance was only half bad. Noah suggested she might as well be, after the way he had been pounding the drums. Bakugo proudly declared that he had been playing loudly. Noah clarified that she had not meant it as a compliment. Bakugo snapped for her to be quiet, producing a small explosion in the sink as he asked where her giddy friend had gone. Noah explained that Yuna had gone to support Nijire in a beauty pageant event. Bakugo mused that he thought she would attend, since she and the big three seemed to get along. Noah dismissed the idea, saying ranking girls on looks was not her thing and mentioning in passing that she had unresolved tensions with Kenranzaki from the support course after an ill-advised attempt to add lash extensions to her hero costume in first year. Bakugo laughed, remarking that he had not taken her for someone who held grudges. Noah gave him a look that made him understand her meaning. Bakugo defended himself by saying that he and Deku had known each other since middle school. He threatened with violent bravado, then Noah cut him off with a victorious smile and asked if he had seen Mirio, since she wanted to say hello to Eri before returning to the dorms. Bakugo clicked his tongue and told her that Mirio had gone to get crepes with Aizawa and Togata. Noah thanked him for the news and wished him an enjoyable festival. Bakugo retorted roughly as he turned back to his task. After wandering across the crowded campus and avoiding anyone who might want to talk to her, Noah spotted Mirio Togata near a crepe stand. Mirio spun around as if sensing her arrival and waved excitedly, urging her to come closer, a chocolate crepe in the hand that was not waving. He told her they had been looking for her and that they had stopped by her fried noodles stall earlier but she had not been there. Noah said she had taken the earlier shift to avoid the rush and admitted she had actually wanted to talk to Eri, trailing off as she watched the small white-haired girl nearby with a faint frown. Mirio imitated the concern for a heartbeat before his face brightened. He told Noah that Eri was excited to meet her and that Aizawa had mentioned Noah during his stay at the hospital. Noah felt a soft lift at the idea and briefly met Aizawa's eyes before looking away, suddenly aware of a dryness in her mouth at the thought of him telling Eri about her. She joked nervous hope that whatever had been said had been flattering, and Mirio's grin widened. Mirio invited her to ask Eri herself and called the girl over, introducing Noah to her. Eri shyly peeked from behind Aizawa's legs, timidly observing the older girl. Noah crouched to meet Eri more nearly at eye level, though she was still slightly taller. She admitted inwardly that she had never been sure how to approach children. A childhood wish for a sibling had faded early on, leaving her awkward around little kids. Eri shyly told Noah that she thought Noah was pretty. Noah laughed and returned the compliment, saying that Eri was even prettier, which made the child's pale cheeks flush with a bright color. Eri then said that Noah had been present when Deku and Lemillion rescued her and that Aizawa had told her about it. Noa explained sheepishly that she had been there but had been a little preoccupied at the time and expressed regret at not having met Eri sooner. Noa realized quickly that Eri was an absolute sweetheart, and it hurt her to think that someone so gentle had been through something so cruel. If Overhaul was not spending the rest of his life in prison, Noa would have hunted the villainous man down herself. By the end of the day, Eri had wormed her way into Noa's heart. Noa had already felt something shift the moment she saw the white-haired girl's bright smile after the child had called her pretty. When the festival ended and the horizon was painted orange by the sinking sun, Noa stood outside Yue's large gate beside a teary-eyed Midoriya as they said goodbye to the little girl for now. Midoriya wiped his eyes and told Eri that they would see her for Christmas. If someone had asked second-year Noa where she would spend the next Christmas Eve, she would probably have said alone in her room with a cigarette and a bottle of tequila to dull the holidays. What she certainly had not imagined was sitting on Eraserhead's couch in the teacher dorms alongside a certain small white-haired girl while the man himself paced in the kitchen. Second-year Noa Tsukikage would probably have had an aneurysm if she ever found out. Third-year Noa, however, would not have traded it for the world. The quiet clatter of dishes mixed with faint Christmas music coming from a radio in the corner of Aizawa's sparsely decorated living room. Between songs, the booming voice of Present Mike rambled about an exclusive Put Your Hands Up radio holiday special before announcing the next track. Santa Baby played from the speakers and echoed off the empty walls. From what Noa had seen of his apartments, Shouta Aizawa sincerely lacked any sense of interior design. He seemed to own only the bare necessities, and Noa was genuinely surprised he even had a couch. Eri asked timidly if she had to dress up for Christmas. Noa shook her head and explained that dressing up was for Halloween, though the child could dress as Santa or one of his helpers if she wanted. Eri looked confused when Noa mentioned elves. Noa clarified that elves were Santa's helpers at the North Pole and that they helped make toys for good children at Christmas. Noa frowned at the thought of the girl never having experienced a proper Christmas. Truth be told, Noa did not have many great Christmases to boast about either, but she still liked to think fondly of the few she had celebrated with a happy family. Eri covered her ears and said she liked her own ears and did not want them to become pointy. Noa laughed softly and said she would not want elf ears either because elves had too much work to do at this time of year. Noa offered that the support course could probably make a small Santa costume and mentioned she knew someone who still owed her a favor. Shyly, Eri nodded and asked if it would make Midoriya happy. Noa thought that was adorable and assured the girl that Midoriya would be thrilled, as would Mirio. Noa sank further into the comfortable cushion of Aizawa's couch and mentioned that Eri would be joining them after dinner, since Aizawa had told her so. Eri brightened and asked if Noa would come along as well. Aizawa had been trusting Noa to keep an eye on Eri while he prepared lessons or graded essays, saying the girl needed a female influence in her life. Noa appreciated the responsibility. She also noted that another teacher was not exactly someone he could entrust the child to. Over the weeks they had grown attached to one another. Eri had begun to pick up some of Noa's mannerisms, fidgeting with the hem of her sleeves when nervous and leaning into Noa's laid-back posture. It was rather endearing. Noa hesitated for a moment before telling Eri that she would not want to impose and that Mirio would be arriving soon. At that instant, a cheerful knock sounded at the door and Mirio's excited grin appeared. Mirio greeted them exuberantly and asked if Eri was ready to have the best Christmas ever. Eri nodded eagerly and asked whether there would be candy apples. Mirio flashed a thumbs up and promised there would be. He crouched to pick Eri up, but Noa stopped him to remind them to visit the support department on their way. Noa told Eri that a costume awaited her there and asked Mirio to take some photos if Katsuki would agree to dress as an elf, since Noa wanted new bride material. Mirio swept Eri up and carried her out into the dark campus, both of them laughing as they went. Noa watched them go, then let out a soft sigh as she closed Aizawa's door behind her and glanced around the sparsely decorated apartment. Clearly, Christmas was not Aizawa's thing. He had not placed a single Christmas-themed item in the nearly empty room, let alone a tree. Only a few fairy lights hung in the window, and Noa was almost certain he had not put them there on his own. She suspected the decorations were the work of either Mike or Midnight, who both had a knack for imposing things on the black-haired man. Aizawa remarked that someone really liked him. Noa raised her eyebrows at his words, gently turning to face him with a small smile, and asked if that was why he had invited her over as she leaned back against the wooden door. Aizawa hummed and said that someone had to teach her about holiday traditions, and that it seemed rational. Noa smirked and asked whether he would describe his interior design choices the same way as he moved toward the couch where her bag lay. Aizawa only hummed in response. She bent over the piece of furniture to pick up her bag, unaware of the way Aizawa's eyes lingered for a moment. Although Aizawa would never take advantage of anyone, he was still human and clearly not immune to the charm of the dark-haired girl. He dismissed the thought and let his gaze travel around the empty room, explaining that it was a temporary dorm and did not need much furniture. Noa laughed and said she had been in his other apartment and found little difference between them. Aizawa rubbed his temple and remarked that she sounded like Mike, admitting he had not taken her for someone who cared about interior design. Noa said she did not, but called his apartment sterile and compared it to a hospital. Aizawa suggested hanging a couple of pictures, and Noa replied that he could start with furniture, maybe a nice side table. After a moment of consideration, Aizawa mentioned that some of Class 3B were having a Christmas party and asked if she would join them. Noa teased him about keeping tabs on her class and explained that she did not plan on joining because Yuno was celebrating with her family and Mirio was with Eri, and that the only tempting thing about the party was the mulled wine. Aizawa deadpanned that he would pretend he had not heard the last part for her own sake. Noa joked that spending Christmas in detention with him sounded tempting. Aizawa told her to stay. Noa, momentarily caught off guard, clarified whether he meant that she should spend Christmas together with him. Aizawa confirmed that was what he had said and began to add that it was okay if she did not want to, but Noa quickly said she did want to stay and noted that it was what couples generally did. Aizawa's flat response that couples did such things made Noa blush. She asked, half in jest, if he was calling her his official girlfriend. Aizawa mocked that she should not make him retract the title, though there was a glimmer of affection in his eyes. Noa played along theatrically, acting wounded and pretending she thought he liked her. Aizawa, with a small smile, called her a handful. Noa grinned and said that was her intention every day. Aizawa admitted, in a softer voice, that he felt close to her in that moment. There was a brief, charged pause between them that conveyed more than words could, and then they both stepped back and composed themselves. They exchanged a nervous laugh and settled into a quieter, more comfortable silence as the holiday light filtered through the window. She moved her hands from his hair to his black V-neck, feeling the muscles beneath. She teased that someone had probably told him he was impressively built, and she watched with amusement as the tips of his ears reddened. He asked what she thought, and she replied that, given how close he was with Midnight, it made sense. Shouta took the moment to take over, his fingers tracing the line of her back with practiced ease. When things threatened to go too far, he paused and gave her space, keeping their closeness gentle and measured. They lingered in that quiet intimacy, letting the moment breathe. Noa felt a flutter as his touch moved with care over the places that carried old marks, a tenderness that felt almost healing. He told her not yet and kissed her forehead before lowering himself to study her flushed, expectant face. Her cheeks were rosy and her pale eyes followed his movements with a kind of hungry wonder that needed no words. Shouta knelt and took her hand, guiding her closer to the edge of the couch and placing light, comforting kisses along her thigh. Noa gripped the fabric of the couch as waves of feeling washed over her, breath quickening with the intensity of emotion. He asked quietly if she was all right, and she nodded, trembling but trusting. Whamp's Last Christmas played faintly in the background, barely audible under the soft sounds of the room. Their closeness filled the space, NTMT but restrained. When a surge of feeling overtook her, he offered steady support, anchoring her through the intensity. She leaned into him, letting the moment pass until she was left breathless and smiling. Afterwards, a loopy grin spread across Noa's face and her legs felt like jelly from the overwhelming emotion, and they rested together in a peaceful, tender silence. Yet she was far from finished with him. They shared a quiet, enemy moment and then lay together on the couch until they had both regained their composure. Shouta Aizawa rested with his face in the crook of her neck, placing gentle kisses along the sensitive skin as they waited for the afterglow to settle. Noa propped herself up on her elbows. A playful smirk returned to her face along with a faint blush. Noa suggested that they get a Christmas tree. Finding a Christmas tree in Tokyo on the 24th of December was easier said than done. Transporting the tree through nearly half of the city proved to be an even harder task. Still, after a rather uncomfortable train ride, Shouta and Noa successfully made it back to UA's campus with a rather small and somewhat odd-looking tree in tow. It was at times like this that Shouta Aizawa felt grateful his younger self had chosen to become an underground hero, otherwise making such a strange public appearance would have been even more of a disaster. He doubted All Might would have managed to transport a whole Christmas tree across Tokyo on public transport without the press making a fuss the next day. It would probably be the only thing they'd talk about over the holidays, followed by questions about how the #1 hero would choose to decorate it. Although both Noa and Shouta operated mostly underground and at night, it still bordered on a miracle that the two of them had not been recognized during their small trip, especially Noa, who had gathered public attention over the past few months due to her success at school sports festivals and a recent kidnapping. People, however, had enough on their own plates to care about two poorly disguised strangers carrying a tree through half the country the day before Christmas. Noa called from the living room to ask if there were any ornaments as she rummaged through an empty drawer. It was ridiculous how little the underground hero actually had in his apartment. It almost looked as if no one lived there at all. As if on cue, Shouta appeared at the door with a box labeled "Decorations. Do not throw away," in a handwriting that unmistakably belonged to his loud, blonde friend. Shouta said he had gotten some from Hisashi. Noa chuckled and hid her growing smile in the collar of Aizawa's sweatshirt that he had lent her as a disguise. She told him she had not expected him to be different. Shouta replied that he had not expected her to care much for festival traditions. Noa explained that she did not care much, but she liked having at least a few decorations for the holidays. She remembered rarely having a tree while growing up because her mother thought them too expensive and unnecessary. Finally managing to untangle the lights, Noa held them up in triumph. Shouta sighed contemplatively before joining her in the living room and asking where she wanted him to put them. Noa indicated around the tree. Shouta noted that he knew how to decorate a tree and asked if she wanted the lights placed anywhere specific. Noa shook her head and continued digging through the box of ornaments, pulling out a few red and gold baubles, some tinsel, and, surprisingly, a limited edition Eraserhead ornament that Noa guessed Mike must have given as a joke. She placed it near the top of the tree for everyone to see. The final product turned out better than she had expected. Shouta observed the lit tree with his arms crossed and said it did not look terrible. Noa agreed and allowed herself a large smile, quietly reveling in the small triumph of having decorated it. Shouta let out a quiet chuckle, shook his head, and reached out to pull her close by the shoulders, placing his hands gently on her back. Shouta murmured his thanks for her company and for making him by the tree and help decorate it. Noa laughed and teased that he was turning sentimental. She teased him in return about his newfound softness, and they shared a warm, playful moment together. After a brief pause, they laughed and relaxed by the tree, settling into the quiet comfort of the evening. The first thing Noa noticed when she woke was warmth, not only the physical kind but the quiet, heavy warmth of someone sleeping beside her. He was still fast asleep on the bed, a calm presence close at hand. Blinking slowly, she turned and came face to face with the rightful owner of the bed. Shouta's breathing was deep and even. Without the usual tension, he looked younger and peaceful. Noa did not want to disturb his slumber, but she reached to tuck a black strand of hair that had fallen into his face neatly behind his ear. Her muscles ached from the previous night's exertion, a gentle reminder of how late everything had gone. She tested the space between them and tried to get up to put on clothes that were not his, but Shouta reached and pulled her back with a quiet, reflexive motion that kept her close. Shouta stirred and surfaced from sleep with a soft flutter of his lashes. He looked at her for a moment, briefly orienting himself, and then offered a sleepy good morning. Noa smiled in response, warmth and contentment lingering between them as the morning light filtered through the curtains. Noa could certainly get used to waking up beside Shouta if he sounded like that every morning. Shouta greeted her in a sleepy tone and his hand rested at her waist, thumb tracing absent patterns on her side, prompting Noa to sigh softly. He asked if he had been too rough the night before. Noa shook her head and reassured him with a playful remark. She moved closer to him, enjoying the closeness, and admitted that her legs felt like jelly and that she might not do much that day. Shouta chuckled and apologized. Noa told him not to be sorry, stretched, rolled back into him, and reached up to trace the faint stubble on his face. Shouta exhaled, the tension visibly easing from his shoulders, and suggested they could go for another walk. Noa playfully tapped his shoulder and laughed, reminding him that they had patrol tomorrow and she planned on walking. Shouta offered to carry her. Noa dismissed the idea with amusement and toyed with his soft black curls. They stayed like that for a moment, comfortable and unhurried, his thumb tracing slow, absent lines against her arm. For a little while there were no worries about villains. No threats, just Noa and Shouta. Then Noa's eyes lit up and she sat up quickly, causing Shouta's arm to tighten instinctively. Shouta mumbled a sleepy question about where she was going. Noa said she had remembered something and would be right back. Shouta argued that it could wait. Carefully, Noa freed herself from his embrace, missing the warmth as she slipped out from under the covers and padded across the room wearing one of his shirts before disappearing through the doorway. Shouta watched with half-lidded eyes, propped on one elbow. After a moment she returned, rummaging through her bag and emerging with a messily wrapped present topped with a big red bow. She handed him the gift and wished him a Merry Christmas. Shouta peeled back the paper to reveal another box, and Noa urged him to open it. He opened the inner box to find a pair of cat slippers like the ones she had worn a couple of weeks before. A small smile tugged at his lips as he shook his head with amusement and called her ridiculous. Noa said playfully that they could match now and nudged him. Shouta studied the slippers for a long moment, rubbed his temple, and told her he loved them. Noa visibly relaxed, pleased that he liked the gift. Shouta then admitted he had something for her as well and reached for the drawer of his nightstand, pulling out a small box. He had placed a bow there ahead of time and told Noa the box was for her. Hesitantly, Noa took the box, eyebrows raised in surprise. She had given him something but had not expected him to return the favor, and he had not even put up a tree. She cautiously untied the red bow and opened the lid. She gasped when she found a soft, burgundy-colored scarf different from the one he usually wore but similar in texture. Shouta explained flatly that it was so she would not get cold, referring to the night he had first seen her wearing the kitten slippers. Noa laughed, her throat tightening. She ran her fingers over the fabric and looked up at him, eyes shining. She told him it was amazing, pressed a brief kiss to the scar beneath his eye, and wrapped the scarf around her neck. She remarked that with the slippers and the scarves they were becoming alike. Shouta hummed low in response. He had never allowed himself to dream of something like this. After Oboro he had shut himself away, focusing only on his hero work and becoming a shell of himself. Even now he struggled to let people in. Nemuri and Hizashi had been exceptions. She sat on his bed in a quiet, comfortable way. The moment his eyes landed on the dark-haired girl, he knew she had infiltrated the walls he had built around himself. Sho felt it in his heart as well. At once it hit him like a brick. He was completely and utterly in love with Noa Tsukikage. Noa, however, seemed unaware of his sudden realization. She stared out the window through the thick curtains, her eyes glazing over with childlike excitement. Noa pointed outside and told Sho that it was snowing. Snow had transformed UA's campus in the blink of an eye. Branches bowed under the weight of white. Footprints crisscrossed the paths where students had already been out too early, playing in the winter wonderland. The whole school appeared wrapped in a white blanket, glistening softly in the sunlight. Noa had always loved snow. Even as a child she had wished for a white Christmas. Seeing the city dressed in white and glistening even at night had always felt serene to her, a comfort during especially dark winter days. Yuna, however, did not share that feeling and said it simply was not in her nature to like the cold. She would much rather spend her days under a bright sun somewhere warm. Noa thought it probably had to do with their quirks. While her own quirk thrived in the darkness of winter months, Yuna's quirk was weakened by the absence of the sun. Yuna muttered that it was too cold and asked why people romanticized it. She was wrapped in 3 extra layers, her pink scarf pulled up to her nose, and despite her attempts to keep warm, her nose was already turning red. Mirio laughed as he was already halfway down the steps of Class 3B's dormitory and said that it was so fun and there was so much to do. Yuna suggested building a snowman or doing some snow angels. Noa refused, saying she would not do snow angels because she would end up with snow where she did not want it. Ignoring her friend's banter, Noa stepped outside and let the cold sting her cheeks. Snowflakes caught in her lashes and hair, melting slowly as she buried her nose in the soft fabric of her new scarf, which kept her surprisingly warm. Yuna turned to the dark-haired girl with raised eyebrows and noted she had not expected Noa to agree to a walk. Noa shrugged and said she did not mind the cold, and reminded them that the school year was ending soon, so it might be their last chance to see the campus like this. Yuna admitted she had not taken Noa for the sentimental type. Noa denied it, but allowed that she was enjoying the moment. Yuna teased her, and Noa brushed it off, then flipped her blonde friend off. Noa glanced toward Mirio, who had been listening to their bickering in silence. He looked surprised and asked when she had gotten a boyfriend. Noa snapped that it was none of his business. Mirio guessed it had been a couple of weeks, and both girls reacted at once, Yuna earning a sharp glare from Noa. Mirio brightened and congratulated Noa, nudging her as they continued across the snowy campus. He tried to guess the identity, suggesting Daiki from the support course because he seemed hardworking and they had spent time on a costume over the summer. Noa cringed at the memory and denied it, explaining that the other student had tried to alter her costume inappropriately for publicity. Yuna had to bite the inside of her cheek to keep from laughing, and Noa told her to shut up. Mirio grinned mischievously and asked if the boyfriend was a student at all. Noa's steps faltered slightly as she walked on without meeting their eyes. Mirio pressed his guesses, and when Noa did not answer, he wondered if it was a pro-hero. Noa exchanged an almost accusatory look with Yuna, who only smiled apologetically. Mirio asked if it was Hawks. Yuna tried to steer the conversation away, but Mirio persisted. Noa tersely denied it and demanded whether they had anything better to do than speculate about her love life, asking if Mirio was kept busy at the Night Eye Agency. Mirio said he was, especially after what had happened in Daika City, and reminded them that their work studies were picking back up as well. Noa and Yuna nodded. The work-study program had been briefly suspended due to extreme danger for younger students, but the school had reinstated it after winter break. Yuna groaned at the reminder. Noa asked if Yuna liked working with Crust, and Yuna confirmed she did, though she found it strange that they were so close to graduating. It felt like yesterday when they had taken the entrance exam. Noa recalled almost failing the entrance exam because she could not get her permeation quirk to last. The 3 of them laughed at the memory, remembering how often they had watched the boy struggle with control. A small smile lingered on Noa's face as she thought about how far they had come. She had once been eager to leave the school and become the hero she was meant to be, but over the past year UA had begun to grow on her. She had made friends even if some of them were explosive and insulted her with nearly every word, and she had started working more alongside Shouta Aizawa, gaining control over her quirk. Amid the chaos, she had also found love, which she had never expected. It felt like her life had turned around, and she was not upset by it. Lost in her thoughts, Noa did not see a fast-moving snowball until it struck her forehead and bounced away, leaving a red mark. A sharp voice called out for her not to stand there like an extra. Katsuki Bakugo barreled down the path from the opposite direction, holding a half-formed snowball that was already beginning to melt from his quirk. A few classmates from Class A followed, including Eijiro Kirishima, who tried and failed to calm him. Noa squinted at the ashy blonde boy and told him he was on.